Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 2. Chapter 10 Part 2. Chapter 10. Part 2. This was his first time using his bone reinforcement on someone else, so even though he seemingly used the skill without hesitation, he was actually quite anxious. Sure enough, messages instantly appeared in front of him, crowding his sight. Reinforcing hero Jin Taylor's shoulder bone. Determining the target's suitability. Check successful. Establishing a contractual relationship with a target through mutual agreement. Contract successful. Skill activating normally. By consuming a LV2 big zombie's kneecap bone, Jin Taylor's bones are reinforced. Jin Taylor is absorbing a portion of the target's experiences and memories. You also share a portion of the experiences and memories and are absorbing them. I'll become the one of the 12 generals someday. My mom said that if I eat like this every day, I'll become a general. Nameless soldier. Ugh, it's not too bad. Just relax and take it all in. The moment Li Xin-Wu activated the skill, Jin was startled and started quivering. Li Xin-Wu calmed him down and checked each and every message that appeared. Determining suitability. As expected, it wasn't something that I could use on just anyone. I can probably only use it on undead, and amongst the undead, only the ones that are made entirely of bone. But what's this contract thing? Perhaps the faint string of murmur that connected him and Jin the moment he activated the skill signified the contract. He didn't feel any negative energy from it, so as long as he was conscious of it in the future, it would be fine. He didn't know if it was because of the contract, but despite the skill being used on Jin, Li Xin-Wu was likewise able to absorb a portion of the zombie's memories and experiences. Of course, it was much less compared to if he had used it on himself, but it was at that moment that he realized that using his bone reinforcement on other people wasn't a complete loss on his part. If that's the case, there's no reason to hesitate on using the skill on Jin. The instant Li Xin-Wu used his bone reinforcement, he ruminated over the zombie's memories that had been engraved into his brain and gazed at Jin. As expected, the small blue goblin fire that blazed within his eye sockets mercilessly shook. This is no, wait, you asked me how I got so skilled in such a short amount of time, didn't you? This is my answer. He definitely had a lot of things he wanted to say. Jin's mouth opened and closed, and he looked like he was about to say something when Li Xin-Wu spoke with a slight amount of self-scorn in his voice. My talent, experiences, and everything is due to this skill. You sure, or was it because this was his first time experiencing bone reinforcement, and it wasn't easy to escape its effect? Jin tottered around as if he had become drunk. Li Xin-Wu patiently waited until he calmed down and could stand up straight. He waited approximately 5 minutes before Jin narrowly sighed, raised his head, and spat out as if he had chewed on something foul. It was a horrific experience. Not a great experience. Of course, if such vivid memories melded into one's brain, there's a chance they'll be confused. However, if he showed such a violent reaction to it, wouldn't it make one want to tease him as expected? Jin heard Li Xin-Wu, shivered, and replied, "Ugh, I feel sick." How many times have you experienced this exactly? Do you remember each and every piece of food you've ever eaten? You're crazy, but now I understand how you got so strong. For Jin, taking in another person's experiences and memories felt similar to his brain itself being injected with a foreign substance. Even though he knew this would be helpful to him, it wasn't something he was able to do so easily. However, if he backed down here and now, Li Xin-Wu wouldn't help him. Perhaps this was the real test, at least that's what Jin thought. I'm telling you, you'll get used to it soon enough. Then, let's move on to the next one, okay? Go one sec. However, Li Xin-Wu didn't really have any plans to test Jin. From the start, Li Xin-Wu passed over his moans and groans as him making a big fuss over nothing, and chose the next bone to step up to the plate. It wasn't really him having a wicked personality or anything. He truly believed that there was no way Jin would be this anguished from just this. If you get past about 10 of them, your head will get dizzy, but if you focus and keep hold of your consciousness, the only thing that'll hurt is your head, and it won't be too much of a problem. You just have to take in what you need from them and make it yours. It's simple, right? Can't you at least take it a bit slower? Fine then. Jin finally resolved himself. In order for him to become stronger, and to catch up to Li Xin-Wu by even just a little, he had no choice but to accept this and to endure. I'm sure of it now. If I work together with Li Xin-Wu, I can become strong. I can't just weakly stay where I am any longer. Li Xin-Wu thought Jin would be disappointed in him after hearing about his ability, but it was actually the opposite. To Jin, Li Xin-Wu was someone who had an overwhelming willpower, and Jin considered him as someone strong, someone who would fight regardless of what body he was in or whatever the method in this world. And what he was seeking was that steel will. So, it wouldn't do if he couldn't even endure this much. By consuming a LV2 skeleton warrior's arm bone, Jin Taylor's bones are being reinforced. By consuming a LV3 ghoul fighter's shin bone, by consuming a LV3 metal bone snake's rib bone, Jin Taylor's bones are being reinforced. Jin Taylor is absorbing a portion of the target's experiences and memories. You also share a portion of its experiences and memories and are absorbing them. Health has increased by 1. There were 513 bones in total in the bag, and among them, close to 450 of them were level 2 bones, the rest were level 3 bones. Li Xin-Wu spent about 5 hours to allow Jin to absorb all of them, but the fact that just absorbing half of the effects increased his own stats by 10 was telling of just how many bones there were. Ugh, I feel like I'll vomit as a result of absorbing all of the owner's various memories and experiences. Jin laid his huge body on his back and was dry heaving. Since Li Xin-Wu was the pioneer of this specific field and fully utilized his know-how of maintaining his consciousness, most of the confusion had passed. But even so, if one were to ask if it were easy to overcome the aftermath, the answer would definitely be no. Li Xin-Wu gazed stiffly at Jin and consoled him. It's all right. Since we have nothing to baff out anyway. You demon, I told you to do it slowly. If I had absorbed these myself, I could've done it in 30 minutes. Jin meekly closed his mouth, suppressed his nausea, and quietly stood up. The fact that his body still lightly shook was kind of funny. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly and asked him a question. So, how was it? Do you feel a bit experienced now? Though it definitely feels like a lot has changed, it's difficult to say what exactly has changed right now. I feel like it'll be difficult to figure out what's changed until I actually get into a fight. Moreover, I received way too many people's memories all at once, so I'm dizzy. Give me some time to organize it all. They were words that caused him to automatically nod his head. Originally, just using bone reinforcement isn't the end. That's because after the reinforcement is over, in the process of moving their body, they need to completely learn these skills through experience. Then, it would be better to check something he could get a feel for right now that served as proof. The numbers. How much have your stats increased? Strength by 7, agility by 13, health by 8 and magic by 5. They've definitely gone up by a lot. To me, the most shocking thing is the fact that your agility, which is already over 800, went up by 13. It might have been obvious, but the higher the level, and the higher the stats, the more difficult it becomes to increase one's stats. Despite that, the stat that showed the most growth for Jin was his agility. You said that you need 1,600 stats to become level 5, right? I have a total of 1,400 stats right now, so if we do this a few more times, I should get to level 5, right? It's not that simple. If you absorb a monster's bone that you've already absorbed before, its effect lessens more and more. The reason I asked you to fill that bag to the brim and come back was because I calculated that with roughly this many bones, the effectiveness wouldn't drop. A Jin could do nothing but nod in response. The more the reinforcement was repeated, the more the stat growth from the bones would gradually lessen, and in the end, they pretty much wouldn't ever increase. Then what you're saying is we have to hunt monsters befitting our level. If it's possible, the monsters of a higher level than us, too. But it's tougher the higher level the monster is because their memories are denser. Isn't that better? No way. If I don't do something about this guy, then Li Xin-Wu snickered at Jin, who was gritting his teeth, and spoke. For the time being, I want to focus on my own reinforcement. Will that be okay with you? Because I think it'd be better if our levels matched. All right. Then, for the time being, I want to use that skill. Good work. Then was he shaking off his dizziness? Jin extremely carefully turned to his side and spoke to Li Xin-Wu. Can you get on? Yeah, I think I can. It seemed obvious, but he had never really ridden on horseback when he lived in Korea. Even when he did, it was only on a high school trip to Jeju Island, and he had gotten help then. The appearance of his friend's horse galloping in front of him while pooping had left a deep impression on him. It's a relief that you're undead. You wanna go? However, Li Xin-Wu had the memories of the countless soldiers and knight aspirants who were active in the past empire. It hadn't become a skill yet, but if he rode up, as I thought, it feels like it'll work. After he had somehow gotten atop Jin, Li Xin-Wu successfully maintained his balance even without a saddle. His dormant experiences were given shape and were aiding him. Sure enough, immediately after, he got a message that had acquired a skill. You have learned the passive skill, low-rank horseback riding LV1. Agility has increased by 5. You can draw out the full potential of what you ride. The higher the level, the higher the buffs while riding in battle. Though each memory one by one wasn't enough, the combination of the countless hoarded memories and experiences had manifested into a low-rank skill. Moreover, he had acquired additional stats from it. When he thought that perhaps other skills lay dormant and were buried like this one, Li Xin-Wu felt great. Nice, Jin. Let's go. Yeah. I'm a horse. I'm just a skeleton horse. When he saw Jin, who was self-suggesting that he was a horse, Li Xin-Wu just laughed again. He had thought Jin had resolved himself by now, but it seemed like he still wasn't prepared. If he were in his position, he would feel just as agonized right now, so he could definitely understand him. All right. Where should we go? For starters, let's take a lap around this city and check if there's anything we missed. Okay. Jin weakly nodded and began to move. At that moment, Li Xin-Wu felt his body rapidly lean backward and was shocked and grabbed tightly onto Jin. The surrounding landscape quickly passed by him, and it felt like he was time traveling. "Hey, you wasted time because of me, so let's quickly look back and go. If you keep running this fast, the only thing you'll be able to look back at is my previous life." However, Jin didn't listen to him. Ultimately, it took Li Xin-Wu a few hours before he was somehow able to distinguish the surrounding objects clearly while Jin was running, and it soon developed into him training his combat sprint and horseback riding skills. Chapter 10 Part 3 Chapter 10 Part 3 The low-rank combat sprint skill has become LV8. Agility has increased by 2. Your instantaneous acceleration, as well as dynamic visual acuity increase proportionally to your agility. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV3. Agility has increased by 1. By communicating with what you're riding, you can control it more easily. How long had he been holding out on top of Jin's back at the end of this rigorous albeit short period of time? His extreme training resulted in his low-rank horseback riding skill to rise to level 3. Li Xin-Wu's and Jin's senses were very gradually starting to overlap as a result. Ugh! I feel like I'll survive now. Since their senses had started to overlap, Jin had no choice but to slow down his pace. If he ran at a speed beyond Li Xin-Wu's ability, then he would start feeling dizzy as well. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't level up your skill? No, since you've been running around like you've been lugging around a package on your back. You've been running up until now like a freight train, and now you've barely class changed into a trolley, you know. When they began to converse, Jin definitely slowed down for the first time, and it was a speed that Li Xin-Wu was likewise able to bear for the first time. To be honest, if he didn't use his combat sprint to its very limit, even this speed would have been too fast for him, but in any case, it was important that he was able to endure it. It's too slow. Inboard for me, it still seems like the surrounding landscape is passing by a little too fast. By the time he noticed, they were near where Jin started running. In other words, in a few hours, they were able to run a lap around the city. No, it might have even been a few laps. We haven't found anything yet. Let's take another lap. It can't be helped, I guess. Jin began to sprint again. For the first time, Li Xin-Wu realized that he was riding atop a horse and galloping away, and started to survey his surroundings. Ever since he had acquired Marner Bone, his Marner senses had become more sensitive, and after using these senses to search the area, there was something that stood out immediately. From behind at that. Hey, the undead are following behind us. It's only natural that they'd be following us around like that. After all, we've been running around in the same city and on the same route. Honestly, while we were traveling around the city, I got rid of a few of them. Hearing Jin's calm response, it seemed like this wasn't his first or second time doing something like this. Well, all this guy did was run until now, so it made sense that he'd have experience with the undead chasing behind him. By running around the city, Jin had gathered all of the undead, and managed to gather them all into one group. Such control was amazing. Hey, have you thought about talking with them? What kind of conversation could I have with monsters like them? This won't do. This guy's head isn't normal. He's been just idiotically running away from them, even though they were also undead. If he just lied to them, he would have been able to pass by without incident. Li Xin-Wu just shook his head, but he didn't realize that he was in actuality the one who was strange between the two. After all, Not everyone could obtain the acting skill. There's no good way of kiting the mob's weight. Kiting the mobs. I don't really know what that means, but why does it feel slightly ominous? Kiting mobs was a term commonly used in RPG settings when it was too troublesome to hunt down the monsters one by one. A nimble player would aggro all the mobs in the area, gathering them all into one group. If they worked together with a class who could use wide area skills, their effectiveness would increase by an absurd margin. And right now, Li Xin Wu had alright, let's take care of them and then move on. Ugh, as I thought humans could always turn danger into an opportunity to grow. Li Xin Wu naturally turned around. No, to be exact, when he thought about wanting to turn around, his will was relayed to Jin, and Jin instinctually turned his body around. The effects of the leveled-up horseback riding skill were definitely showing. Gah, this feels really weird. Sorry, but try to bear with it since it'll help in battle from now on. As he spoke, he thoroughly surveyed the surrounding area. While he desperately endured so that he wouldn't fall off from Jin's back, Jin had very shrewdly drawn all of the mobs, so they were clumped in one place. The undead chasing after them numbered at least several thousand. They were mostly skeletons, but he quite frequently saw ghouls mixed in, as well as animals and monsters which had died and become undead. But since zombies were so slow, they lagged behind in the back. So you drew all the undead in this city, huh? It seems like it's the undead's nature. When the mob begins to gather, they cause a commotion, and that commotion causes other undead to gather as well. When they get a hold of themselves, they seem to form a huge group like that. Seeing the calmly replying Jin, the stunned Li Xin Wu seemed to blurt out. If a newbie hero was unlucky enough to get involved during that process, they would've died right there. That's I didn't think there'd be any other heroes besides me. No, it's fine as long as you don't do it from now on. You won't need to do it from now on either. Li Xin Wu raised his hand, extended his index finger, and aimed at the undead that were grouped together in one place while also chasing after them. Then Jin asked doubtfully, I know how powerful your skill is, but will you hit them with it? You're still at least 1 kilometer away. Should I get closer? No, it's fine. Since I have something I need to prep before I shoot it. The first skill Li Xin Wu had to activate wasn't his catapult skill, but his acid poison spray skill. Of course, he wasn't talking about spraying his acid poison everywhere. He recollected how the acid ghoul and the king slime concentrated their acid poison into a single point, and focused his attention on the tip of his index finger. The poison, which converted into mana, began to gather at that single point. You will there gradually getting closer. I'm almost done. If he hadn't acquired the mana bone skill, which was considerably helpful in processing the mana that saturated his bones, it would've taken a considerable amount of effort to complete the task. The skill made the difficulty of controlling his acid poison much simpler. Good, then. Li Xin Wu pushed all of the acid poison he could into the tip of his index finger, and next activated his flames of revenge. Poison on the inside, flames on the outside. With his know-how, just like last time, he focused on his flames, and those flames darkened to their limit. It felt as if there was dark matter in that space. At the same time, he also saw the presence of the flames disappear, as if the middle of his index finger had been cut off. The low-rank flames of revenge skill has become LV2. Magic has increased by 3. The diffusion force of the flames has increased. Was it because he concentrated the skill into one place? It had been a long time since his flames of revenge had leveled up. At the same time, the flames blazing atop his index finger intensified. It was at that moment that Li Xin-Wu figured out a new way of training his skill. I don't have flame resistance, though. Jin started to feel a gradually increasing heat from atop his back, and shook as if he were uneasy. Because of the acid poison resistance skill book he had received from Li Xin-Wu, he learned acid poison resistance and was able to resist acid poison to some degree, but he wasn't resistant to this level of fire. It doesn't burn allies, so don't worry. Venom firing it. Li Xin-Wu's index finger was launched with a simple, weak sound. Just by seeing that, Jin looked like he himself was hurt by it, but Li Xin-Wu was accustomed to this kind of pain now, and didn't even feel an itch. He checked the trajectory that his index finger drew in the air, and nodded his head in satisfaction. It was flying towards the center of the group of several thousand undead. How many of them do you think I'll kill with that? All of them. All of them. Yeah. As long as I take one more step. What step? Jin thought he was out of his mind, but when Jin tilted his head, Li Xin-Wu's grenade had arrived at the center of the group of undead with his command to self-destruct. It exploded grandly. At that moment it burst forth with a fearsome force of flames and poison. Arc. Ti. Hundreds of level 1 undead at the center disappeared without even being able to scream, and even the level 2 and higher undead took significant damage. Moreover, since the poison and the flames had the quality of diffusing into the surrounding area, they were quickly expanding to encompass them within their range. Oh geez, even the Marna that's escaping is no joke. That attack was definitely incredible, but what are you going to do now? Even if they're low-leveled, there are several thousands of them. So what we're going to do now is Li Xin-Wu measured the distance between them and the monsters. It was roughly 300 meters. Even by human standards, it wasn't very far, and it was a distance that quick monsters would be able to reach in only a few seconds. Cover your ears. I don't have any ears, and I don't even have hands to cover them. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Tough it out. And sound could travel the distance in only a second. Kill yourselves. You used low-rank Shriek of the Dead, and the enemies in the entire area fall into a frenzied and fearful state. You have succeeded in using the skill while engaging more than 1,000 foes. You have acquired a large amount of skill proficiency. The low-rank Shriek of the Dead has become LV5. Magic has increased by 3. The skill's effect has become stronger, and the skill can affect a larger area. Urgh! Jin screamed in anguish from Li Xin-Wu's momentary, horrific shriek. However, since Jin was Li Xin-Wu's ally, he wasn't affected by the skill in the least. Because of that, it took him a bit of time to realize the effect of the skill. What the hell are you doing all of a sudden, huh? Jin abruptly shouted, and then quickly scanned his surroundings. The group of undead, which looked furious and would dash at them at first chance, didn't approach them anymore. To be more exact, they weren't worried about Li Xin-Wu or Jin any longer. Enemies. To think that there are this many enemies. My body is made of bones. I'll kill all the enemies of the Imperial Army. Kaiha Arc. They each spat out a peculiar noise, then stabbed with their swords, and swung their clubs at each other. Seeing that, Jin looked puzzled and asked Li Xin-Wu, "That's what the hell is this?" The best tactic for not smearing your own hands with blood is using your enemies to defeat themselves. This'll show up on the test, so make sure you remember it. While Jin was speechless, the monsters fought intensely amongst themselves, confirming Li Xin-Wu's statement. Furthermore, the monsters didn't really wander, and fought in around the same area, so the flames and the poison soon covered the entire battlefield. Thousands of monsters were being harmed by the duty damage in real time. It probably wouldn't be very effective against high-level monsters, but at least it's not out of my reach to slaughter a mob of monsters now. As expected, you can only do it with a large-scale ability. A large-scale ability? Why doesn't a level 3 skeleton have so many frightening abilities? However, if he said that, it was obvious that Li Xin-Wu would just tell him it was all due to bone reinforcement, and that he should work harder. So Jin just kept his mouth shut. While Jin kept his mouth shut, Li Xin-Wu concentrated on drawing the surrounding mana in order to recover the mana he was using to maintain his flames of revenge. The mana instantaneously entered and escaped him, so it was as if his entire body had become a passageway for mana. My wife Li Xin-Wu was busy harmonizing with the mana, so he didn't notice the passage of time, but honestly, everything was finished within 20 minutes. The zombies, which arrived late, completely merged with the group, and the flames shifted and latched onto them. After they died horribly, they left Pyrium and bones in their place, and when all the undead had completely disappeared, a message appeared in front of Li Xin-Wu, one he hadn't expected at all. You have removed all the death within the city, Director. Though you haven't removed the curse, all the death energy in the entire area has faded, so no more undead will spawn in this area. You have acquired 1 permit for God's secret shop. You have acquired 10,000 Pyrium. The proficiency of all your combat-related skills increases. The beginner Avenger skill has become LV8. When you meet the target of your revenge again, all abilities increase by 36. The beginner power / skill has become LV9. The power of the skill increases. Of those, Li Xin-Wu's attention lingered upon the message that appeared last. You have proven your qualification as a hero who lifts the darkness underground as a substitute of God's will. You have acquired the hero's karma token. The growth rate of all skills increases by 10. If you gather 10 of these tokens, you will become a true hero. But what a shame. It seems like this would be impossible for you. Impossible? What's wrong? It seems that because Li Xin-Wu was the one who mostly purified this city, Jin didn't receive this message. Li Xin-Wu replied like this to his question. It's nothing. It seems like I can't be a hero. What are talking about all of a sudden? Li Xin-Wu just shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Whenever he got a karma token up until now, he would obtain a stat increase as well, but this time, he received a blessing that would increase his skill growth by 10 instead. He couldn't hold back his curiosity of what would happen if he obtained just 1 more token. However, was it good or bad that he had become unable to gather all of them? Even though he felt slightly complicated inside, he moved to collect all the loot with Jin. Right now, he needed to do what he could. Chapter 10 Part 4. Chapter 10. Partner 4. Li Xin-Wu used the bones they had collected on site and reinforced himself. Of course, level 1 bones were almost meaningless to him now, but he still repeatedly used bone reinforcement until he saw the phrase, "You have acquired all the experiences and memories that you could from XXX. He couldn't miss the opportunity to grow even a little bit more. Bone reinforcement, bone reinforcement, bone reinforcement. Hug. Jin just got tired of seeing Li Xin-Wu continuously use bone reinforcement in place without pause. It wasn't a joke when Li Xin-Wu said that he could finish off 513 bones within 30 minutes. No, it was actually much worse. In less than 1 second, he sorted out the bones he would absorb, then grabbed several of them at a time and activated bone reinforcement. It wasn't difficult for him to dispose of 100 bones within 1 minute. Bone reinforcement. Oh, I'm done now. Are you really human? Can't you see I'm a skeleton? You want a piece of me? As a result, Li Xin-Wu absorbed close to 3,000 bones and left behind about 1,000 of them, as he couldn't acquire any more memories, experiences, and abilities from them. It didn't even take an hour. Li Xin-Wu, Dark Skeleton Avenger, Treasure Hunter, and one other. LV3 Stat Effectiveness 125. Strength 160, Agility 169, Health 164, Magic 305. Passive Skills Invisible Heart LV3, Acting LV6, Beginner Avenger LV8, Low Rank Bursting Thunder LV7, Low Rank Marner Bone LV6, Low Rank Stealth LV6, Low Rank Command LV1, Low Rank Horseback Riding LV4. Active Skills Bone Reinforcement LV4, Low Rank Combat Sprint LV8, Low Rank Shriek of the Dead LV5, Low Rank Regeneration LV2, Low Rank Catapult LV3, Low Rank Flames of Revenge LV2, Beginner Power Slash LV9, Low Rank Harden LV3, Low Rank Self-Destruct LV2, Sacrifice LV1, Intermediate Acid Poison Spray LV2. Resistances Holy MAX, Curse MAX, Acid Low Rank LV8, Ice Intermediate LV1. Man, I'm short a couple of stats so I can't level up. So your stats don't go up even if you absorb 3,000 bones. No, it's the opposite. It's actually done up this much. Amongst the 4,000 monsters Li Xin-Wu disposed of, there were basically no level 3 monsters. In other words, the absolute majority of the monsters were a lower level than him, so the fact that his stats rose by even this much was amazing. It was because Li Xin-Wu had ignorantly pushed ahead with quantity over quality. What are you going to do with the rest? I'm telling you ahead of time, but it's impossible for me. I can't, no way. You sure are cowardly. Don't worry, they all have a use. Li Xin-Wu took out a huge bag from his inventory, shoved the hundreds of level 1 bones into it, and stamped onto the bag with all his might. Seeing that, Jin was stunned and tackled him. Is it for stress relief? No, it's for healing. He continued to stamp on the bag and nodded his head once he saw the contents within turn into a fine powder. Looking at the bag filled with fine bone powder, he felt like he was rich. For healing, yeah. If you turn these into powder, all of the properties of the bones equalize, and though you become unable to acquire the memories or experiences within, the healing ability remains. Moreover, you can apply it to your entire body, so it's an advantage. Jin had already experienced it, so he was well aware that bone reinforcement healed the portion of the body that it was applied to. In other words, Li Xin-Wu was processing the remaining bones, which he couldn't obtain any more experiences or memories from, and turning them into medicine. It was also advantageous in that he could conveniently store it into his inventory now. I have the regeneration skill, so I don't really need it, but it should be important for you. You're being so considerate, I feel like I'll cry. Now then. The remaining 200 bones were level 2 undead bones. It felt like too much of a waste to turn them into powder, so he didn't. But when he told Jin to use them, Jin responded that it'd be too much for him right now. Therefore, he only had one other option. It was none other than weapon reinforcement. Bone of Thunder lasting is at 8 right now, and I only have one more level 3 weapon reinforcement permit. In order for it to reach 10, and be reborn as a level 4 weapon. One of the reinforcements have to succeed. He gave up on the level 1 bones and weapons as he didn't think it would have any chance of succeeding with them. But what about level 2 bones? Wouldn't there be at least a slight chance? Jin saw Li Xin Wu tremble as he grabbed a level 2 bone, and thought he looked like a gambling addict. Bone reinforcement. Reinforcement has failed. Reinforcement has failed. Reinforcement has failed. The heap of bones they had acquired disappeared in an instant. He had already predicted that the probability of it working was low, but when he used up 100 bones in succession, Li Xin Wu was shocked. He belatedly felt regretful, as he thought that it would be better to just sell them at the secret shop. But since I've already started, I can't stop. You look really dumb right now. Bone reinforcement has failed. Reinforcement has failed. Reinforcement has failed. The bone reinforcement skill has become LV5. The success rate of weapon reinforcement has increased. When you use bone reinforcement on bone weapons, the effectiveness increases. Good bone reinforcement. You don't have any more bones, though. Li Xin Wu looked around dejectedly, but Jin was right. There weren't any bones left. The 200 level 2 bones were completely gone now. The only result was that his bone reinforcement leveled up. It feels like if I just do it once more it would've worked. That's something only gambling addicts say. Even if he wanted to reinforce his weapons, he didn't have any more bones, so he couldn't do anything. Li Xin Wu wasn't naturally the type to get attached to failure, so he just lightly sighed, shook off his regrets, and got atop Jin. He had personally received a message confirming that he didn't have any more business in this city, so he didn't need to linger and check. It was time for him to leave. So where to now? Didn't you originally run around here a lot? Let's go to one of the places with a lot of level 34 monsters. Why yeah, fine. Let's go. Honestly, Jin was still a bit afraid of level 4 monsters, but when he remembered Li Xin Wu's previous slaughter of thousands of monsters, he mustered his courage and began to move. He felt like even if a level 5 elite monster showed up, rather than a level 4 monster, Li Xin Wu would be able to win somehow. While he comfortably gave Jin the reins and entrusted him with leading him, Li Xin Wu opened the chatting channel. It very slightly felt like he was on the phone while driving. Mr. Li Xin Wu has entered. Lloyd HK. Oh, Li Xin Wu, I heard the news. So you met with Jin. Li Xin Wu, it's a relief that you're safe, Senior. Prince Altania, considering how he's adapted to this world already. More importantly, what did you get for saving Jin? I just heard that the reward was really amazing, but I don't know what it is since I've never gotten it before. Irian Rupert. Li Xin Wu, thanks a lot. Because of you, Jin was able to survive. As soon as Li Xin Wu accessed the chatting channel, all of his seniors hectically greeted him. It seems like, just like she said she would, Jin had uproariously chatted about him in the channel. Honestly, that was an issue that she had talked to Li Xin Wu about. If he improved his friendship with the other heroes beforehand, they might not be too repulsed by the fact that he was a skeleton when they find out later, which was a plan that came about from their shallow thinking. For reference, they didn't really talk about Jin. Shino Rendu, good work, Li Xin Wu. Whether you acted because of the reward or because you saw the person, we heroes have to stick together. Yasunori Akira, you're seriously way too hot-blooded. In any case, good job, Li Xin Wu. Sarah von Retadane, it was really unexpected that you were both in the same area. But it was truly a relief. Li Xin Wu, I got a quest to clear out all the undead in the city. So, while I was doing that quest I was just lucky. Prince Altair that of course, it was a lie, but he was curious as to how his seniors would respond to this lie. As expected, Prince Altair, who seemed the most loose-lipped amongst his seniors, was fooled by his lie. Prince Altair, you just need to do that once. Did you get the hero's karma token? Li Xin Wu, yes. This was it. This was the information that you wanted. Li Xin Wu pricked his ears and Prince Altair explained. Prince Altair, if you have that, it's great since your skill growth rate increases, but once you get that one, you don't really need to get another one. It may not take very long since it was just a small city, but the further you delve into the empire, the larger the cities become. I'm telling you, you won't be able to keep them under control later on. The karma tokens normally don't drop very often, so it's impossible to gather 10 of them from the start. Li Xin Wu, so it would seem. Prince Altair, moreover, the important thing is that if you start extensively wiping out the undead, the other undead will sniff that out and gather, so you'll have to continue battling them unceasingly. If something goes wrong, even a hero can die. Lloyd HK. But hey, isn't that exactly why God chose us as heroes? I'm talking about purifying the empire. Shino Rendu, at the start, I somehow succeeded in cleaning up a small city and gained a hero's token. I thought that there might be a chance that I could amplify the effects of the token. So I risked my life to enter a few cities and tried to clear out the undead, but getting one more token doesn't amplify the effects at all. Prince Altair, are you dumb? Tokens of the same kind don't amplify the effect. Get all 10 of them or stick to one. Shino Rendu, this asshole, I was a newbie back then too. He had already gained a lot of good info. Li Xin Wu took note of all the precious information and opened his mouth again, with a voice that relayed his seriousness and his sense of duty as best he could. Li Xin Wu, since you're saying it's a hero's duty, I'll clear as many of them as I can, and then go up. Of course, it was a lie. He had already chosen the Joker's karma, so he didn't really need to put in the effort of collecting all 10 of the hero's karma tokens. If he ended up cleaning up a city, it wouldn't be because he was burning with a desire to fulfill his mission as a hero, but because he wanted to collect materials for bone reinforcement. Prince Altair, this guy's like Lloyd. If you do that, it'll take a long time for you to reach level 5. Lloyd HK. See, that's what a hero should be like. Arian Rupert, you're cool, Lloyd. Sarah von Retading, Mr. Li Xin Wu, you're doing well. Since we must allow the undead in the Empire to rest in peace, Ethan Cruz, I'm pleased that there are more heroes acting like heroes now. At that moment, Li Xin Wu felt like time had stopped within the chatting channel. At the very least, when he heard a middle-aged man's voice cut in, one that he heard for the very first time, he felt speechless. However, Lloyd soon responded to him. Lloyd HK. Oh, senior. Yasunori Akira, it's been a long time. Prince Altair, I'm glad you're safe, senior. If even the prince addressed him with an honorific, then his position as a senior in the chatting channel must be unwavering. Li Xin Wu followed their lead for now, and politely greeted him. Li Xin Wu, I'm a newbie who got here just a little while ago. Please take care of me, senior. Ethan Cruz, ooh, it's a pleasure. But you have such good manners, so it makes me kind of uncomfortable. Just speak comfortably. Li Xin Wu, I'll try my best. Ethan Cruz, good. I hope we get to see each other for a long time. By the way, Lloyd. Is Sarah doing alright too? Lloyd HK. Yes, senior. She's alright. Sarah Von Retading, please, go ahead. Ethan Cruz, I have something I'd like you to help me with. The capital's Thon Castle walls as Seniors began talking about places or geographical features he didn't know about at this time, and Li Xin Wu thought he'd obtained all the information he could for now, so he decided to carefully say his farewells and leave. However, before he could, Ethan Cruz called him. Ethan Cruz, work hard, Li Xin Wu. You might think about a lot of things as you stand up against the Empire, but all you need to remember is that all the undead are our, humanity's enemies. Li Xin Wu, yes. None of his seniors refuted his statement that all undead are enemies of humanity. As he thought, the heroes in the chatting channel didn't know about the undead who didn't loathe humanity and had proper reasoning, or they were acting like they didn't know about them. Chapter 11 Part 1. Chapter 11. Lightning Tooth 1. Li Xin Wu, then I'll get going now. I'll come back later. Lloyd HK. Alright. Don't die, Li Xin Wu. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk later. Irian Rupert, are you leaving already? Jin will be disappointed. Prince Altair, hey, I'm just putting this out there, but don't go overboard with the romance. If your relationship gets too deep and one of you dies first, the other will go crazy. Li Xin Wu, romance, it seems that his senior heroes who, after hearing that he'd saved a hero of the opposite sex, thought it was plausible given the situation, and had misunderstood, but so long as Jin didn't have an extremely peculiar disposition, he didn't think they had anything to worry about. Indeed, if his seniors were to ascertain his true identity, what would they think? Li Xin Wu couldn't stop laughing at the thought. However, around the time when he'd quickly left the chatting channel, Jin called to him with some nice timing. Xin Wu, we're here. Wow. It had only been a few minutes since he started talking to his seniors, yet he realized that the landscape had completely changed in that short time and exclaimed. It had definitely been flatlined just a little while ago, but right now it was the edge of a plateau. The view's nice. You think the view's nice? It's terrible compared to my homeland's natural environment, to the point that I feel nauseous. Li Xin Wu laughed bitterly at Jin's statement. There wasn't anything remaining in the underground empire to call natural anymore, so he wasn't wrong. As an after-effect of the curse, all the grass, flowers, and trees decayed, so all this empire really had left was rock, dilapidated buildings, filth, and undead. But when he looked down from up high in a remote location, he admired the view. It looked quite nice. It felt like the moment Charlie Chaplin won first place again. When one looks at their life, their battles, or even this dirty and crude underground empire from afar, it actually looks quite nice. You'll have to survive in this empire as well from now on, so try your best. I'm really jealous of that mentality of yours. They tried to find the traces of where they had just been. They had left it just a little while ago, and as such, they saw the city they had departed from not very far away. Strangely, the surrounding area was completely covered with a black mist, yet only the city was covered in a faint mist. It seems like it was an effect of them clearing out all of the undead. At that moment, Li Xin Wu discovered something peculiar. He wanted to see what lay beyond the city, but there was a truly huge wall that blocked his vision, so he couldn't check. Seeing the wall that was God knows how high, he gasped. However, when he looked thoroughly, he saw a huge hole at the bottom of the wall. It was a passageway that allowed access to the city. That means that's the external passageway that leads to the surface. Does this mean this is the end of the empire? How do you think they made a wall like that? It's the opposite. They dug through the ground here and created the empire, so they probably weren't the one who made the wall, though they were probably the ones who strengthened the wall. In a sense, that was even more amazing. They had dug a tremendous depth and width underground to fit the empire, and fixed it so that the ceiling or the walls wouldn't collapse. After listening to Li Xin Wu, Jin seemed to have realized something and sported a vacant expression. It's something I couldn't even imagine happening in my home world. So your world didn't have magic either, huh? I'm more surprised that you came from a world without magic. Li Xin Wu chuckled at Jin's reply and turned around. They couldn't be overwhelmed by the scale of the empire forever. Rather than figuring out the magic that they used to create the empire, it was more important to improve his stats right now. Then he looked around and pondered where he should start his conquest. However, it was troubling that this vast area was a plateau, as there were no undead in sight. Indeed, there was nothing to think deeply about. Ultimately, undead were beings which had once been alive and had been reborn, so they would appear in environments which could foster life, not a place like this where there were only rocks and boulders. I don't sense any undead here. You said you wanted to find monsters. I never said anything about them being undead. You're right, but from the start, most of the monsters that can move around in the fields are undead, aren't they? Li Xin Wu recollected the unwavering thesis regarding the curse that covered the empire, and spoke. The curse would kill all living organisms and transform them into the undead. It had already been several dozens of years since the curse had emerged, so there shouldn't be any other living organisms within the empire, aside from the heroes. The only exception would be the living organisms living in an environment cut off from the empire, the dungeons. Even so, the individuals who bore the curse, entered the dungeons, and died would ultimately become undead, like the Pauls who were in the secret facilities. Nope, there are some, you know. However, Jin stubbornly persisted and disagreed. Li Xin Wu sighed, as he didn't know where to begin with this newbie hero, but soon he was faced with a proof that Jin wasn't wrong. Sensing Marner response from living bodies. Beginning movement. Stopping outside entry. Unless directed otherwise, automatically removing trespassers. LV3 Stone Golem. LV3 Stone Golem. OC, what did I tell you? Li Xin Wu, who saw the neglected rocks and boulders within the plateau gradually gather together and form into a huge shape, stared dumbfounded while listening to Jin's proud boast, and just nodded his head. They weren't alive from the beginning, so there's no way they'd be affected by the curse. However, even so, to think he'd sees slimes and then golems so soon after being dropped into the empire. After all, they were regulars in fantasy. He just needed to meet goblins, elves, and dragons now, and it felt like he wouldn't have any regrets. Though it was probably impossible. He raised his weapon, whilst thinking of something so idiotic. He wasn't wielding Bone of Thunder Lasting, which had established itself as his main weapon. Instead, he wielded the Melting Bone Double Axe, as he felt a weighty axe would be more effective against huge and crude enemies like golems. Removing trespassers. Beginning attack in order to figure out the enemy's magic patterns. The huge golems, which seemed to be about 3 meters tall, spoke politely and then dashed towards them, stamping on the ground while doing so. They gave off a truly bizarre pressure, but Li Xin Wu didn't fall back. He tightly gripped the axe that was almost as tall as he was, exerted his strength, and his non-existent eyes gleamed. Grasping my magic pattern, I'm doing the same. Seeing them run was enough for Li Xin Wu to tell that their agility was low for level 3s. but they were definitely a lot higher than him in terms of strength and health. However, shall we? I heard you just say that you're definitely weaker than them just now. Let's take down the leftmost one first, so that we don't get surrounded. Charge! Seriously. Even while complaining, Jin followed his command and rushed towards the leftmost charging golem. Jin sprinted at such a speed that the golem couldn't even react. Li Xin-Wu desperately focused so that he wouldn't be treated like a package again. He instinctually activated his combat sprint and focused all his attention in front. They quickly passed by the surrounding landscape, and in that accelerated time, the golems moved extremely slowly. Then the golem they had chosen as their target soon appeared. I already knew, but he's really fast, plus, he's so precise that it makes me feel goosebumps indeed. Jin's ability was astounding. He applied his agility, which was incomparable to that of the stone golems, and had superb control, getting them close to the golem without ever touching it. Though their communication was still poor, if they took into consideration the fact that Jin hadn't received any special training as a horse, his skill was amazing. Was it because he was communicating with a highly agile Jin? It wasn't enough that his dynamic visual acuity had been enhanced, but he was also starting to hear things at a slower pace as well. It was funny, as the golems sounded like they were bugged, as they kept cutting off. The end came quickly. One breath was divided into 10, and he then divided them into another 10. When he counted 6 of those, he found his timing. He wasn't as surprised at Jin's shocking speed so much as he was able to match and respond to it. Now power slash. The moment Li Xin-Wu passed by the left golem, he narrowly matched the timing, and struck with his axe. As quick and powerful as lightning, while only muttering those words. Though it was the first time he'd wielded the axe, the superlative martial arts technique, bursting thunder, was amazing, and though the strike wasn't sharp, it allowed him to pack the weight of the axe within the strike. Critical hit. The moment his axe struck the golem's flank, the slowed-down passage of time instantaneously returned to normal. An absurd roar spread throughout the plateau. The outcome was truly brutal. The golem wasn't able to bear the force of his attack and crumbled right on the spot. After breaking the golem into pieces, Li Xin-Wu and Jin couldn't be at ease, as they were struck by a rebound force that shook their entire bodies. It was to the point that it was momentarily difficult for them to stand. You have hunted a LV3 stone golem. Oh, Li Xin-Wu hadn't expected this development, and spoke perplexedly. He thought it would've taken at least 2 or 3 hits to beat it, but a one-touch kill. Moreover, he had moved so fast and had taken care of the enemy so quickly that the other golem hadn't figured out his location yet. You're so overpowered. From my point of view, you're the overpowered one. The two heroes looked at each other in amazement. They realized that they made up for what the other lacked, but this was still too ridiculous. Of course, Jin's role in helping Li Xin-Wu take down the stone golem, which was rumored to have an especially high defense, was huge. It was obvious logic that the faster they moved, the more powerful the attack would be. And Jin's speed had changed a normal attack into a killing blow, though it required him to adapt to that speed and be able to control it during the moment before striking to optimally use it. If Jin's part was 60, then 30 of it was the weapon. The melting bone double axe was a suitable intermediate weapon to fundamentally gather all his strength into one point and burst it out all at once. And its level was also higher than the stone golem, being a level 4 weapon. Furthermore, since the weapon had an option that increased his strength by 25, it was the most suitable weapon for destructive power. Besides, it had an option for acid. Even if he didn't finish his enemy off in one hit, The acid poison that comes after would pour out into the area and melt them. The remaining 10 was obviously bursting thunder, which allowed him to use the two elements properly and land a hit on his enemy. Just by learning the skill, the practitioner is able to properly wield a weapon they've never held before, keep their center of gravity whilst gripping the weapon, and deduce the enemy's weaknesses. If he didn't have this skill, regardless of how amazing the individual elements were, he wouldn't have been able to finish off the stone golem in one hit, confirming the destruction of one autonomous puppet. Adjusting the assessment of enemies' strength upwards. Impossible to respond to enemies' speed. Initiating long-range bombardment mode. While Li Xin Wu briefly spaced out due to the much too unexpected result, the golems recognized the severity of the situation and began to move differently. Li Xin Wu felt slightly anxious when he heard about their long-range bombardment mode, but Jin looked confident as ever. Those are slow too. Don't worry. Right, you said you came here before. If that's the case, then he had the time to collect the loot. Li Xin Wu bent his body and collected the loot from the floor. He was really looking forward to the appearance of a pet that collects the loot for you that always appears in games, but it would never happen. You have acquired 3,700 Pirium. You have acquired an autonomous defensive type core. The core is changing. You have acquired an autonomous defensive type bone core. A core. Is this another material for bone reinforcement by any chance? Of course it is. Plus, I don't even need to burn them one by one. So it's better than the slimes. Burn slimes. He had felt slightly anxious when he had stood atop the plateau and seen the golems, but after picking up a core, he thought differently. He didn't have time to waste when his growth was right before him. Firing Hupe. Li Xin Wu counted the number of golems that had revealed themselves in the entire area, and the moment he raised his axe for the second time, Jin, who he had communicated with, kicked off the floor without even needing a signal. Before the golems could even fire their prepared bombardment, Li Xin Wu and Jin had already closed the distance. Then, Li Xin Wu swung his axe with all his strength. Critical hit. Chapter 11 Part 2. Chapter 11. Lightning Tooth 2. The way the golems went about with their bombardment made him think back to the ratman launching its nails. By human standards, they were forcefully discharging the rocks attached to their arms and using the surrounding rocks to replenish their losses. Seems like if you take a wrong step here, it'll be the end for you. Li Xin Wu muttered, as he dodged the raining rock shells and drove his axe into a golem's body. If he had come here by himself, he wouldn't die, but he would've had to put in a lot of effort to clear out all of them. But that end had now become an impossible proposition. Compared to Jin's level, no, even compared to his own level. Whilst riding on Jin's back, the golem's bombardment was incredibly slow. Even if they shot the rocks point blank, they would be able to dodge them quite easily. So it seems like if there's a large difference between agility, then ranged attacks almost become completely ineffectual. Ceasing operation while he was fighting against the golems, he suddenly realized how important agility was. The acid duel was able to intercept his shot without much difficulty because of its agility as well. So long as it doesn't swerve along the way, and one can read the trajectory of the shot, one could avoid it without much difficulty. When he considered that the one dodging the projectile had more of an advantage than the one doing the shooting, if one wanted to kill someone with a long-range attack, then he concluded that they would have to be much faster than their opponent. Fast enough that they can't read the trajectory of the shot, and fast enough that they can't grasp the timing of the shot. If we were to say something like this on our home worlds, we would have been subject to ridicule. Is that something you should be saying? I'm the one dodging all of the shells coming from everywhere. The first condition for surviving in this world was to accept that they had become a member of this world, and their pre-existing common sense was invalid and couldn't be applied to this world. Based on that criteria, the two of them had passed those conditions with flying colors. There aren't any more. Had they crushed all of the golems once, had taken care of the golems that had first responded to him, and looked up, there weren't any more rocks in the entire area. Once broken, they were neither golems nor boulders anymore, and it seemed only natural that only the considerably large boulders were golems. What should we do now? Should we go across from there? The region that these guys are in charge of seems to be strictly divided. If Li Xin-Wu walked for around a minute, he could reach an area with normal rock formations. But if he stepped 1 foot in, those rocks would immediately emerge as golems. Even now, that area wasn't very far off. It certainly felt strange, the golems seemingly being measured and divided, as only the golems of a fixed area had responded to them. It felt like someone had decided that you guys are in charge from here up to here. For starters, are these guys really formed naturally? That's what we have to figure out now. Even with the shells flying towards him unceasingly, he could still fight, but the same couldn't be said about the loot he had to leave them behind. He led Jin around the whole area, and collected the sprawled cause and Pirium off the floor. You have acquired 3,200 Pirium. You have acquired a autonomous defensive type bone core. Though they're level 3, they don't leave much Pirium behind unless they're elites. Where do you even use that? Well, I completely understand where you're coming from since you've never gone to the secret shop before. Had acquired 3,000 Pirium from the golem, but it was only a third of what had gotten from the similarly leveled elite Great Slime. Of course, it was difficult to find even one Great Slime, but the stone golems were comparatively easy to find, as they were spread across the plateau area, so they made up for their quality with quantity. After had raked in all of the Pirium from the entire area, he checked how much total Pirium had collected. Total Pirium 445,870. Was this what it feels like to be amazed at how much has changed in such a short period of time? It felt like just a few days ago he had unhesitatingly told Plain his story in exchange for a 20,000 Pirium discount, but now, he had already amassed 445,870 Pirium. Of course, there were a few special circumstances that helped in that. Xin-Wu, there's something over here. LV2 stone gloves. It looked like it was armor. The gloves looked like they were made of stupidly tough rock, and he wondered whether this would actually be effective in fending off his opponent's attacks, but on the contrary, he had his suspicions that these would actually cause more harm to his hands. At the very least, Li Xin-Wu didn't really want to equip them. You have acquired LV2 stone gloves. Through bone reinforcement, the item is changing. Your compatibility with the item is high, causing a special change. However, the moment Li Xin-Wu touched the gloves, something strange happened. It was a message he had never seen before, and what's worse, it was a message he hadn't even seen when his melting bone double axe had risen in level. You have acquired LV3 fossil gloves 5. But when he saw the outcome of that change, his non-existent eyes naturally narrowed. Rocks and bone had come together, and had become a fossil. He wanted to tackle the bone reinforcement ability itself. But fossils aren't technically bones. Why do you need scientific knowledge all of a sudden? It's fine. It's good for me anyway. Even if teeth or nails were regarded as bones, he just decided to let it go. Li Xin-Wu decided not to nitpick on each and every aspect of his ability. In any case, not only had his item leveled up, it had also been reinforced to 5, so he was satisfied. Though he still didn't have any intention of equipping them. Good, then there's only one other option. You're doing it again. Li Xin-Wu didn't answer Jin's question, and quietly raised the fossil gloves 5. In his other hand, he held not his axe, but his sword, the Bone of Thunder lasting 8. It wasn't an item he would equip, so he didn't consider it to be a stupid gamble. While trying his very best to ignore the other option of using the equipment to reinforce his own bone, something happened the moment Li Xin-Wu was about to use his bone reinforcement. One of the bone cores he still hadn't stored into his inventory seemed to shine brightly, and a message appeared in front of him. If you consume a bone core and then attempt reinforcement, the success rate increases. If you use the bone core as a material for an equipment's reinforcement, it will increase even further. It is possible to use several at once in the reinforcement. When he thought about it, he remembered reading that normally monsters' cores are used to produce weapons or manufacture medicine. However, it turned out that the core itself had the power to reinforce equipment. Perhaps the equipment reinforcement permit also functioned by using the power of a core. Just a little while ago, he felt like he had wanted to try it out, but now that he'd read that message, he trusted that the success rate would increase significantly by using the cause, though he had no basis for that. Li Xin-Wu put aside the fossil gloves for now, grabbed a bone core in one hand, and used bone reinforcement. Bone reinforcement has succeeded. Bone of Thunder lasting 9. LV3. Durability 1,201,120. Attack power 300-400. Options: Strength 21, Agility 21, Power of Bursting Thunder still 19. It had really succeeded with just one try. Li Xin-Wu was moved and embraced his weapon. However, Jin spoke calmly by his side. Xin-Wu on the ground. It was at that time that Li Xin-Wu finally realized that every single one of the bone cores had gathered in one place had disappeared. There were a few inside his inventory that were still safe, but the rest disappeared. There were more than 10 of them there, and the moment he used his reinforcement, they had resonated without his consent. He gained new knowledge again. If he used bone cores to reinforce his equipment, the cores would resonate as they pleased. It had increased. Fortunately, the price came cheap. It was such a relief that he hadn't attempted to reinforce his equipment while he had 100 bone cores laid out. Especially since, if he hadn't gathered the bone cores and attempted the reinforcement, he didn't know how long he'd be stuck without being able to succeed. So this was fine. It was fine. Xin-Wu, are you crying? I'm not crying. He replied bitterly, removed the final remaining level 3 equipment reinforcement permit from his inventory, and raised it. Even if he inspected his Bone of Thunder lasting one more time, it was still at 9. He grit his teeth and used the reinforcement permit. Then, radiant light spewed out of the weapon, and a tremendous amount of mana surged. This dense mana seemed to be able to change the very material of the weapon, and heated up the air. The LV3 Bone of Thunder lasting has evolved into the LV4 Lightning Tooth. Lightning Tooth. LV4. Durability 1,501,500. Attack power 450-480. Element Lightning LV4. Options: Strength 25, Agility 25, Power of Bursting Thunder 20. This is seeing his completely transformed weapon, Li Xin Wu interjected. It was a completely different weapon from the level 4 weapon, Thunder Lasting, that had acquired from the zombie-turned-hero. By coming into his possession, it had deteriorated into bone in the past, but at least the current lightning tooth didn't seem inferior to the Thunder Lasting. There was no mistake that it was actually much stronger than Thunder Lasting. That's because two tremendous powers had collided, ultimately harmonizing, and the outcome was its evolution. Wow, even if you compare it to the axe, the energy coming off that thing's no joke. You have considerable talent in Marner as well, huh? You're right. They're both level 4, but this weapon's exceptional and is incomparable to the axe. It's not an exaggeration to say that this bone contains God's power. At any rate, it's a bone. The blade consisted of a bone gleaming in blue light, and was longer and sharper than before. The fact that there was a slight power of lightning within had surfaced, and began to spark. He was excited thinking about what would happen if he held this weapon, and used an intermediate level of bursting thunder. Thus Li Xin Wu was spurred on to train his bursting thunder even more diligently than before. Acid and lightning. Flames then. This makes me want to use the other elements a bit. If he only had one element out of 3, that would be plenty to represent him as a hero, yet he was still greedy for more even though he had 3. He still hadn't realized at this point that he possessed abilities that would more than shock his senior heroes. However, when Li Xin Wu was fascinated with the power of his weapon, the once silent plateau area suddenly vibrated. What's worse, the vibrations gradually became worse. Did the golems wake up? If that's not it, was it a natural earthquake? Both of those were wrong. The golems were still quietly staying in their places, and it obviously wasn't an earthquake. Then, what was it? Ooh. As I thought. Li Xin Wu heard the faint cry from afar, nodded his head, and spoke, as if he had expertly anticipated it. Around now, it started to feel like a traditional event. He quickly put the fossil gloves and his sword into his inventory, and cleanly used up the 2 remaining bone claws to reinforce his bones. His health increased by 1. So now he only needed 1 more stat point before he leveled up. What the hell is this? It's like there's a huge monster on the move, but I can't tell if it's actually coming. Calm down, Jin. Since I already know what it is. You can't even see it yet, so how do you know? I just know. Around the time Li Xin Wu calmly answered Jin, who was even more flustered than when he had fought the acid ghoul, the enemy revealed itself beyond the horizon. It was rushing towards them, yet the golems didn't stand up and attack it. It seems like it wasn't considered a trespasser. What kind of monster could it be? Don't we need to run away? There's no way to completely get away from it once it's picked its target. Though its level may be different, I have experience fighting them, so wait for now. Of course, he didn't really have any memories of fighting it from the front. This time, too, he didn't plan on fighting it face to face. There were a multitude of ways to kill an enemy besides slicing off their head. Around that time, Jin was able to confirm the identity of their enemy with his own 2 eyes, and spoke in vivid horror. LV5, can we win? Even if we can't, we have to fight. That's what the Empire's all about. That's Li Xin Wu comforted the confused Jin and checked his opponent. It had less than a couple 100 meters to go, and the appearance of a monster filled his eyes, one which he was familiar with to the point that it felt slightly tedious. LV5 Treasure Eater. Steve, who he hadn't seen in a long time, was here. Chapter 11 Part 3. Chapter 11. Lightning Tooth 3. The level 5 treasure eater roamed the underground in search for higher-leveled treasures. However, by leveling up, the treasure eater's eyesight had drastically improved, and there weren't many items that it recognized as treasures. Thunderlasting, which had dropped to level 3, had returned to level 4 and had actually become more powerful, transforming into the lightning tooth, thereby becoming enticing enough prey to draw the treasure eater. LV5 treasure eater. In the end, it wasn't a level 4 treasure eater that had arrived, but a level 5 one. He knew there'd be a day that he'd meet one again, but he didn't think he'd have to fight against one that was 2 levels higher than him. Despite feeling slightly concerned, Li Xin-Wu greeted the treasure eater with unmistakable excitement and joy. "Hey, Steve, you." The treasure eater uses Shriek of the Dead. Those exposed to this shriek momentarily fall into a frenzied and fearful state. Invisible Heart nullifies the effects of Shriek of the Dead. However, the treasure eater responded to his lively greeting with Shriek of the Dead. What shitty manners, he thought, while Jin spoke from beside him whilst persistently gritting his teeth. You learned that yelling skill from the same species as that weird bug, right? Yep. How are you holding up? Somehow Li Xin-Wu naturally wasn't affected by the scream, and Jin wasn't either. It wasn't because they were undead, or because Jin was a horse, but because of his horseback riding skill. It was because they were connected, albeit superficially. In other words, the status ailment that Jin Shiv received was shared with Li Xin-Wu, and in the process, Invisible Heart had completely taken care of it. Ooh. Since its shriek was ineffective, the treasure eater seemed pissed and charged. The golems that were spread across the highlands rolled to either side, making a path for the treasure eater so that they wouldn't get in the way. It was as if they were saying, "It's not our problem. Take care of it amongst yourselves, whether you have to fight or kill each other." Jin spoke slightly urgently towards Li Xin-Wu, who was nodding, feeling as though the golem's IQ was higher than he had thought. "How the hell are you going to fight against that idiot?" "I'll think about it after getting some more info." The level 2 treasure eater didn't have any special abilities aside from Shriek of the Dead or Roar of Healing. However, the level 3 treasure eater possessed an outrageous ability, the Flames of Resentment. Instead of the Roar of Healing, it might have had it, but at the very least, he didn't see it use it against him. So he didn't have any ways of knowing right now of what abilities, besides Shriek of the Dead, the level 5 treasure eater possessed. It may have all of those abilities, or it may have something even more outrageous. Since this treasure eater was his first encounter with a level 5 monster, and it was also an elite, he couldn't know for sure. "Could you maintain this distance for me? Can you do it?" "Yeah, that's not our problem." Treasure eaters tended to have high magic and health. In other words, compared to its size, its speed and strength aren't very impressive. Of course, it was level 5, so its stats should be amplified accordingly, but to Jin, who had overwhelming speed even at level 4, there was no way it would be able to catch them. Even while Li Xin-Wu rode on his back, that fact didn't really change. Jin strode across the rugged highlands as if it were flatlands and leisurely widened the distance between them and the treasure eater. "You." Yes. Over here. Catapult. Cuva arc. For starters, he needed to figure out whether his catapult would be effective against it or not. Li Xin-Wu moved as quickly as possible and shot his index finger, but the treasure eater instantly emitted a horrific shriek, and the flying shot exploded in midair. He had expected it to evade it or block it, but he didn't think a method like that would exist. Seeing that, Jin spoke in disgust even whilst running. "Don't learn that skill. If you don't want to burst my eardrums. You don't have any eardrums to burst. Never mind, sorry. My bad. Please don't drop me. Li Xin-Wu desperately regained his balance atop the excessively shaking Jin and pointed both hands at the treasure eater this time. Of course, this attempt didn't come from a complacent idea like one didn't work, so let's fire several simultaneously, and hopefully one will eventually hit the mark. Firing. All 10 of his fingers, from his thumbs to his little fingers, were coated in flames and fired. However, they lost their power mid-flight, as if he had shot them improperly, and fell to the ground. Steve trampled those bones as if it were mocking him, and attempted to keep charging but self-destruct. Q-Wook! Critical hit! At that instant, Li Xin-Wu yelled vigorously, and all of the 10 bone pieces exploded, hitting its abdominal area hard, causing it to roll onto the floor while spurting blood. Though he was on the cusp of becoming level 4, a level 5 elite monster had been successfully struck by a level 3 hero's blow. Who it were to should've told me ahead of time. Li Xin-Wu, who had already fought treasure eaters a few times before, knew that the skin covering its head and its back were tough, and knew that only its stomach area was weak. He had shot his first catapult in order to ascertain its abilities. He acted as though he didn't have a suitable way to deal with it, lulled it into a false sense of security, and then sprung the trap at the most opportune time. Went these the basics for a duelist, though he wasn't a duelist. Then it's time. Jin, run. Run, you said we couldn't run back then. Temporarily we need to run in order to get the last piece in place. Jin, who was surprised that Li Xin-Wu suddenly told him to run when it finally seemed like they'd have a shot at beating it, asked back, but Li Xin-Wu didn't explain at length. Though they had an opening where they could get a huge hit in, a difference of 2 levels was huge. A similar attack likely wouldn't be effective twice, and if that's the case, they would lose if they kept going at it like this, as the treasure eater was unfathomably tough. What could they do then? The answer was the cheat skill he needed to activate his Avenger skill. Him attacking the treasure eater was to satisfy the activation conditions of his skill. Whether he inflicted damage on it, or he took damage, they both count as being in battle. I got it. He knew that Li Xin-Wu's decision-making in combat situations was much more accurate than his own. So Jin turned his body around and dashed away. Jin was running at his max speed, and Li Xin-Wu barely endured so that he wouldn't fall off. As a result, they arrived within the flatlands had remembered seeing before in less than 2 minutes. The message Li Xin-Wu had been waiting for also appeared at an opportune time. You have acquired a target for the beginner Avenger skill. When you meet the target again, all abilities increase by 36. Nice, now I should be overflowing with strength. The Avenger skill was key in allowing him to fight enemies that were a higher level than him. He felt anxious because the target this time around was a monster 2 levels higher, but he had Jin right now. If he supported him with his high agility, he may even be able to defeat the treasure eater more easily than the king slime. However, at that moment, Jin spoke thoughtlessly. Is that also a skill it normally has? What the hell? Upon hearing him speak, Li Xin-Wu turned his head and his non-existent eyes widened. From afar, the treasure eater was chasing after them with frightening vigor, and dozens of blackish whips poured out of its body and were violently flying towards them. No, they weren't whips. It was blood. It was controlling whips that originated from its blood. Hold on tight. Ugh. The whips were ridiculously fast compared to its main body. Immediately after seeing them move, Jin began to quickly gallop away, but they would soon reach them any minute now. You have found the target of your revenge. When you fight it, all abilities increase by 36. Flames of Revenge receive an additional 36 increase. Nice, take this. Li Xin Wu clicked his tongue and shot out his flames of revenge, which were amplified by his Avenger skill. Though the whips, originating from its blood, met with the flames, they didn't evaporate easily. Especially because several more whips were crazily flying towards them. Jin, run for now. Damn it. If it weren't for those weird tentacles, we could've completely slipped away. Yu Wu was it considerably angry that it had been harmed by Li Xin Wu, who was a lower level than it, the treasure eater, which had recovered from the pain and stood upright, divided the blood spilling from its stomach into dozens of whips and controlled them, simultaneously moving its main body and charging. Li Xin Wu grit his teeth. There were way too many of them to take down one by one with his flames, yet using acid poison would consume too much mana, and its characteristic of fundamentally focusing all of the poison at one point wouldn't be suitable at this very moment. Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu couldn't perceive the pattern of its attacks, and one of the whips latched onto Li Xin Wu's arm the moment he panicked, stubbornly coiling and tightening around it. He was then afflicted with a horrific pain. It was as if the whip contained the level 5 treasure eater's physical strength, and just from its exterior seemed to possess an unimaginable toughness. The whips were overwhelmingly faster than its main body, and it had fully transferred its physical strength into them. This was the first time Head experienced such a cheap ability. TCH catapult. Li Xin Wu had a hunch that even if he tried to resist, he would just end up getting dragged by the whip, so instead he gave in and shot off his grabbed arm. For just a moment, it felt like the tremendous pain would dragged his consciousness under, but Li Xin Wu resisted with only his tenacious spirit. Qeak. Even Steve, who possessed that bizarre ability, hadn't expected that Li Xin Wu would get out like this. His launched arm, as well as the whip, flew dizzily through the air, and the whips flying towards them ended up becoming tangled in one spot. Li Xin Wu didn't miss that golden opportunity. He treated those whips as traveling companions and unhesitatingly blew up his bone arm as if it were proving that it had blown off the acid ghoul's head entirely on the spot. It exploded magnificently. It completely burned down the blood whips in the entire area. Kaya Ark. Does it hurt? It really hurts for me too anyway. You're always using such crazy attacks. The moment the whips were swallowed up by the explosion and dissipated, the treasure eater also seemed to take quite a bit of damage, as it momentarily paused in its pursuit and agonizingly yelled. It was a great advantage to learn that damage to its blood whips would cause its main body harm. Are you all right? It'll be fine if I apply the bone powder. Just keep an eye out for those whips and move carefully. Jin was astonished at Li Xin Wu sacrificing his arm without any hesitation, but Li Xin Wu didn't think much of it, and used the bone powder from within his inventory, activating bone reinforcement around his shoulder area. Though he used a sizable lump of bone powder, he was able to regenerate without even using a drop of mana. You're really Jin, it's moving again. Ugh. It wasn't possible for it to attack with its main body anymore. The treasure eater simultaneously stretched out dozens of new whips and left half of them close to its body, while the other half shoot out and attacked them. Even so, it was a relief that Head spread his flames of revenge on its main body when Head burst its stomach. I've lost my arm once already, yet it's only spilled blood once. Moreover, the number of whips popping out are almost endless. So this is a level 5 elite monster. If he could, He would've ran until the flames of revenge claimed its life, but no matter how calmly he thought about it, he couldn't afford to keep running away from it until then. Then Li Xin-Wu thought he had no other choice in the end. He gritted his teeth and raised his head. It was time to battle it face to face. Chapter 12 Part 1 Chapter 12 Joker Apprentice 1 Li Xin-Wu's spirit changed, and Jin, who he was communicating with, was the first to react to it. "You're going to face it head on. You've been attacking using catapult all this time. Can't you just keep doing that? No matter how much stronger I've gotten from the Avenger skill, there's no guarantee it'll be able to penetrate its skin. It's even more impossible due to the blood whips that ensued from the direct hit to the stomach. The blood whips were quick, powerful, and contained deep magic within, so they were even strong against magic attacks, but against self-destruct, which was both powerful and explosive, they seemed to have futilely disappeared, so he could determine that they had low durability. If there was one thing he trusted in, it was this: that he could take it down right now, while his abilities were strengthened by the Avenger skill. There's no other way. I'll make sure you can get away before you die, so go. Li Xin-Wu firmly resolved himself, pulled out his sword, and gripped it. A sword would be more suitable to deal with those whips that nimbly flew towards them than a heavy axe. He wasn't yet confident in his martial arts proficiency, but he had no choice right now. Everything doesn't work out if I'm the only one who survives, though, or whatever. In the end, Jin gave up and instantly changed directions, dashing towards the treasure eater. As if it were awaiting them, it sharpened its blood whips akin to skewers, and the whips flew everywhere. Compared to last time, they were much weaker, but in exchange, there were at least twice the amount pressuring him from all sides. With Jin's astonishingly quick reactions, they were able to avoid around half of them, but Li Xin-Wu had to deal with the rest. If I fail, I just have to get Jin to run away and die alone. From there, through Invisible Heart, I'll become level 4 and can then kill it. However, if it's at all possible, I'd rather not die. Li Xin-Wu glared and gritted his teeth. Then, he activated Combat Sprint and drew at his connection with Jin. He desperately needed Jin's speed right now. If he could apply even just a little bit of that speed, no matter how superb Combat Sprint is or how much he communes with the highly agile Jin, it was impossible for him to ascertain the trajectory of each and every one of the attacks a level 5 elite monster launched. Because of that, Li Xin-Wu decided to think in reverse. He didn't track the attack's starting point, nor its trajectory. Instead, he grasped its final destination and would block it from there. First, I'll take care of the ones closest to me in order now. His decision was truly outstanding. His senses, which he sharpened as much he could, caught the whip flying towards his head at the same time. He instinctually thrust his sword, successfully cutting through the middle of the whip. The severed whip returned to being a normal stream of blood, and futilely moistened the ground. Kyark! The treasure eater yelled, but that was just the beginning. Immediately after severing one whip, his sword turned directions as if it were alive, and cut through another whip, and faster, even faster than before. I can do it, I can now. He perfectly detected everything within the narrow radius, with him at its center, and struck down anything that trespassed within. Li Xin-Wu wasn't well aware of it yet, but this was often called the defense zone by the Empire's knights. It was a skill that could only be developed by balancing one's physical senses and mana senses. It wasn't a standard skill, but it was certainly something a defender must learn. The level of a knight will differ based on the width of this defense zone, so it wasn't necessary to say just how important it was. The low-rank combat sprint skill has become LV9. Agility has increased by 3. The low-rank bursting thunder skill has become LV8. Strength and magic increase by 1. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV5. Agility has increased by 3. The low-rank Marner bone skill has become LV7. Magic has increased by 5. It is possible to level up to level 4. Would you like to receive the karma that has been prepared for you alone? It is also possible to very briefly put it off. While in the middle of that his skills rose, and he acquired stats, allowing for the level up he had so ardently wished for. However, it was truly ironic that he didn't read the messages as he was so focused on cutting down the whips and advancing closer to the treasure eater. You have deferred receiving the karma you must receive in favor of your immediate revenge. That is a true Avenger's instinct. The beginner Avenger skill has become LV10, evolving into the low rank level. All stats have increased by 2. When you fight against the target of your revenge, all abilities increase by 40, and when you succeed in your vengeance, your stats increase. Good, my detection range is gradually widening. His Avenger skill grew, and the increased abilities sharpened his senses and quickened his attacks. He didn't let go of this momentum, drew all his strength, and moved his body. Arc. The blood whips, which seemed like they would immediately pierce through his head, were cut apart like straws, spreading blood everywhere. His physical senses, his Marner senses, as well as Jin's connection harmonized together, causing him to fall into a trance. Even Jin, who had a connection with him, had fallen into a trance as well. How long had he been instinctually swinging his sword around and running around with Jin? There were no longer any whips that stretched out from the treasure eater. By the time he noticed, he had already arrived right in front of the treasure eater. He had successfully severed all those whips, though there were holes pierced through his armor in various areas. He had survived. Now, let's start the second round. However, the moment Li Xin-Wu was going to make a bold declaration, Steve roared and spat out a clot of blood, one so large that it looked like it could trap both Li Xin-Wu and Jin. It had seen how easily Li Xin-Wu had taken care of the whips and purposefully acted as if it were panicking, drawing him into a close distance. Ugh! Cute at that timing, many things happened. Firstly, Li Xin-Wu aimed at the treasure eater's gaping maw, due to it spitting out a blood clot, and launched his arm inside. The low-rank catapult skill has become LV5. Agility has increased by 2. The moment he launched his arm, the force pushed both Jin and Li Xin-Wu back. Jin actively utilized the ensuing recoil force and moved his body backwards. It was a perfect evasive maneuver. However, it seemed as though the treasure eater had expected them to run away, as the spat-out blood clot followed them with an absurdly quick speed. It swelled brutally, as if it were part of the main body. He needed to use all the methods available to him now. He gritted his teeth, stretched his remaining arm forward, and activated his acid poison spray skill. Like the acid ghoul had, he focused his Marner and spewed the acid poison in a straight line. It was his sole skill that had reached the intermediate level, and befitting of a high-rank skill, the acid poison spewed out like a laser. It struck the blood clot, emitted a hair-raising noise, and melted the blood clot away. Self-destruct. From there, he self-destructed. The catapulted arm burrowed at the roof of Steve's mouth. He was able to properly damage the gaping treasure eater, following its discharge of the clot of blood. Critical hit. The low-rank self-destruct skill has become LV4. Strength and magic have increased by 1. The force of the explosion increases. Though their reactions were perfect, their situation wasn't. After acquiring the Marner Bone skill, he had never been lacking in Marner, but because he had repeatedly used his skills and also used the acid poison spray, which consumed a large quantity of Marner, as well as a large-scale self-destruct, he was out of Marner. With this, is it over? No, Jin muttered, and Li Xin Wu briefly denied him. Immediately after, beyond the poison mist formed by the acid poison spray, dozens of very slender blood whips rushed towards them, a remarkably faster speed than before. Jin briefly faltered in fear at its increased brutality, and realizing this, Li Xin Wu quickly disembarked from his back. Get back! You only have 2 lives. No wait, you can't win if you're not with me. That's because they were connected. He knew it as well. The reason Li Xin Wu was able to react to its whips was because of Jin. Hey, they're coming. Eek! Li Xin Wu attempted to urgently push him away, but before he could do so, Jin bit his arm and skillfully pulled him onto his back. Immediately after, the blood whips flew towards them. Li Xin Wu realized that there was no time for an argument between the two, and he hastily swung his sword. They're coming again. I can take care of the front, so you go left. Their timing was a bit off, so his left shoulder was shattered, but he severed the whip before any further damage could occur. Of course, he didn't have any time to relax. He had to swing his sword even faster to cover both him and Jin. Qa-woo-woo. The connection between the two broke, and they felt their loosened senses fiercely tighten around them again, afflicting them with terrible migraines, but it was nothing compared to the pain of losing an arm. He had to swing his sword more quickly and more precisely in order to better cover Jin, who had trusted in him and was risking his life for him. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV6. Agility has increased by 2. Your connection with your riding companion increases. The moment their wills were in agreement, a connection stronger than before was formed, matching their senses. Li Xin Wu's reflexes had surpassed his limits. Even fast 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 11, 15, 21. His armor was pierced faster than before, but Li Xin Wu's sword strikes were gradually catching up to the whip's speed. He was completely out of Marner, but because he was, his Marner senses became even clearer. He had become extremely sensitive to the surrounding Marner, and before the treasure eater's whips moved, he perceived the movement of the Marner within the whips and was able to move his sword beforehand. The low-rank combat sprint skill has become LV10 and is evolving. You have acquired a horse that will run for you and have given up on you yourself running fast. Instead, you have only trained the techniques which expand your own senses and have exceptionally evolved them. You have acquired the passive skill, Intermediate Combat Sense LV1. Within a limited time and space, you can effectively move and face your enemy. He had no way of knowing how the skill had changed right at this very moment, but he did realize that he had passed over a wall and advanced to the next level. Even if his agility, strength, health, or magic were lacking, it was fine. Perceiving stimuli, moving beforehand, and blocking completed the defense zone. QAI arc. The treasure eater emitted a final roar, but nothing happened. So long as its technique of controlling blood was a skill, it used Marner. Because it had excessively utilized its skill, its Marner was empty. The blood whips began to lose their strength and fell to the ground, and the treasure eater's wound-filled body was revealed. Its injury from the last self-destruct was especially large. It had lost half of its head, from the bottom up. Its skin had peeled, and the ominous rotten flesh underneath was exposed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a skeleton, His remaining arm, which he had swung much too fast, probably would've gone numb, and it would've been difficult to swing. However, he was fine now. He was confident that he could swing his sword for 12 more hours. Though he didn't really want to feel thankful for many reasons, he still felt thankful that he was a skeleton right now. He exerted more strength into the hand gripping his sword. His will was relayed to Jin, and Jin stepped forward. The treasure eater, which had lost all of its methods of attacking, mustered its remaining strength and charged, but there was no way Jin wouldn't be able to dodge it when he had even dodged its whips. The two were strongly connected, and the instant they dodged and passed by it, Li Xin Wu forcefully cut through its injured area and inflicted an even larger injury. You were after another's treasure, so you're ready to give up your own, right? Steve, who hadn't taken a single step back thus far, emitted a weak sound in front of Li Xin Wu. If he were to interpret what it just said, it would roughly come out to, "Did you want to call it a draw or something like that?" Of course, Li Xin Wu acted like he hadn't even heard it. Then, Steve. Li Xin Wu, confirming that Steve didn't even have a drop of mana left, naturally switched out his weapon and raised it. The double-handed axe within his hand glowed an ominous dark green. "Shall we see where you're hiding your treasure?" 5 minutes later, Li Xin Wu was covered in rotten flesh, bone powder, and blood, and was greeted with a message he had been looking forward to. "You have hunted a LV5 treasure eater. You have acquired 225,000 Pyrium. You have acquired a LV5 treasure eater's tailbone. You have acquired a LV5 Drake Horn Lance. Though it's possible to change it through bone reinforcement is still lacking, so the change is cancelled." Chapter 12 Part 2. Chapter 12. Joker Apprentice 2. Levels were an absolute standard by which organic and inorganic beings were divided. It was also the standard which discriminated between the superior and the inferior. Because of that, those who surmount those standards are given an unconventional reward for their efforts. That was karma, the very basis of this world that was more absolute than even levels. You succeeded in meting out your revenge against a stronger foe. All stats have increased by 2. The low-rank Avenger skill has become LV2. The skill duration time increases. Overcoming the difference of even just one level was extremely difficult. Even if one possessed the Avenger skill, it was a karma that could only be achieved by staking one's life on it. If that's the case, what about a 2-level difference? Others would call it brash. They would never attempt it, unless they had several lives. Even if they did have several lives, fighting with a 2-level difference was like trying to break a rock with an egg, so there wouldn't be many who would attempt it and risk their precious lives. You have defeated a foe 2 levels higher than you. It is an achievement that has never been seen before in history. All stats have increased by 5. You have acquired the title He Who Conquers the Impossible. Whenever you attempt to challenge the impossible and succeed, you become stronger. However, what if that egg were extremely tough, and instead of egg yolk and egg white within, it was filled with explosives? What about if that rock was hammered away and cracked? He would achieve each and every one of those conditions, and create a stairway in order to reach that karma step by step. Those rules were everything, and it was truly akin to the way one would think in a game. It wasn't ridiculously difficult or impossible for him to break through the wall known as levels if he properly utilized the karma that he had gathered, as well as the skills he had learned. Especially since he possessed the ever-changing persona, the Joker's karma. You, who have communed with a higher-leveled riding companion, and defeated your foe, Show a glimpse of the qualities of the one foretold in legend as the Dragon Knight. You have acquired the Dragon Knight's Karma token. All stats have increased by 5. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV7. Agility has increased by 5. There are seriously a lot of messages. Li Xin Wu always thought that these lines weren't enough for him to enjoy the lingering feeling of victory. It felt like he was reading a biography of what happened just a little while ago. But there was also nothing better than these messages to verify his achievements. When he thought about it, perhaps God, or the world, was whispering to him. It was like they were saying, "You have achieved such and such feat, and that was truly amazing. And that achievement makes you this much stronger. WWE really didn't die and won. If it wasn't for you, I really would've died at least once." Yi Jin must have been reading his messages just like Li Xin Wu and muttered, embarrassed. Li Xin Wu replied carefreely, but Jin belatedly recalled the situation before and raised his voice. It seemed he was also upset as he stamped on the ground a few times. "I can't believe you. A person could be momentarily scared in a fight, and yet you see that and say you'll fight alone. Well, I thought you might really die at that rate. I have a lot of extra lives, but you only have 2. Still, how can I help you if I always just back off when it gets dangerous? That doesn't seem like a proper contract." He was right. Li Xin Wu didn't accept Jin because he needed a car. He believed that he would become stronger through Jin's help, so he decided to work together with him. Honestly, in the recent battle, the both of them hadn't died and were able to kill Steve because of their deeply developed bond. But if you actually die, you'll probably be really pissed. You don't need to worry about that. This is the path I've chosen, so I'm plenty prepared for it. So in the future, whether I'm scared or I freeze, just move me as you please and charge forward. Got it? When he heard Jin's unwavering voice, he sounded like a general. However, in actuality, the meaning behind his message was something like, at the very least, Li Xin Wu could use him as a horse while in battle. It seems like Jin was humiliated from being temporarily frightened from the enemy. If that's what you want, then that's what I'll do. I won't be considerate of you in the future and tell you to back off. Good. Just think about winning against the enemy. Because if you don't, I won't be able to get stronger either. Is he beginning to understand karma, the system that rules this world? Hearing Jin comment on the important parts of karma, Li Xin Wu naturally nodded his head. But that state of mind would certainly be dangerous for Jin, so he decided that from now on, he would figure out a way for Jin to more actively absorb more of the curse's magic. Should he go check at the secret shop? But before that, he'd need to deal with the level up. Wait, the level up? Huh. Li Xin Wu tilted his head and checked his status. He realized that he had already acquired the qualifications to level up to level 4. When he thought about it, a few of his skills leveled up during the battle, and his combat sprint was even reborn as combat sense, an intermediate level skill, so there was no way his stats hadn't risen over 800. But I ignored it all because I was concentrating on the battle. Was there an easier way to win by any chance? No, there wasn't. If I had acted like I was going to level up, I probably would've been hit and pointlessly die. The level up transformation wasn't as simple as it seemed in Manger, where leveling up was as easy as changing clothes for the hero. In terms of the skeleton, Li Xin Wu, all of his 200 bones would be fundamentally changed, and he would be reborn with a new constitution filled with new mana as well. But to do that while fighting an enemy he'd probably incur considerable damage, or his level up may go wrong. It would be one of the two. Jin, stay back for now. Stay back? Why? Hun, you should be fine. But it's just if he were to say that he absorbed all the bones in his surrounding in the process of leveling up, Jin would probably say he's crazy. Li Xin-Wu thought Jin would figure it out if he saw it himself, shrugged his shoulders, and inspected the loot the level 5 treasure eater had left behind. Though he had caught a glimpse of the message before, he couldn't believe what it said, and the treasure that needed a second inspection was right there. Drake Horn Lance. LV5. Durability to 2,202,220. Attack power 1,200. Options: Strength 30, Health 30, Magic 10, Effectiveness of charge-related skills 40. Li Xin-Wu interjected as he saw the truly large and lengthy conically shaped lance that lay before him. The level 4 melting bone double axe's power was likewise tremendous, but it seemed like a gentle breeze when compared to this lance. Wow, that looks way too cool. I told you, it's dangerous if you get too close. Though he said it was dangerous, he could understand why Jin careless approached. The charm of this weapon was dimensions apart from the other weapons he'd acquired thus far. Did a one-level difference cause this much of a difference? No way. This weapon was special. An item that was worth the treasure eater lugging around in its body. It might even match up to Lightning Tooth, which was imbued with God's power. But if there was a problem to speak of, it was that the weapon's usage was much too limited. The lance was much too large and lengthy for him to lift and swing around. It approached 4 meters in length, and its thickness was considerable as well. It would ordinarily be impossible to wield unless one was a 3-meter-tall golem. Not to mention, one of the weapon's options was to increase the effectiveness of charge-related skills. In other words, it was utilized by forcefully charging at the enemy and landing a single strike on one's target. It was a siege weapon dedicated to this single strike. This should be important in the future, since you're here too, Jin. If you wielded this weapon, I don't feel like I'd feel very frustrated, even if you rode on my back. Li Xin-Wu imagined himself riding atop Jin and charging at a castle wall, lance in hand, and just laughed. If he excluded the fact that the knight was a skeleton, the horse was a skeleton, and even the weapons and armor were bones, it was something that came straight from a fairy tale. I hope you endure within my inventory until that time comes. Li Xin-Wu carefully opened his inventory and placed the lance inside. Of course, he likewise placed his axe, sword, helmet, armor, and lower body armor inside. Seeing Li Xin-Wu suddenly giving him a nude body show, Jin was appalled. Why the hell are you suddenly stripping? Whether I wear them or not, I'm just bones, so who cares? Ugh, this is why being with a guy is, you know, you're drooling, right? He placed all his equipment into his inventory and took out the weapon trickster's arm bone. Though he had failed in the past, he thought it might be possible the moment he leveled up. Well, trying wouldn't hurt. Then, should I start with Steve's tailbone, Jin? It might be really dangerous, so stay back. Alright. Let's see how rowdy it gets. He realized that suppressing the evolution to level 4 was actually extremely difficult. It was only natural, since it was normal that he accept the karma once he was qualified. He made sure he was a safe distance away from Jin, and then nodded his head and loosened his hold on the Marner he had been suppressing. At that moment, a ridiculously powerful Marna burst out, and he floated into the air. Seeing that, Jin yelled in astonishment. It really is rowdy. For starters, Li Xin Wu used the calmer tokens he had collected thus far, or more precisely, he absorbed them. Before he gathered the 10 tokens, they couldn't become a whole calmer, but the Joker's calmer, which loved its owners, countless personas, accepted them all. Though he couldn't have another whole calmer, Li Xin Wu would be able to endlessly mimic those calmers almost perfectly. You have accepted level 4's calmer. The Joker's calmer absorbs a portion of the countless calmers you have collected, and an unknown potential is added. All stats have increased by 10. The acting skill has become LV7. Of course, this was only the beginning. Following the absorption of the calmer tokens, bone reinforcement absorbed the bone of the recently hunted treasure eater. Absorbing the LV5 treasure eater's tail bone through bone reinforcement. Health has increased by 9 and magic by 18. Absorbing the target's intact memories and experiences. Resonating with all the memories and experiences, as well as the standardized skills you have acquired accordingly. The Joker's calmer has tied all the chaos into one. The low-rank catapult skill, the low-rank harden skill, and the low-rank self-destruct skill have been absorbed. You have acquired the active skill, Rule of Bone LV3. All stats have increased by 5. The Rule of Bone and low-rank Marner Bone are resonating. The low-rank Marner Bone skill has become LV8. Magic has increased by 4. The Marner consumption of Rule of Bone decreases. As a result, the treasure eater's ability of strengthening and manipulating its blood was adjusted for him, and transformed into the Rule of Bone. Li Xin Wu could manipulate a portion of his body, his bones, just like the treasure eater had with its blood. He even had the ability to target his bones and strengthen them. The catapult skill, which could shoot in every way, was already at its max potential, so as he naturally absorbed the calmer, the skill would obviously upgrade. However, Li Xin Wu hadn't expected that both harden and self-destruct would be absorbed. Wait, so absorbing the skills means that the Rule of Bone skill either includes both the harden ability as well as the self-destruct ability, or it has some sort of latent potential. Truthfully, using those abilities is still possible, and since it actually resonates with the Marner Bone skill, its effectiveness increases. Then does that mean that the Rule of Bone doesn't have any more room for growth in the future? He had his suspicions in other places as well. The Rule of Bone was like the acting skill, Bone Reinforcement, and Invisible Heart, as they likewise didn't have something indicating their rank. From now on, it would either have little room for growth, or it wouldn't grow at all. He couldn't think of it as anything else. In any case, I'm sure it's an amazing skill that exceeds all the skills I gained in the past. The moment Li Xin Wu admired the latent potential of the Rule of Bone, tremendous Marner burst forth once more. Li Xin Wu briefly didn't know what was happening, but he soon saw something floating in front of him. Absorbing the LV6 weapon Trickster's arm bone through bone reinforcement. It was none other than the weapon Trickster's arm bone. The arm bone that hadn't reacted thus far radiated light and was finally being absorbed. It wasn't possible for him when he was level 3, but now that had acquired the Joker's calmer, which went beyond the Trickster's, and had evolved to level 4, it was barely possible. All stats have increased by 10. You have learned the active skill, Bone Armory LV1. Magic has increased by an additional 5. As expected, it was an outrageous stat increase, befitting of a level 6 bone. Moreover, he gained another rankless skill. This was certainly weapon Trickster's core ability. However, the instant his 2 eyes gleamed with anticipation, though his eyes don't light up yet, something happened. You have acquired the weapon Trickster's power, and are accepting all the karma that you ought to have. He felt as though he had seen this ominous line somewhere before, and Li Xin Wu trembled. His inventory opened above his head. Li Xin Wu felt as though all the blood in his body was draining, though he didn't have any. Wait, don't do this. Please don't absorbing all equipment through bone reinforcement. The dire wolf armor, acid ghoul skull helm, grizzly bone leg as well as the melting bone double axe, the lightning tooth, and the recently acquired drake horn lance all dropped to the floor. And all of them were entirely absorbed by Li Xin Wu. Chapter 12 Part 3. Chapter 12. Joker Apprentice 3. All the power of your equipment is absorbed into your body. Strength has increased by 90, health by 62, and magic by 45. Agility drops by 5. Through Bone Armory, all equipment has been recorded. You have achieved a suitable karma for becoming a Joker. Unfortunately, because you are still too weak, you have been placed in a trial period, and you must tidy up your abilities. You have become a LV4 Dark Skeleton Joker Apprentice. You can learn the inherent skills from all other karma, and can even train them more quickly. However, you can only learn these skills up to the intermediate level. Currently, the only relevant skills are low-rank Avenger and low-rank Flames of Revenge. While the Sacrifice skill is an inherent ability of another karma, it is exempt as it is an extra skill. Li Xin Wu. Dark Skeleton Joker Apprentice. He who conquers the impossible. 2 other titles. LV4 Status Effectiveness 145. Strength 291, Agility 218, Health 279, Magic 428. Passive skills Invisible Heart LV3, Acting LV7, Low Rank Avenger LV2, Low Rank Bursting Thunder LV8, Low Rank Marner Bone LV8, Low Rank Stealth LV6, Low Rank Command LV1, Low Rank Horseback Riding LV7, Intermediate Combat Senses LV1. Active Skills Bone Reinforcement LV5, Rule of Bone LV3, Bone Armory LV1, Low Rank Shriek of the Dead LV5, Low Rank Regeneration LV3, Low Rank Flames of Revenge LV2, Beginner Power /LV9, Sacrifice LV1, Intermediate Acid Poison Spray LV2, Resistances Holy MAX, Curses MAX, Acid Low Rank LV8, Ice Intermediate LV1. Following the waves of cascading changes, he just stood there. Was it because he couldn't adapt to the sudden rapid growth, or was it because he was dejected that his precious treasures were all absorbed through bone reinforcement, or perhaps was it due to him finding out a weakness in the Joker karma that he hadn't even imagined? He thought he was going to become a complete Joker, yet he got a useless tag attached to it. Maybe it was because of that. Of course, that wasn't all. This is a really peculiar feeling. I remember all the memories regarding the absorbed equipment. His memory of the recently absorbed equipment was so clear that he felt like he could actually draw and see those items if he wanted. He had heard that it was important to possess a deep understanding of one's weapon, but it wasn't the level of merely handling the weapon, but actually making them. He could presume why. Compared to before leveling up, his skills had changed the most, and of those skills, Bone Armory was the most drastic. Li Xin Wu didn't waste time and called for the information regarding Bone Armory. Bone Armory LV1 active. As a result of extracting the weapon trickster's memories and experiences, who had freely transformed weapons and cajoled the battlefield, a skill has formed solely for your use. You record all information on equipment made of bone, and you can summon them by using Marner. Your abilities are still lacking, so you can only summon the equipment in their recorded state. You can manifest and maintain 2 pieces of equipment at most. Maintaining the equipment does not cost any mana. Recorded equipment. LV3 Dire Wolf Bone Armor Defense 110-125. LV3 Grizzly Bone Leg Defense 105-115. LV4 Acid Skull Helm Defense 250-310. Effectiveness of Acid Type Skills 10. LV4 Lightning Tooth Attack Power 450-480. Lightning LV4 Power of Bursting Thunder Skill 20. LV4 Melting Bone Double Axe Attack Power 480-470. Acid LV3 Effectiveness of Acid Type Skills 20. LV5 Drake Bone Lance Attack Power 1000-1200. Effectiveness of Charger-related Skills 40. Equipment summoned through Bone Armory cannot be targeted with bone reinforcement. As I thought, Li Xin Wu was relieved that his equipment wasn't lost forever, but he also realized that this skill wasn't perfect. There were two main problems right now. First, it was impossible to reinforce the recorded equipment any further. Second, because the level of the skill was low, he could only summon 2 pieces of equipment at a time. Considering that he'd need a weapon in a combat situation, he would end up only being able to equip 1 piece of armor. But it's a lot better than completely losing them. So should I just let it go? He felt like hanging himself when he saw the lightning tooth and the drake horn lance being absorbed. So he felt grateful when he learned he would be able to wield them again, especially since he was able to completely absorb all of their associated stat bonuses. If he leveled up the skill, he would probably be able to summon and maintain more equipment. Li Xin Wu decided to think about it positively. When he thought about it, he wouldn't need to worry about repairing damaged equipment from now on. Wait a sec. Xin Wu, are you alright? The concerned Jin approached and asked, since Li Xin Wu had been muttering to himself since the level-up process began. However, Li Xin Wu's mind was only focused on one thing, so he didn't even hear Jin speak. Isn't the bone equipment summoned through the bone armory made of bones as well, plus their bones that I've made? If that's the case, then will they be affected by the rule of bone skill? Li Xin Wu went straight ahead and tried to put into practice what he just thought about. The weapon he summoned was naturally the one he was most familiar with, the lightning tooth. Oh, those went just absorbed. Fortunately, no. The summoned lightning tooth was no different from the one he possessed before absorbing it. Aside from the stat bonuses, everything else was exactly the same. But the lightning tooth retained a lot of experiences within, so perhaps that's why the mana consumption was tremendous. He would need to figure out just how long he could maintain the weapon. Then, Li Xin Wu naturally focused all his concentration on the lightning tooth in his hand. Though it wasn't made of his own bones, it was definitely composed of bone formed by his own mana. Then, couldn't this weapon be considered a part of his body? The conditions for using rule of bone shouldn't simply be that it's a bone physically attached to my body. If it's a weapon formed by my mana, then it should definitely. That's right. His wish had come true. The lightning tooth escaped his fingertips and began floating all on its own. Moving it was still a bit unstable, but that was due to the low level of rule of bone, and soon, even that slight shaking lessened. Have you gained telekinesis? In terms of bones, then yeah, maybe. Jin asked in astonishment, and Li Xin Wu roughly replied whilst flying the lightning tooth higher into the air. In no time, the long sword flew much higher into the air than just above his head, and spun round and round according to his will. It was truly a menacing sight. Just moving it around doesn't cost much mana. Li Xin-Wu, who had learned that rule of bone applied to the weapons summoned through bone armory, brought the lightning tooth before him once more and reinforced the lightning tooth through rule of bone. It didn't consume much mana, and the amount of reinforcement was The lightning tooth radiated a bright blue light, and the blade emitted even more light than before he even saw it openly begin to discharge sparks. Contrary to the hardened skill, which simply increased the degree of hardness, rule of bone reinforced every aspect of the weapon. As a result, its lightning element had been improved as well. "It's perfect," he muttered in awe as he saw product of the harmony between the rule of bone and the bone armory skills. This was only the beginning. If he improved these skills from now on, how diverse would it become? It would become a skill that wouldn't shame the name trickster. Whoa. He had retained the know-how behind the catapult skill and launched the lightning tooth in the air forward. Though the rule of bone was still a low level, it wasn't any slower than the catapult had used up until now. Quang! It didn't stray even once from its route, and the launched long sword rammed into the hill. The mountain boomed, and the impact from the sword ended up destroying a portion of the hill. However, it had lodged so deeply in that he couldn't even see the hilt. Seeing that, Jin suddenly trembled. "You're going to do it, aren't you?" "Yep. I'm going to do it. If another monstrous bastard comes from hearing that sound, you're on your own." Right. Honestly, since had acquired the rule of bone from facing the treasure eater, wouldn't it be advantageous to prepare to face and kill another one? As he thought such idle thoughts, he activated rule of bone once more. Synapse burst 1. Synapse. Quang. The sword erupted in a tremendous explosion. It was a much more horrific explosion than before. When Head exploded his arm, it was obvious, considering the fact that one of the hills had been completely destroyed. It was truly impressive seeing the sparks popping out from the collapsed hill. Ugh, the mana consumption's tremendous, but he had figured out exactly how much it cost. He had only blown up one long sword, but it had sucked up almost all of his mana, considering the fact that its destructive force was greater than self-destruct's. It still felt like an advantageous skill. "Hey, couldn't you have killed that caterpillar with one shot of that? But if I miss, I would've died in one shot, too." Li Xin-Wu sat down and focused as much as he could on absorbing the surrounding mana. As Jin said, there was always the possibility that a monster heard the boom and would come dashing over, so he needed to replenish his mana in case of a battle. Jin was astonished once again. "It's to the point that I feel the flow of the mana being drawn to you. It's because my mana affinity naturally went up as I leveled up." That was only natural. As he leveled up to level 4, his stat effectiveness increased by another 20, his magic stat included. Especially since his mana bone skill was strengthened by rule of bone, his mana recovery rate had increased by about 1.5x compared to before. That meant it wasn't impossible to feel the flow of mana as if it were the wind. "You've just become level 4, but how much are you?" He had completely destroyed a hill with one skill and could swiftly replenish that mana. Because of Li Xin-Wu's achievements, Jin couldn't believe that Li Xin-Wu was a hero at the same level as him, and just stood dumbfounded. The more you level up, the more your stats are amplified. It's probably even higher at level 5 or level 6. If him at this level, then my seniors, the other undead, and especially the named undead are. But at the same time, he recognized with certainty that levels were no longer the absolute standard in this world. If they had been, then Li Xin-Wu would never have been able to defeat the level 5 treasure hunter. Even if he had been helped by Jin, the results would have been the same. At that moment when Head concentrated to his very limit during the battle, Li Xin Wu and Jin had both overcome their limits and were barely able to defeat the treasure eater. What were the factors that made that possible? His concentration, his will. It wasn't anything so abstract. It's how one uses their stats. Stats that cannot be used are the same as rotten bones. Skills are the means by which you can push your stats to their limits and even overcome those limits, and ultimately, at the center of those countless skills, it's important to use them at the right time. Like combat sense, Li Xin Wu realized that he had fully replenished his mana as he was immersed in such deep thoughts, and suddenly opened his eyes, or a feeling like that. And then, Jin, who was watching over him, suddenly spoke. Now that I think about it, you have goblin fire now too. Really? Hearing that, Li Xin Wu hastily touched his face, but it was obviously still bone as usual. However, he definitely felt heat within his eye sockets. He asked Jin a question, whilst thinking that Head never once wanted a mirror more desperately than right now. What about the color? Are they blue like yours? They are a deep red. Damn. Wrinkles formed upon Li Xin Wu's forehead. That kind of impression. He was happy that Head evolved and gained flames, but if he passed by another undead and looked different, it would be difficult to use his acting skill. Well, even if they consider you the strange one, it would be difficult to use the acting skill. Fine, I need to plan out a proper scenario. I'm really scared of your thought process, but let's go to the secret shop first. Normally, whenever I level up, I go to the secret shop and buy the most expensive bone. That's my spending pattern. That. Because Jin hadn't actively wanted to do something in this world before, he had never gone to the secret shop either. He didn't seem to be regretful at all, and just shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Li Xin Wu. I don't even have any money. Now that I think about it, that's a bit strange. There should be a share for you from the monsters that I hunt. So why isn't any money coming out for you? It wasn't like that when he had hunted the ghoul with Yi Jin in the past. At that time, Pyrium didn't drop for Jin, but it did for Yi Jin. There was definitely some sort of secret there. However, he figured out the secret in the next moment. It was at the very moment when Li Xin Wu was about to enter the secret shop. There exists an entity who is contracted to you. You can enter the secret shop together. The contract. It definitely pointed to Jin. Strangely, at that moment, Li Xin Wu figured out the circumstances surrounding him. He looked straight at Jin and spoke. It says we can go together. Do you want to go? Well, if we can go together, I might as well look around. He would just feel uneasy if he were left alone. Then, it should be better to go with Li Xin Wu, even if he didn't do anything there. Thinking that, Jin nodded his head and Li Xin Wu used one of the permits right away. The surrounding landscape instantaneously melted away and soon, he was met with an unfamiliar sight. Uten tag. It was an extremely simple square space, with a counter on only one side, and from beyond that counter, a red-haired beauty gazed at and greeted them in German for a reason unbeknownst to them. Why did you come again so soon? Oh my. Plain possessed the ability to ascertain one's skill quite easily. However, even if it wasn't her, it would have been easy for someone else to figure out that Li Xin Wu had leveled up this time. The power his body was giving off was definitely different. Above all, his eye sockets blazed with red flames, so there was no way she'd not know. I thought it would take you quite a long time to go from level 3 to level 4, yet you've surprised me once again. You're even halfway to level 5. In the process of leveling up, he had attained several commas, as well as leveled up his skills, but the deciding factor was that all of the equipment had gathered thus far had been absorbed, causing his stats to surpass 1,200 in total. For one to reach level 5, they needed a total of 1,600 stats, and Plain's statement that he was halfway there was right on the money. It's really a frightening ability. You're just looking at my stats, right? I would never. In order to give you better aid, I simply received some information on you when you dropped underground. I cannot ascertain your always changing stats. Customer, if you gain some more experience, you should be able to do this kind of measurement. It took quite a while for Plain to realize that another customer was there, as Li Xin Wu's transformation was so shocking. When Plain turned her attention to him, Jin thought that she was an extremely beautiful lady, and awkwardly bowed his head. Hello. Oh my! Seeing the skeleton horse that indifferently stood beside Li Xin Wu, she gaped, but she soon seemed to realize what she was doing and nodded her head. To think that you'd form a contract with another hero, and especially since that hero is customer. You haven't been to the secret shop before, right? Yes, Jin replied, and Plain smiled deeply. He felt uncomfortable seeing that smile and slightly shook, so Li Xin Wu spoke for Jin. Are you saying that this contract causes our respective karmas to influence the other? You're right on. You not only share the perium that your enemies drop, but you can also visit me together, as well as somewhat passing on your karma to each other when using items that you've acquired from the shop. Especially if that contract deepens. The deeper the contract, the more deeply you can use each other's karma. It's something that important, yet I have no idea how that contract was formed. Me too. PFFT. Plain ended up bursting into laughter seeing the two skeleton heroes tilt their heads at her. It was a rare spectacle, even though she was the one who managed the secret shop. She laughed for quite a while, putting aside the two sullen-looking heroes, then barely managed to begin explaining. There are a few bonds that closely tie two people together in this world. Of them, a contract is the most sacred and deepest bond. Therefore, one needs to possess a skill that can connect the two of you together, and then mutual consent is required. So you have a rough idea now, right? He had somewhat expected this, but he was right. Li Xin Wu recollected his bone reinforcement skill, and nodded his head. To him, his bone reinforcement was just a reinforcement ability, but to others, the moment he used bone reinforcement on them, a connection would form between them. That had appeared in the form of a contract between him and Jin. Is there any chance that there'll be harmful side effects to the target of the contract? You already know somewhat, but because it's a contract that formed out of concern for one another, there aren't any negative side effects. However, the target of the contract can saddle all of your karma, so you cannot take it lightly. It seemed as though Li Xin Wu and Jin had formed a successful contract. It was because they had agreed beforehand that they'd work together that this contract was possible. Especially since they could open up to each other as they were both skeletons. However, he was now absolutely sure that bone reinforcement had formed the contract between them. Listening to what Plain had to say, he thought even if he used bone reinforcement on someone else in the future, he would be careful not to form a contract with them. In any case, I have a rough idea of what's going on how you were able to grow this quickly, Mr. Li Xin Wu. Of course, it's not entirely because of that. Do you want me to tell you my story again? No. Plain unexpectedly shook her head with a firm look. It's not that I'm not curious, but the timing's not ideal. It doesn't seem like it's a story that I can hear with just a 20,000 Pyrium discount, so let's leave that to next time, and for now let's trade, shall we? Plain spoke and looked straight at Jin, not Li Xin Wu. Jin, who'd received Plain's gaze, simply tilted his head. 1tn I assume this is a reference to what Ricker Tekanashi says in the anime Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. 2en it does say he's trying to figure out how long he can maintain it. It likely refers to something other than Marner. Chapter 12 Part 4. Chapter 12. Joker Apprentice 4. Since Plain was well aware of what Li Xin Wu wanted, she didn't waste time and immediately placed bones atop the counter this time. There was a total of 3 bones he could choose from. These are the 3 most expensive level 5 bones. Starting from the left, they cost 290,000, 310,000, and 370,000 Pyrium. Oh, and for your reference, they're all named. Similarly to heroes, monsters also gain a sharp increase in strength the higher their level, and naturally, the calmer that they leave behind their bones value is beyond one's imagination. The most expensive level 4 bone had cost around 90,000 Pyrium, yet a bone just 1 level higher cost 200,000, 300,000 more, verifying the truth to that statement. Even considering the fact that they were named, it was quite a severe increase. Just as there are few high-leveled monsters, it is likewise the same for humans as well. A person who reached level 4 in the past underground empire couldn't easily be confronted. The renowned elite group known as the Empire's Knights also started at level 4. You're saying that I'm only at the level of a knight. That's not what I'm saying, customer. You're an elite hero amongst elites, so it's difficult to compare you so simply. If everyone's ability was the same just because they were the same level, then there wouldn't be people who pursue special or unique calmer. You should already be well aware of how special you are. He couldn't fool her. Li Xin Wu slightly sighed and examined the bones that Shed offered. For starters, there wasn't a blue bone this time. Well, his fundamental Marner proficiency Marner bone or his Marner application acid poison spray and flames of revenge were attained through achievements, so he didn't really need to pick a blue bone every time. However, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. How about a level 6 bone? You might be able to buy an ordinary level 6 bone, but a level 6 elite bone starts at 1.5 million Pyrium. I see. Li Xin Wu neatly discarded his ambitions for a level 6 bone, since it was much better to obtain a level 5 elite monster bone than an ordinary level 6 monster bone. Ultimately, he had no choice but to choose amongst these 3. He used Marner bone to its max and examined the 3 bones that lay before him. Due to his accumulated experience, he was able to more easily examine the bones now. The cheapest one increases strength, and the skill within is a powerful strike similar to Power Slash. I don't know how much it would increase my strength, but it's not very appealing to me. The next one increases health, but it seems like it contains a skill similar to Harden. He didn't really need this one either, since he already possessed Rule of Bone. But Li Xin Wu turned his eyes to the side and looked at Jin, who was expressionlessly examining the bones. What is it? There's a bone here that you need. Me. Jin's agility was monstrously high, but aside from that, his other stats were lower than Li Xin Wu's, not to mention that Jin didn't even have a decent skill that wasn't related to running. That was a huge problem. No matter how specialized he was in agility, he would obviously need the strength and health to use that agility more effectively, as well as the magic to supplement it. If he only focused on raising his agility, as it raised by a factor of 3, he would eventually find his balance crumbling and ultimately wouldn't be able to keep himself steady. His physical condition disallowed him from equipping armor, so a skill that toughened his body would be essential for Jin. But this is too expensive. It feels kind of weird just accepting it. It's an investment for my partner. Think of it as not just for yourself, but for the two of us. Ugh. Then what about you? I'm picking this one. Li Xin-Wu had picked none other than the most expensive bone that cost 370,000 perium. The Marner pattern undoubtedly indicated that it increased agility. He had originally thought that he should give this one to Jin, but he decided that it would be better for him to take it, as it would balance out his growth. Originally, my stats were balanced, aside from magic, but in the process of absorbing the items, my agility completely fell behind. If I consider my battlefield connection with Jin, then the most important stat has to be agility. Contrary to Jin, his most pressing issue was to increase his agility, which was excessively lagging behind his other stats. Their agility stats had to be somewhat close in order for him to most effectively draw out his abilities. It comes out to 680,000 perium in total. It's quite a sizable amount, so it should be difficult for the both of you to buy. Oh my, you're not short. A lot went on, a lot. Plain looked extremely curious once again, but ultimately didn't ask. It might be that she was being considerate to Jin, who had come here for the first time. She neatly collected the money and smiled as she backed off, which conversely made them feel uncomfortable. The next time we meet, you should be level 5. I'll prepare level 6 bones for your next visit. I don't know whether I'll be able to gather 1.3 million perium by then, but I'll see you next time. The two immediately left the secret shop and returned underground. The shop and the accompanying red-haired beauty completely disappeared, and they returned to the plains with traces of an intense battle. Then, Jin took a quick look around, sighed in relief, and spoke. I don't want to go there again. You just go by yourself. Why? I don't like that woman. It feels like she's looking right through me. Since it felt like Jin would kick him with his front legs if he retorted with "but you were already filled with holes," Li Xin-Wu kept his mouth shut. But then, at that very moment, 4 permits for God's secret shop have been transferred to Jin Taylor, who is contracted to you. So transferring stuff works too. In the past, there were times when he couldn't use the permit whenever he wanted, as it felt wasteful. Yet now, he had enough that he could go and visit Plain whenever he was bored. Though there wasn't a single time he was bored since he was dropped into the Empire. Then let's start with a bone reinforcement. Do we really have to? I'll give you some time to prepare. From the very start, there was nowhere to run for Jin. The reason he hadn't used bone reinforcement on Jin all this time and had let him off was because his own growth was more urgent. Jin would be in for some wearisome days once both their stats became similar. Since he already had a hunch, Jin sported a rotten expression, but unfortunately his feelings weren't relayed at all as he was a skeleton. Executing bone reinforcement on Jin Taylor by consuming a LV5 bone wall knight pre-Jin Eltlisser's rib bone. A portion of the target's experiences and memories is divided and absorbed. Health has increased by 3. Proficiency in Rule of Bone has increased. We are the final defense for His Excellency. Show them the results of your training. I'll find the one who dies first and kill them again in hell. Pre-Jin Eltlisser. As expected, a level 5 monster's thoughts were indeed different from the norm. He only gained a portion of those memories and experiences, but his health had increased by 3. Not only that, Pre-Jin's final moments were intensely relayed to him. Ugh. So what would it be like for Jin, whose mind was directly injected with those memories and experiences. It's only for an instant, but he would receive such vivid memories and experiences that it'd be a danger to his own sense of identity, and as a result, he yelled in agony and rolled onto the floor. Li Xin-Wu petted him and asked, "You all right?" "I'm not all right. Do you remember my name?" "My name's not that damaged, you know." He had thought about engraving their names on his palms just in case, but fortunately, it doesn't seem like he'd need to anymore. Li Xin-Wu sighed in relief, gripped his own bone, and executed bone reinforcement once again. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming LV5 Armored Bone Knight, Ashtis von Beliter's leg bone. Absorbing the target's experiences and memories in their entirety. Agility has increased by 18. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV8. Agility has increased by 4. You're really disobedient. But you'll soon come to like me. There'll eventually come a time where we ride into the battlefield together. Ashtis von Beliter. And the memories that flowed into his head were that of a knight of the Empire, fully garbed in his uniform, and training a violent horse. As expected, it was definitely the ability he needed most right now. It felt a bit regrettable that he hadn't gained a new skill, but he couldn't just keep blindly increasing the number of abilities he had, so in the meantime, he thought it'd be best to stabilize the skills he had. Moreover, while the memories I'd acquired until now had awakened the horseback riding skill, I hadn't been able to attain an expert's memories. The memories and experiences I've just gained should be helpful for a long time to come. Not only had it immediately increased the skill level of horseback riding by 1, he was absolutely sure that the recently absorbed memories would help him increase his proficiency in the skill a lot faster, though he didn't know how his partner would feel about that. "Do you feel okay now?" Somewhat, Jin replied with a voice that didn't sound fine whatsoever. Li Xin-Wu, who was truly worried about the goblin fire within his eye sockets that spun around dizzily, decided to test what he had just learned and got atop Jin's back. He then focused on the connection between him and Jin. Soon, something changed. Though he was an undead who couldn't actually breathe, Jin had emitted harsh breathing noises. However, he calmed down quickly. The trick was simple. Through his connection with Jin, he focused on one part of Jin's consciousness. He stopped the primary cause of confusion and shared the burden on his mind. Take it one at a time. Just think of it as you watching an educational video. Easy for you to say, but his connection with Li Xin-Wu had certainly made the process much easier. Even as he complained, he followed Li Xin-Wu's voice and accepted the memories and experiences. He felt a bit ashamed, but he couldn't tell that to Li Xin-Wu, so Jin just endured, and endured some more. "I'm really okay now." "Nice. Then shall we go to the Highlands? We have to finish up what we were doing before." Jin took several deep breaths when he heard Li Xin-Wu nod his head and talk. Then he extended his legs forward. Li Xin-Wu was able to maintain their connection, even if Jin ran at a faster pace, perhaps due to his level up. "But I'm still not there yet. I want to increase my agility by at least 300 more. I've already given up on catching up to your agility." So long as Jin possessed the Child of Light skill, the disparity between their agility stats would likely continue to become more severe. Therefore, it was more important to maintain a full connection with Jin whilst drawing all of his abilities to the surface, rather than trying to just thoughtlessly increase his agility stat. Besides, because his horseback riding had just leveled up, he was able to draw 30 more speed out of Jin now. "We're here." You're really frighteningly fast. If Li Xin-Wu were alone, it would've taken him a few hours to walk here, but since he was with Jin, Fade arrived before he was even able to utter a few lines to him. He felt like it was a dream, but it wasn't an illusion. The highlands were still filled with golems, and the signs of the stone golems allowing the treasure eater to pass were clear as well. Sensing minor responses from living bodies. Activating. Stopping outside entry. Unless directed otherwise, automatically removing trespassers. He heard the same sounds he'd heard just a few hours ago as the golems stood up here and there. This time, the number of golems had increased significantly, perhaps due to them defeating the treasure eater. However, what changed the most was none other than Li Xin-Wu himself. He summoned the melting bone double axe, gripped it, and checked with Jin. Where do the level 4 golems come from? We have to go a bit higher for them. At our current pace, we could pass by them without fighting. No, it's fine. I did need some sparring partners to adapt to my body. Anyway, above all, he realized that he needed a deeper understanding of the golems that inhabited these highlands, so he gripped the double axe with one hand and lightly laughed. Then, shall we begin? The golems, which neither grew old or died, protected the silence of these highlands, yet flames of change one blazed within these highlands. It didn't take long before the flames devoured the highlands in its entirety. 1TN, not literal flames. Chapter 12, Part 5. Chapter 12. Joker Apprentice 5, end of Volume 2. Unable to resist. Requesting reinforcements. Blocking enemy until reinforcements arrive. The Highlands golems could only move simply, as per their prior inputted commands, but due to that, Li Xin-Wu was able to grasp their limitations quite easily. When they realized that Li Xin-Wu was too much for them, they immediately switched to a defensive position, and waited until reinforcements came. They were certainly a lot different from the undead or monsters that just attacked while following their faintly remaining instincts. But your timing was off. Ceasing function. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly and shattered their bodies one by one with his axe. They didn't come at him aggressively, so the fight was boring. It was simple. No matter how long they waited, reinforcements wouldn't come. Perhaps those reinforcements did indeed exist when these golems were first built and were inputted with commands, but a lot of time had passed. It was highly likely that those reinforcements either no longer existed, or the connection had been severed. Isn't that kind of worrying? With a single swing of his axe, he broke apart the golem's Jin, who was training the skill had just learned, Steel Body, tilted his head and replied to the words Li Xin-Wu had just thrown out. What do you mean that their connection's been cut? Well, it's just that there are heaps of stone golems out here, even though they're set up with an emergency call feature. You have acquired 3,100 Pyrium. You have acquired a LV3 stone golem bone core. Li Xin-Wu picked up the loot and surveyed the area. Although they had returned to the highlands less than an hour ago, there was less than a quarter of the stone golems remaining. I feel like there's a new dungeon here. How about asking about it in the chatting channel? I asked about it before. Apparently, some of our seniors hadn't even discovered this area before, and there are also some who have passed through this golem-infested area. Currently, Li Xin-Wu felt really suspicious. So how could his seniors not feel the same? His seniors were sure that there was a dungeon somewhere nearby and told him that they'd disassembled the golems, analyzed the cause, thoroughly investigated the surrounding magic responses, and if all that didn't work, they'd just dig up an area which seemed suspicious to them and searched the area. After all of that, the results were Prince Altair. There's no secret facility nor a dungeon. Definitely not. If it's something that the extraordinary fire magician, Altair, can't find, then there should be nothing there. There isn't. End of story. Apparently that, meaning that his senior heroes couldn't find it. However, Jin softly gazed at Li Xin Wu and spoke. You're going to go looking for it, right? Yep. How did you know? You're easy to read. Truthfully, Li Xin Wu was somewhat confident. He didn't even need to mention his track record of finding the secret facilities in the sewers. Didn't he have an ability that differed from his seniors? That ability was none other than bone reinforcement. Bone cause. Will you really be able to gain the memories of it from them? When I tried it last time, there was definitely some recorded information about it inside. But there was a problem. The memories were limitlessly vague and were difficult to accept. Was it best to describe it like reading a letter in computer code? It would be a difficult, long-term war, but Li Xin Wu was confident. He already had an idea of what part he had to latch onto. I just have to keep absorbing them until I understand. It's not impossible. What exactly were you doing in your own world before all this? I was just a normal salaryman. You're kidding me. If Jin knew how much effort someone had to put in to become a normal salaryman in South Korea, he wouldn't say something like that. Li Xin Wu just clicked his tongue. While conversing, his hand didn't remain idle. Whenever he discovered a golem, he would immediately dash over to it, break it apart with his axe, or throw his axe. It was only possible because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds after leveling up to level 4. Moreover, rule of bone reinforces the bones that make up my body. Plus, the mana that I absorb in real time can replenish the maintenance cost. It wasn't on the level of a skill that just launched a bone or controlled it from a distance. Rule of Bone was a cheat skill that would buff anything that was related to bones. The buff wasn't very significant right now, but the higher he leveled the skill, the more he'd be able to make full use of the ability. Maybe he'd acquired a skill that was like the Avenger skill, which allowed him to overcome the limit known as levels. He suddenly felt gracious towards the treasure eater. Have you sorted everything out now? There's nothing else, so probably. 3 hours passed. Li Xin Wu and Jin maintained their incredible mobility and searched the very outskirts of the highlands, all while neatly taking down all of the stone golems. Regardless of where they went, the stone golems would call for reinforcements, but they never appeared. Yet the stone golems in the area adjacent to them wouldn't move. He was absolutely sure by now. Their command system had already completely collapsed. They had either been thrown away or abandoned. If that's the case, then there's only one question left. Why were so many golems left here? When there's nothing even here, it's unlikely that they moved here from where they were originally or that their previous owner told them to move here. There must be something around here that has a deep connection with their last command. He completed his thoughts and raised his head. He hadn't yet absorbed the bone cause that had collected. Before he absorbed the bone cause, he studied them to confirm they'd have an effect on him. It's likely that if he collected more bone cause, the outcome would be even greater. So if we go to the centermost area, you're saying that level 4 golems will appear, huh? That's true, but they seemed really rusty. Apparently, they were called bronze golems. The bronze golems came after the stone golems. Based on the sequence of these names, wouldn't a level 5 named Elite Iron Golem appear? Li Xin Wu felt slightly excited and entered the middle of the highlands. Ceasing function. You have hunted a LV4 bronze golem. You have acquired 5,120 Pirium. You have acquired a reinforced autonomous defense type core. The reinforced autonomous defense type core has transformed into the reinforced autonomous defense type bone core. The bronze golem was definitely a lot sturdier and heavier than a stone golem, to such an extent that they could certainly boast that they were level 4 monsters. Though each of their strikes were powerful, they hadn't been maintained over a long period of time, so just like Jin said, they were rusted. Eliminating trespass affair seriously so slow. Ceasing function, and while they were more powerful than stone golems, they were that much slower than them as well. It actually felt like it was easier to kill the bronze golems than the stone golems. What's worse, the stone golems' bodies were composed of bronze, so they couldn't pick up nearby rocks like stone golems and use them to heal their bodies, and because of that, they couldn't bombard them like the stone golems had either. Hup. Odd, I can feel the recoil endure with steel body. This is all training, to let's go again. Li Xin Wu struck once, or even twice with his axe at maximum strength. Because their bodies were so damn tough and thick, his weapon would eventually get worn, but when his weapon became unusable, he would explode it and summon a new axe. Li Xin Wu was gradually starting to like bone armory more and more, and at the same time the bone armory skill has become LV2. Health and magic has increased by 3. The number of equipment you can create and maintain has increased to 3. Nice. When Li Xin Wu saw that line of text, he immediately summoned the dire wolf bone armor and equipped it. If he just increased its level by 1, he would probably be able to equip his lower body armor again. Jin said it was better if Li Xin Wu's lower body was covered instead of his upper body, but he completely ignored him. There was no naked or not naked for skeletons. This way, kids. Eliminating trespass surrounding and eliminating nice, then synapse burst. So what the hell is a synapse? Critical hit. When his bone armory had leveled up, the excited Li Xin Wu began to use the skill more actively in battle. He would gather the slow bronze golems in one spot, throw his axe towards them, and blow it up. Though the explosive force behind his axe was tremendous, there was something even greater when he exploded his axe that possessed level 3 acid within. A powerful cloud of acid poison would accompany the explosion. Outer gloves have disappeared. Need to swap parts. If possible, no reinforcements. Ceasing function. The powerful acid poison that resided within the weapon was amplified by the force of the explosion and engulfed the entire area. The bronze golems just melted away as they didn't have any particular resistance to acid. It was really easy to take down 10 bronze golems all at once as long as he gathered them up properly. Moreover, it's great that the mana consumption's much less than when I'd blown up the lightning tooth. How far are you trying to go, anyway? About the bomber level. However, the moment Li Xin Wu responded and took a step forward to collect the loot, a message that had become familiar with finally appeared. You have defeated several powerful enemies with a horrific explosion. You have the ability to wait for opportunities, as well as make split-second decisions. Above all, you have the impressive ability of blowing up whatever you want. You have acquired the Bomber Karma token. Strength and magic have increased by 5. The Joker Karma absorbs the Bomber Karma token. I'm speechless. It's not like I did anything spectacular. Are you saying that on purpose to make me feel shameful? Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly in response and collected the rest of the loot. However, the moment that the bone cause in his hand overlapped, it seemed as though his skill had misunderstood his intent, and this message popped up. Would you like to reinforce the reinforced autonomous defense type core by consuming a reinforced autonomous defense type core? Then, he suddenly had an idea. A great hint had appeared that could topple this current situation. Normally, bone reinforcement would either consume a piece of bone or bone equipment to either reinforce his own bones or reinforce his bone equipment. While he had thought that he could use them to reinforce his bones or his bone equipment, he hadn't thought that he'd be able to use the bone cause on each other and reinforce them. Would it be better to bet on this or not? Li Xin-Wu was conflicted. Of course, he was familiar with how a piece of equipment would transform when reinforced to 10, but what about cause? There was a chance of failure, so he wondered whether he should use them separately or combine them. Would there be some sort of new quality to the fused core? He had thought intensely for just a brief moment, but at the end of it he nodded his head. Let's take our chances. It was a decision that was very much like him, as he had never been let down from operating based on his intuition ever since he'd come to this world. But now wasn't the time. He needed to investigate further into the autonomous defense type bone core and the reinforced autonomous defense type bone core, and he also wanted to try absorbing a few more of them. After that, he'd start his bone core reinforcement plan in earnest. All right, Jin. Let's go a bit faster. I've always been running at full speed ever since we've met. Hearing Li Xin-Wu, Jin just briefly sighed and complied, increasing his speed. He'd already decided to help Li Xin-Wu, and he also didn't hate going faster. His proficient kiting skill steadily gathered the bronze golems in the middle of the highlands. If any heroes who could use magic saw them, they would all feel jealous of his ability to gather mobs. That ability was beginning to bear fruit on the outskirts of the Empire. Chapter 13 Part 1. Chapter 13. Aramer Steelworker 1. Resistance impossible. Requesting reinforcements code unrecognizable. Reporting to command failed. Reporting to code name AS. The bronze golems spoke similarly to the stone golems, yet said something different after Li Xin-Wu had broken all but the last two into pieces of bronze. No answer. Retrying reporting to code name AS again. No signal. Wait a sec. AS. The code name is a service center 1. Li Xin-Wu vacantly listened to the golems, and right as he was about to ready his finishing blow, he heard their strange remarks and stopped his axe. Jin then spoke. They said they had no signal, right? It's not like they had no signal, but that they've been all killed, right? It seems like the two's opinions were in accord. The bronze golems, having no signal, froze in place as if they were damaged, but he didn't have the time to worry about them anymore. Let's collect the loot first. Ceasing function. Ceasing function. Li Xin-Wu swung his axe and cleanly broke the golems into pieces. The golems dispersed into several particles of Marner and returned to nature. He collected the dropped Purium and bone core at the center of where they were, and suddenly surveyed his surroundings. Naturally, he wasn't able to find anything, but this came out of his vacant mouth. The connection hadn't been completely cut. At first, the golems had requested for reinforcements, then next attempted to report to command. After that, when none of those had worked, they reported to a figure with a code name AS. He hypothesized that this AS figure was either the one in charge of the golems, or their maker. Until now, he hadn't gotten any answers from their reports, but had finally seen a meaningful response. Though they had received a cold reception and gotten no signal, there was definitely a response given after receiving the report. But doesn't the fact that they got no signal mean that the person doesn't care? even if we assume that there was someone there to receive their report. Well, yeah, because he should be undead. While there were golems which were born when minerals were naturally saturated with marner, these golems were clearly artificial. This meant that there was a figure who created these golems and managed them, whether it be the Empire or another individual. Then that figure should obviously be undead by now. And that would explain why the golems ended up being neglected. I don't know how the golems reporting system works, but if their owner truly is undead, would they really be able to respond this quickly? Not all of the undead are stupid. If we exclude a high-leveled undead's hatred for the living, their intelligence isn't much different from a living person's. Seems that way, but if they're that smart, wouldn't they have called these golems and used them? That's true. At that point, they were left in the dark. Li Xin Wu and Jin stopped acting like Sherlock Holmes when it didn't even fit them, and decided to continue doing what they had planned to do. That was to try reinforcing a bone core. All right. I've chosen this one. Li Xin Wu chose the bone core that belonged to the final bronze golem, and placed its reinforced autonomous defense type bone core onto the floor. Seeing that, Jin asked, "You're not actually going to use all the other bone cores on that one, are you?" "Yeah, I am. There's not enough information in the stone golem's cause, and they've been severely damaged, so there's barely any value to them. Sacrificing them is a much better option." It was something he'd roughly been able to figure out as he examined his own marner, and absorbed the cause through bone reinforcement. Though it wasn't possible to understand how the cause activation mechanism worked indirectly, he was able to figure out a way to approach this directly. Honestly, that was amazing enough. The bronze golem's cores are in better condition, but if I were to absorb them one by one, it would take a long time to add up all the information together. If you use reinforcement, will you be able to restore the damaged information? In my opinion, yeah. I guess there's only one way to find out. If he was able to restore the information within the reinforced autonomous defense type core through reinforcement, he wouldn't need a lot of them, and he would be able to figure out the secret that these golems held if he was lucky. He might even be able to figure out the secret behind the code name AS2 with this one core. At least, that's what Li Xin Wu thought. Then bone reinforcement. Li Xin Wu executed bone reinforcement and used one bone core to reinforce the other. Though their levels were different, his skill activated without any problems. It was all fine and dandy until the activation, but bone reinforcement has failed. I have a bad feeling about this. No, we can do it. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in me who believes in you too. He didn't know if it was because Jin trusted in Li Xin Wu, who in turn trusted in him, but the next attempt succeeded. They rejoiced, but Li Xin Wu soon assumed a serious expression upon examining the information. Reinforced autonomous defense type core. Original core synchronization rate 13.2. I haven't seen that before. Li Xin Wu expected for there to be a 1 behind the bone core, but he was wrong. Instead, it indicated a synchronization rate with the original core, something that seemed slightly larger scale. It's likely that if the reinforcement was successful, this value would increase. That's when Jin asked the key question. What about the amount of information? It's been restored. It was only a small amount, but a portion of the damaged area was indeed recognizable again. If he were to say how much, it was like when he was confused about the difference between two homonyms in a sentence before, and now he was sure which was which as it was such a strange difference between them three. In any case, what's important was that he was able to restore some of the information. Maybe the original core would appear if he completely restored the core. Though I don't really need to know what the original core is at the very least, he was sure that he was going in the right direction. In order to more thoroughly investigate the change in the synchronization rate, Li Xin-Wu gripped the bone core and continuously used bone reinforcement. A blinding light arose. Bone reinforcement has failed. Bone reinforcement has failed. Bone reinforcement has succeeded. Original core synchronization rate 13.4. What? One successful reinforcement resulted in a 0.2 increase. He had 310 more autonomous defense-type bone cores, and a bit more than 100 reinforced autonomous defense-type bone cores. It would be a relief if the reinforced autonomous defense-type bone cores had a high synchronization rate, but they didn't. He might go broke before he even attempted to use them. Oh damn it, I'll go for it regardless. See, I told you you'd feel anxious. No, I believe in you. I believe in you who believes in me. You know, I think there's a final version to that. Something like believe in the you who believes in yourself. Damn it. I really wanted to say that when it was too late to back out now. If he failed to restore the core, then he'd have no choice but to leave this place and give up. With a heart of iron and blood, Li Xin-Wu prepared himself to lose everything and continued with the reinforcement. Because he had used bone reinforcement a countless number of times, its speed was at least reliable. Bone reinforcement has failed. Bone reinforcement has succeed, fail, succeed. That's how more than 310 bone cores, as well as the reinforced bone cores, became scarce. In their place was a single bone core that seemed to weakly radiate light, but he might have been imagining things. Reinforced autonomous defense type bone core. Synchronization rate 99.9. Why the hell did it have to be 0.1? There aren't even any golems left. No, it's fine. Can you use other bone equipment to reinforce it by any chance? Jin asked reasonably, and Li Xin-Wu firmly shook his head. Cores can only be reinforced with other cores. Probably. Get straight to the point. In saying that the reinforcement's already finished, Li Xin-Wu propped up the core, which had completed by using most of the golem's cores in the highlands with both hands. Now Jin could see it too. The geometrical pattern that covered the bone core. But I can't tell what it says at all. Sure. You're really pissing me off. If Li Xin-Wu hadn't absorbed a few bone cores prior to this, he wouldn't have been able to make sense of it either. However, in the process of repeatedly utilizing bone reinforcement, he meticulously examined the restored patterns and analyzed the mutual exchange of mana amongst them. Now that the core was finished, he knew what state the bone core was in, and what kind of item this restored core was. He calmly gripped the core and emitted his mana. The mana saturating his body flowed and wrapped around the core. The core, which emitted a delicate golden light, was soon dyed completely in a reddish mana. Now that he thought about it, once he hit level 4, his mana had changed into a dark red light. The bone original core has been completed. You require more materials to manufacture golems. You can analyze the core in order to figure out what materials you need. Cute smile naturally formed on Li Xin-Wu's face. Jin was relayed the message through their contract and spoke with a disbelieving look. You can make golems with that. Yeah. Though I'll need a lot more stuff in the future. That information's also stored inside the core. Everything regarding the golems is assembled inside the core, so I know where they were originally made, what additional materials I need to make them, as well as what characteristics and types there are. Oh, I really have no idea what you're talking about. In saying that if I just absorb this core, I can learn about the golems here, as well as all the information regarding them. Think it is as their place of origin. Oh huh. As expected, it seemed like Jin wasn't very bright as he was naturally talented in sprinting. Therefore, Li Xin-Wu gave up on getting him to understand, and gripped the bone core one more time. Originally, it was probably a core used to manufacture powerful golems, but to him, it was just an appetizing wonder drug. This was the fruit of high-level magic engineering that contained the method of controlling golems, as well as the corresponding information on golems neatly organized within. Bone reinforcement. By consuming the bone original core, your entire body is reinforced. All stats have increased by 10. Acquiring all the information and memories within. At that moment, a tremendous amount of information pushed into his brain, causing him to fall to his knees. It wasn't even like this when he acquired the weapon Trickster's arm bone. It was also different from when he absorbed Jarrett's bone. He just couldn't accept the tremendous amount of information that came rushing at him all at once. The way to control a golem. The way to control a golem. The way a golem attacks. The way a golem attacks. The way to gather and release mana. If I just follow this as is, I could become a golem myself. Of course, that should be impossible, but just by understanding the fundamental ways by which a high-leveled golem moved, Li Xin-Wu's knowledge of magic and martial arts skyrocketed. He was able to make it this far with his numerous skills and his genius, but the areas where head lacked in refinement were supplemented systematically by his mana bone skill, and head relied on the combat knowledge head gathered as well as bursting thunder technique to correct his bearing and stance. And the result of that appeared instantly. The low-rank mana bone skill has become LV9. Magic has increased by 5. You can draw out your mana more effectively. The low-rank bursting thunder skill has become LV9. Strength and magic have increased by 3. It seems you've gained a vague understanding of how to call down lightning upon your weapon. Truthfully, when Li Xin-Wu was abruptly dragged into another world and brought into the underground empire just a short while ago, he had caught onto the basics faster than the other heroes. It was only natural, since he absorbed the knowledge and experiences of the undead who'd already possessed these fundamentals. However, he couldn't give himself a perfect score, since most of the enemies head fought were low-leveled undead. However, that changed when he absorbed the bone original core. The low-rank stealth skill has become LV8. Agility has increased by 7. You can now hide your movements more naturally than before. The intermediate combat sense skill has become LV2. Agility has increased by 5. Your dynamic visual acuity has grown. He possessed an exemplary balance that he couldn't even find in the many individuals in his memories, as well as the know-how of how to handle magic. While it seemed like that's all that happened, most of his skills had also increased in level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he went through an overwhelming growth the moment he got a handle on the basics. Using this core to make a mass-produced type golem, what a waste. However, that wasn't the end of it. He accepted all the information regarding the golems, and the panting Li Xin-Wu came to the second wave of information. It was a memory detailing the instant the original core was born. The copies of the core are deteriorating. It might be possible with that. Do we really have to go this far? I don't think we really need to hide our identities. It's impossible for the egoless core to possess memories, but as he raised his level, as well as the level of his bone reinforcement, Li Xin-Wu was ultimately able to see the memories of related individuals as well. This is all for the Empire. Aramer Steelworker, we have all gathered under your name. We are the best of the Empire. Since that's the duty we've been given. Several individuals' fragmented memories brushed past his brain. Li Xin-Wu grit his teeth to remember each and every one of them. The most important word amongst them was obvious. Aramer Steelworker. AS. 1TN AS Center is Konglish for After Service Center. Basically, a repair shop. 2TN likely the most famous quote in the anime Gurren Lagann. 3EN example a pole's polarity was determined by a couple of poles. Chapter 13 Part 2. Chapter 13. Aramer Steelworker 2. Xin-Wu, are you alright? Li Xin-Wu. Bleh, he knew nothing would come out, even if he vomited, yet he still attempted to do so, and roughly breathed out. It was something he retained from his days as a human being. Repeatedly doing so calmed him down, and was certainly effective, though it could just be a placebo. Get a hold of yourself, Xin-Wu. Okay. There was way too much information coming in all at once. Which means that it was also that helpful to me as well. Li Xin-Wu raised his front foot, slightly pushed aside Jin, who had been hitting him wildly, and replied. Then, the seemingly dissatisfied Jin scrapped the flaw and spoke harshly. It'd be great if I could make one for you as well. You want to give me something like that when it was even difficult for you to absorb? Are you crazy? Nope. You probably won't be able to absorb the memories, so don't worry. It'll be helpful enough if you just learn the fundamental principle behind how the golems use mana, as well as how their body operates. This was especially important for Jin, as he didn't even know the basics behind mana usage. Therefore, it would be even more helpful to Jin. Hearing that, the goblin fire in Jin's eyes spun around, and he felt like he was at a loss, but he soon calmed because he realized the reality of his situation. But there aren't any more golems in the entire area, so there's nothing we can do. I really want to get stronger too, but it can't be helped since there aren't any golems left that can drop cores. Har. So you're saying that if we can somehow get those cores, you're willing to accept it? Well, yeah. But there aren't any. Right. Hearing Li Xin-Wu's laughter, Jin suddenly felt anxious and replied timidly. Li Xin-Wu was smiling. The red light of his mana appeared in the palm of his outstretched hand, developing into a peculiar pattern. It was none other than the pattern that had been inscribed onto the original core. Please say it's not. Why do you think so many golems were here? There are two possible causes. First, this was the golem's destination. Or with just that one line, Jin figured it out. The next moment, the entire area seemed to resonate with a seal, composed of mana and created by Li Xin-Wu, but to be exact, the center of the highlands began to tremble. A gold circle appeared atop the ground, and the party of two entered inside the circle. Though they weren't even connected, Jin was able to tell what Li Xin-Wu intended. Then is this by any chance a production site for the golems? Yeah, you're right. If you go below here, should there be some more golems remaining? The golems that were trapped inside. Following the Empire's collapse, Li Xin-Wu rode atop Jin, and the area within the golden circle began to sink into the floor. It felt as though they were on an elevator going down to a secret base. The seal atop Li Xin-Wu's hand was slowly rotating. Jin thought it looked like a magic circle seen in fantasy movies and asked, "Did you get a permit like in a dungeon?" I reverse-operated the original cause code and attained the rights of a general administrator. But the owner should still have the director's rights, so I shouldn't be able to steal it. As always, Jin wasn't able to understand him, but nonetheless agreed enthusiastically. As expected, Head thought that Jin wouldn't be able to understand the natural sciences, but Li Xin-Wu was honestly a liberal arts major as well. Fortunately, calculating the composition of Marner didn't rely on arithmetic skills, but on intuition and logical reasoning. But how far is this thing going to go down? Since our senior heroes dug as much as they could and still weren't able to reach it, it probably means that this thing goes really deep underground. This entire empire was constructed underground, yet they had to go further underground. Now he could understand why the entrance was in the highlands. The more he thought about it, the less he could comprehend the scale of the underground empire, and just laughed bitterly. Look. The ceiling's closing. The ceiling plugged up like a container being closed. In an instant, everywhere became dark, but due to the blazing goblin fire in their eye sockets, they could tell where the other was. Though it was cool, wouldn't it be useless when trying to move stealthily in the dark? Li Xin-Wu suddenly had that concern. I should practice turning off the goblin fire. Your imagination's frightening. By the way, I followed you down here, but wouldn't the director be down here? They could. Li Xin-Wu affirmed unimportantly, and Jin narrowed his eyes. Then it's dangerous. It's always been dangerous for me. This time is no different. Li Xin-Wu acknowledged Jin calmly and then said, but if we overcome that danger, we can grow tremendously. That's our advantage over the other heroes. Not the fact that we have multiple lives, but the fact that because of those lives, we can attempt things that are dangerous to others even just one more time. That's true. If need be, I'll give up a life and we can just run away. Though I'd gain as much as I'd lose on the way out no matter what. Jin marveled at Li Xin-Wu's statement. It was amazing that Li Xin-Wu wouldn't hesitate to stake his life and would stubbornly struggle in those situations where he might die, yet had survived up until now without losing many lives. If he had 97 remaining lives like him, Jin felt as though he'd become lax, but on the contrary, Li Xin-Wu was much more guarded. He really had a frightening tenacity and state of mind. We've arrived. Their descent came to a complete stop and the slight tremors ceased. It was still dark everywhere, but Li Xin-Wu could sense that there was a passageway that stretched far ahead, as well as the golems that filled it too. Detected a trespasser. Confirmed a general administrator's seal. On standby. The golems activated instantly, emitting a screeching noise, but ceased their movements immediately after, once they recognized the seal floating atop the palm of his hand. Jin marveled at the sight, but Li Xin-Wu suddenly gripped the seal tightly and contorted it. At that moment, the golem's attitude changed completely. Detected a trespasser, blocking intrusion into the production base. Hey! They could have gone through this in a relaxed manner. Yet why is he making things so difficult? Jin yelled in astonishment, but Li Xin-Wu replied calmly. We won't be able to grow at all if we just go through it like this. I thought I could at least improve my acting skill, but it would be pointless against golems which don't even have an ego. You dumbass, they're coming. Beginning attack. Something flashed in the darkness. The closest golem had swung its greatsword. LV4 bronze sword golem. The instant Li Xin-Wu dodged its attack, he confirmed that there were greatswords attached to where its arms should have been. They were different from the golems above. They were probably stronger, too. Entry failed. On standby. Attack failed. Resuming attack. Unfortunately, the passageway was so narrow that he couldn't fight them all at once, despite the sense of danger they gave off. The golem's greatsword got stuck into the wall and it did its best to remove it. Seeing that stupid golem, Li Xin-Wu thought there'd be no way to train his skills, regardless of whether they were hostile to him or not. Then go ahead and try fighting them yourself, Jin. But they look stronger than the bronze golems up top. You have an absolute advantage here with your high agility. Just try it out, he said as he pushed Jin from behind. At that moment, the golem succeeded in pulling out its greatsword and continued with its second attack. Jin was startled and moved his body, successfully evading the attack. Hey, good luck. Even as he gritted his teeth, Jin activated Steel Body. His body became as tough and sharp as steel. It was an extremely useful skill which simultaneously made his body into both a shield and a sword. Immediately after, Jin forcefully struck the flustered golem, as its greatsword was stuck in the ground with his front legs. It was an attack that simultaneously propelled his body forward with his hind legs and struck with the weight of his front legs. Critical hit. Confirming critical damage. Retreating for repairs. Confirming target's survival. Switching out. Since his agility was so high, there was a frightening force behind his attack with just the simple motion of pushing his body forward, to the point that he was able to inflict critical damage onto a level 4 golem. Before, this kind of attack would have been overwhelmingly burdensome on Jin's body, but here Steel Body exhibited its usefulness. It would temporarily rid him of his knee joints and transform both his front legs into a substance akin to steel, which simultaneously reduced the burden on Jin and strengthened his attack. Oh, why are they so weak? As I thought, you can do it if you try. Now we just need to keep fighting and practice so that you keep attacking with that force. Ugh. Jin didn't even have the opportunity to respond and hectically moved his body. That's because as soon as he finished off the golem attempting to retreat and its body had disappeared, he had to dodge the incoming spear strike from another golem. It's not like he doesn't have the talent, since he's so fundamentally nimble. Li Xin-Wu watched Jin's struggle and nodded his head. If one's agility was high, their ability to respond to external stimuli would increase, though unfortunately Li Xin-Wu couldn't give him any advice in terms of his movements. The problem was that Jin would feel uneasy whenever his enemy attacked him. However, he saw that Jin was gradually becoming better in that regard. If something went wrong, Jin's attack, infused with his high agility, might be even more powerful than Li Xin-Wu's own. Li Xin-Wu felt slightly happy. Ceasing function. Ceasing function. Don't be careless. There are guys up above. I see them. Compared to Li Xin-Wu, Jin was slower at clearing them, but he was still plenty fast. He quickly cleaned up the golems and gradually cleared up the passageway. He fought intense battles against the golems though, of course. The golems were huge and the weapons they wielded were likewise large, so they were at an overwhelming disadvantage and Li Xin-Wu could see his movements improving by the minute. Li Xin-Wu picked up the cause and the Pirium, and relaxingly followed behind him. Then, when he confirmed that Jin wouldn't have any trouble taking down the golems by himself, he earnestly began examining the cause information. Reinforced attack type bone core. Original core synchronization rate 17. So that's why. The difference between the golems up top and the ones below was clear. Compared to the ones up top who protected their stations and were charged with defense, the golems trapped in here were mostly focused on offense. Thus, they were fitted with weapons like greatswords or spears, but they were comparatively weaker in defense. Whether it's the autonomous defense type Ka, or the attack type Ka, their original form was the original Ka, so I don't really need them. The autonomous defense-type cores and the attack-type cores were mass-produced versions of the original core. Li Xin-Wu, who had already absorbed the original core, didn't feel like he needed them. Truthfully, Li Xin-Wu was able to easily look into the information of the attack-type cores, even though the synchronization rate was only at 17. Ceasing function. Ceasing function new up. Yeah, actually I do need it. Despite him fighting impressively, Jin still had spots where he was lacking. So Li Xin-Wu shook his head and began to reinforce a core in earnest. Since they were all reinforced cores, one successful reinforcement would increase the synchronization rate by 1.5, and if he was lucky, it would increase it by 2. The bone original core has been completed. You need more materials to manufacture golems. You can analyze the core in order to figure out what materials you need. As they diligently passed through the passageway, he would absorb the cores from the fallen golems and completed another original core. Be happy, Jin. Now you'll be able to learn the fundamentals of combat and magic. Xin-Wu. Although, hearing Jin urgently call for him, Li Xin-Wu, who was about to pass him the original core, stopped, raised his head, and looked forward. There was an object made of iron in front of him, something he'd seen many times before coming to the Empire. It was extremely large and long, with compartments and doors. That object, which sat on tracks in front of them, was a trainist that a train. Li Xin-Wu and Jin simultaneously muttered, raised their heads, and looked at each other. They were sure of one thing. The two had discovered a secret that no other hero before them had found. Chapter 13 Part 3. Chapter 13. Aramir Steelworker 3. So this empire had trains as well, huh? More importantly, your world had trains too. It was a place called Earth. Contrary to the empire, there were several continents on the planet, and there were several nations on those continents. I came from a country called the United Kingdom. I see. I'll remember that. Jin carelessly disclosed where he was born. Li Xin-Wu wasn't very surprised, since he had figured out that their civilizations were roughly the same as they talked to each other. Especially since the name of their planets was the same, it was highly likely that their planets only differed nominally. But what was most important is that confirming that fact was difficult. Because of that, he couldn't add anything to the conversation. However, it seems like Jin thought differently. Were you born on Earth as well, by any chance? Why is that important now? Well, it just feels different, you know. There's no reason to look into things like that. It isn't the name of the planet we're from that's of greatest importance, but the train right in front of us. Li Xin-Wu meticulously surveyed his surroundings, rather than hastily looking inside the train. Though the passageway had been filled to the brim with golems, when they had gotten outside of said passageway and arrived at this clearing, there was nothing here. To be exact, aside from the train with its opened door, as well as the tracks that it ran on, there was nothing else in the vast clearing. It was to the point that they believed that this underground clearing was designed for the sole purpose of running this train. Where does this go? I probably won't be able to tell. The only thing I'm sure about is that it's really long. Jin pushed his head forward, examined the continuing railway, and was astonished. Meanwhile, Li Xin-Wu exercised his rights as a general administrator again to access the train, but there wasn't really any information he could gain from doing so. But there was one thing he did change. It was the reactivation of the train that had long since been silent. Of course, that wasn't his intent. The train will depart in 3 minutes. A voice rang out from the train itself. It was then that Li Xin-Wu realized that this lump of iron that resembled a train was also a golem. He didn't know who made it, but they had to be damn smart. Try stopping it for now, Xin-Wu. Shouldn't we know more about it before getting on? Well, I can turn this thing on, but I can't turn it off. What are you? Let's get on. It feels like a waste to just let it go. Jin just gaped at Li Xin-Wu's recklessness. However, it was true that there was nothing else they could gain from this space, and he was also curious about what lay at the end of the railway. All right, let's get on. The body of the train, as well as the door, was huge. He could easily guess as to why. This was a freight train designed to load golems onto it. Li Xin-Wu's guess just a short while ago was a bit off. This wasn't a production area for golems. It was the first place the golems were delivered to. If that's the case, then the golems that our seniors found in other areas, we can assume that there were trains like this one there too. No, that's not the issue here. If they were lucky, they might be able to use this train to go to those areas as well. They could explore every nook and cranny of the empire with this train. But if something goes wrong, we could be dumped into the wrong place and get ourselves killed. Could you not say something so ominous? The two entered the train and examined the interior, but the only thing they could discover was traces that this train was once a place that transported golems. Then again, it wasn't likely that it would tell thieves like them where the next station was. Oh, it's departing. Seems that hug. The moment the train door closed, the train began driving at a crazy speed. He didn't know what kind of magic was set up on the railway or what skill the golem was using, but it was much faster than Jin running at top speed. Q heck. Are you alright? The highly agile Jin was able to swiftly regain his balance and took to one side of the train. But Li Xin-Wu flew around the inside of the train and hit the back wall. It was a relief that he was able to use rule of bone to reinforce his bones before the collision. I would've died. Li Xin-Wu gritted his teeth tenaciously at the pain all over his body and kept his balance by gluing himself to one side of the train. If he was not made of bone, he would've spilled his guts, as well as his internal organs. They should've announced it. What shitty manners. Can you stand? I can now somehow. How terribly fast did it run? Around the time Li Xin-Wu couldn't even tell how fast it was going, the train gradually began to slow itself down. This is if there was something different about this train compared to one in modern times. It was that this train didn't have any windows. Li Xin-Wu and Jin just quieted their breathing and stood still within the slowing train. We have arrived at the manufacturing headquarters. The golem's characteristically dry voice came out, notifying them that they'd arrived. Li Xin-Wu just flinched again when he heard that they'd come to the manufacturing headquarters. He talked all big about how Jin shouldn't worry, but he actually couldn't help but be afraid since he was encountering the unknown. However, he couldn't just turn back and leave. He carefully stepped away from the wall and stood in front of the door. For starters, let's activate the seal. Should I absorb that core, too? No. When you absorb this core, you'll roll on the floor for roughly 30 minutes while you grunt and groan. So let's keep that for later. Seriously. The door opened. Li Xin-Wu held the seal out, slowly walked out of the train, and surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was another train on the station platform right next to them. When one enters the large station, they'd be able to see several trains coming and going. 6, 7, 8, 9. Holy shit. There were 9 more trains in the station. If they included the train the two rode on, there were 10 trains total. Most of the trains came into the station and were on standby, and only the platform on the right end was completely empty. I'm kind of getting scared here. It's way bigger than I'd expected. Wait, didn't you expect that it to be this big? Even so, it's just a place that manufactures the golems we just took down. We're okay. Li Xin-Wu lightly used his acting skill to conceal his unease from his partner. Jin relied on Li Xin-Wu, so if he ended up seeing how tense Li Xin-Wu was, he'd be dispirited. It seemed as though his bluff was effective, as Jin calmed down a bit as well. You actually came. Dar. Jin shamefully shrunk back when he heard the sound of an unfamiliar man's voice from somewhere. He knew they'd be discovered eventually, but he didn't think they'd be discovered as soon as they arrived. Li Xin-Wu naturally manifested a sword in one hand and put up his guard. However, he couldn't figure out where the source of the voice came from. No, I'm not going to kill you, so don't be so tense. If I wanted to kill you, I would've killed you earlier. But are you guys really undead? Can't you tell by just looking? We're just bones. True. I only see bones. So you're saying you can see us? Li Xin-Wu realized at that very moment. The man's voice was coming from the trains everywhere simultaneously. That could mean only one thing: their opponent was someone who had higher authority than Li Xin-Wu. If you were an undead spawned by the Emperor's curse, then there's no way you'd be moving so freely. How strange. What exactly are you? I have no reason to answer you, but if I were to tell you one thing, it's that we weren't affected by the Emperor's curse. Yeah, it seems that way to me too. You guys are truly strange. Especially the skeleton horse, who has a clear-cut will and can move on its own. This is the first time I've ever seen one like that. Seeing as how he's speaking like that, the man they were dealing with definitely retained his reasoning and will, and moved accordingly. Li Xin-Wu wanted to ask him about that, but he didn't hear the man's voice for quite some time after. Jin looked at Li Xin-Wu with eyes that seemed to signal that he wanted to immediately go back onto the train and get the hell out of there. The goblin fire that he emitted was quivering, and the fact that he was able to interpret the pattern to this degree touched Li Xin-Wu, and Li Xin-Wu also pondered on what he needed to do first to secure a retreat path. That way's no good so long as I don't have the top authority. Otherwise, the highest chance of survival lay in him crushing one of the golems, and them running the opposite way by following the tracks. No matter how far apart their levels were, it would be extremely difficult to follow Jin, who was a horse born for the sole purpose of running. Though their enemy might be able to match his speed temporarily, Jin possessed unlimited stamina as an undead, so they wouldn't be able to keep up with him. I told you. There's no need to run away. More importantly, the general said he'd like to meet with you. We won't hurt you, so won't you come this way? General, hearing that, Li Xin-Wu instinctually retorted. Why was it that he was so caught up with the word general? If that general was one of the 12 generals in the empire, then would he perhaps be their missing pieces? In his head started to match, and it felt as though fireworks were going off in his head. Is he General Siegeld by any chance? General Siegeld was in charge of the Anti-Skull Project, which attempted to stop the undead curse through the research of several different methods. What if he had been interested in golems, which were artificial life forms immune to the undead curse, and if they prepared for an emergency and created this facility to manufacture golems? Then what are you going to do? I want to meet him at least once, as I thought he had gone this far, so he couldn't back down now. However, he didn't blindly move while trusting in the man's promise that they wouldn't harm them. but he had a strong hunch that if he backed out now, he wouldn't be able to come back here again. If we're unlucky, I might die not once, but several times. You stay put, but if it seems like things are going south, break one of these trains, follow the tracks, and go back. Since I'll come join you later. No, I want to meet him too. You told me how you had gotten stronger before, remember? Moreover, it'll be better if I'm there if we're faced with a situation where we have to run away. It really was a response befitting an undead. He was unwilling to stay out of it. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Honestly, if things didn't go as planned, it wasn't as though he didn't have skills to protect him. That skill was none other than the sacrifice skill. Sacrifice LV1 active. You can activate this skill when someone else is about to die. You save the target's life in exchange for your own. The user will die without fail, though I'd like it if I didn't have to use it. When he had first received the Savior Karma token, as well as this skill, had thought it was a useless skill that just came along with a half-assed karma. Thinking, what kind of useless skill is this? I sacrifice my life to save only one other person. However, it wasn't a useless skill for Li Xin-Wu. Why? Because Li Xin-Wu had 97 lives remaining, that's why. He certainly couldn't use the skill recklessly, but he could use for his partner, who more than doubled his fighting strength. Good, come this way. They went to the stairway beyond the wide platform, and the door above opened automatically. He wondered what he'd do if there were several golems in there, but there weren't. Welcome, Undead. Even if you go crazy, please don't attack me. There, a colossal, burly golem stood awaiting them. Since I'm not alive. Understand. With Marner more powerful than anyone had ever met before. LV7 Golem Arc Knight Guillotine Steelworker. A Golem. Chapter 13 Part 4. Chapter 13. Armor Steelworker 4. A Golem. Li Xin-Wu muttered as he saw the message informing them of the identity of the Titan before them. He expected him to be an undead that hadn't lost its reasoning, or a human that held out inside of a dungeon so that he could survive, but he hadn't expected him to be a golem. Of course I am. What else, besides a golem, could retain its sanity within the Empire? That's why I'm so interested in you too, the golem added as his eyes lit up. He possessed a human's eyes, skin, face, and hair. He perfectly resembled a human being, so if Li Xin-Wu hadn't learned that information from the message, he wouldn't have known that he was actually a golem. Though I'd like to ask you about your identity right at this very moment. The general would like to see you, so follow me for now. What are you going to do? Let's go. He couldn't precisely ascertain the situation, but there was something that bothered him. It was the fact that the golem's name was Guillotine Steelworker. Based on the memories that dwelled within the original core, Armor Steelworker was definitely the director. Was it just coincidence that part of his name was similar to the director's? Li Xin-Wu thought that wasn't possible. Then, whether it's General Seagulled or not isn't the issue here. The golem bearing the name of Steelworker was a level 7 powerhouse. If that's the case, then what about the director, Armor Steelworker? He would obviously be an even higher level than the golem then. Wouldn't he be the general the golem's talking about? Li Xin-Wu had definitely miscalculated. I didn't think that golems were making other golems. I didn't think that, but if I think that way, it all makes sense. Golems can't turn into the undead and they shouldn't die of old age either, but it's way too surprising that there's a golem with an innate ego. And a high-leveled ego at that. Don't mess with the other doors on the way and just follow straight behind me. Since you could set off a trap. All right. Around the time that Li Xin Wu's head was filled with complications, the golem spoke calmly. Jin, who had been observing the doors that lined the passageway, was shocked and slightly stepped back. It was so huge that it was difficult to take his eyes off it. There were several roads that branched off from the passageway, and even those forked roads branched out into several different paths. Jin wouldn't have known any better, but Li Xin Wu clearly felt a mass of powerful Marner at the end of each of those forked roads. Li Xin Wu just laughed. It made sense how they threw away level 3 or level 4 golems like they were nothing. It was possible for the contents of any one of these several dozen rooms to be able to take down all of those weak golems that were destroyed by Li Xin Wu and Jin before. It was possible since they wouldn't lose anything from neglecting the golems or letting them be destroyed. Li Xin Wu started to become curious as to what their mission was. But for starters, it did seem like they definitely went on the side of the Imperial Army, which had degenerated into the undead. We've arrived. It's a huge door. Consider it an honor. It's not a door that anyone can just enter whenever they wish, aside from the knights that guard the general. The door lock looked similar to that of the Anti-Skull's secret facilities, and when Guillotine Steelworker placed his hand on it, a complex Marna seal formed atop his hand and released the locking mechanism. Li Xin Wu couldn't help but be amazed as he saw the door lock and the Marner pattern of the seal intersect and delicately, gradually release the lock. It was an interaction that was worlds apart from Anti-Skull's door lock. It felt like Li Xin Wu's Marner senses had advanced just by watching the process. Even if you pay such close attention to it, you probably won't be able to do it yourself so easily, since it's something only golems can do. Now go in. The general's waiting for you. Har har. For a golem, he was quick on the uptake. Li Xin Wu just smiled bitterly, followed behind him, and stepped into the room. The first thing he saw was a huge table. Next was the absurdly high ceiling. Finally, what he saw was LV8 Golem 0 Golden General Armor Steelworker. He was a golem that boasted a height of more than 6 meters even while sitting down. Houg. How peculiar. The general remained seated while examining them and then slowly stood up. When Li Xin Wu saw that the Golden General, Armor Steelworker, almost touched the ceiling at his full height, he was completely overwhelmed. He didn't match the LV5 Treasure Eater in terms of size, but the quality and density of his Marner was worlds apart. It was to the point that he'd feel bad comparing that dirty caterpillar to him side by side. I don't feel the curses, Marner, from you at all. This space is filled to the brim with a curse, yet I feel like the curse is bouncing off of you. From an undead, who is neither a human nor a golem. Who exactly are you? Jin was completely terrified by his strength and stiffened in place. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu remained silent, thinking about how he should respond. The golem before him was powerful, and possessed a method of observing the flow of Marner that far surpassed Li Xin Wu's own. He even contemplated and acted like a human. The fact that he was a golem didn't matter right now. Li Xin Wu needed to assume that he was smarter than him in every aspect. Can I just tell him the truth, even that we're heroes as well? If the Golden General was hostile to the undead, it wouldn't hurt if they told him they were heroes, since it would confirm that they were both on the same side. But there was too much he didn't know about them right now. If they don't understand, they could end up dead and would have just given them unnecessary information. If that's the case, then first Li Xin Wu stuck out his non-existent tongue, licked his non-existent lips with saliva he didn't even have, and opened his mouth. Do you know about Anti-Skull? This was the start of his lies. Did you volunteer for the anti-skull project? You even know about that? As he thought the general knew about anti-skull. If he were one of the 12 generals like General Siegeld, it wouldn't be strange if he knew about the anti-skull project, especially if he was a golem that was immune to the curse. But this is a trap. Seeing the golem's flashing eyes, Li Xin-Wu decided as such. His body movements, as well as his voice, were all extremely natural, but he was a golem. From the very beginning, he was suspicious as to whether he actually had a mind or not. It would be the end if he was so easily tricked by his cordial behavior. It seems like we can cut to the chase since you know about their project. Adi made contact with them in the past, but the place where their experiments took place is far away. We went a different way from them. You've made contact with them, is that so? The golem spoke as if he understood and nodded his head. Of course, Li Xin-Wu still wasn't at ease yet. After all, the general was still suspicious of the two. Well, it's only natural. Since Li Xin-Wu and Jin just popped up several dozens of years after the Empire's fall. So how could they trust them so easily if they just showed up and said that they were part of some experiment that no one knew about? You're not one of General Siegeld's men. We worked together with one of the men under his command. Thus, we know about the anti-skull project to some extent, and we participated in the plan, but we've never actually met General Siegeld before. Indeed. It's not so easy to learn about anti-skull. I'm curious as to who that individual was under General Siegeld's command, but no, it's fine. Since even I don't know everything about Siegeld right now. However, he couldn't just openly deny him, because he didn't have any evidence that actually refuted Li Xin-Wu's claims. Especially since Li Xin-Wu knew quite a bit regarding the anti-skull project. The moment one cleverly mixes lies with the truth, one's words become more persuasive and reassuring. That's why Li Xin-Wu could stand so proud. The administrator of that project must have been someone considerably famous. Since he successfully created undead who could completely resist the curse, or absorb it. We're just lucky. Several people died as well. Though we were a success, we ended up sleeping for dozens of years in exchange. I understand. Since that ability couldn't have appeared if not for your luck, that's close to a miracle from God. I agree. It's only natural that this guy and I were the only successes to the experiment. I lost a lot of memories. A lot of time has passed, and there were several side effects as well. But did they catch on when he said a miracle from God? Li Xin-Wu momentarily thought as much, yet he responded so naturally, like flowing water. Hearing Li Xin-Wu, Aramer Steelworker momentarily hesitated, but soon nodded his head and spoke. I apologize. I was overly suspicious of you and I ended up bringing up some unpleasant memories. Well, stop the interrogation here. Since we both share a hatred for the curse that fills the Empire. Of course. If it weren't for that curse, I wouldn't have become like this. Read. How unfortunate. Is this guy also hostile to the undead as well? If that's true, then should I disclose that I'm a hero? No, let's just leave that out for now, since it wouldn't hurt. Li Xin-Wu just inwardly nodded in response to Aramer Steelworker. Had figured out the general's position, and had simultaneously managed to hide his own identity. It wasn't perfect, but the golem was level 8. What's worse, he was one of the 12 generals of the Empire, so it turned out okay. The moment he thought so, his acting skill leveled up. You have completely fooled an overwhelmingly higher-leveled target. The acting skill has become LV8. Your lies become truth until the moment you yourself say otherwise. However, that wasn't all. Li Xin-Wu's continued to read through the messages that had caused his eyes to open wide. A joker conceals everything about themselves, and is one who makes false faces. There is no need for there to be a special reason behind your words or actions. That is what it means to be a joker. All stats have increased by 5. You have fulfilled a part of the conditions to unlock the Joker's innate skill. It doesn't matter whether you have a reason, just lie your way out first. This is my type of skill. If he were to deceive his opponent first, it would become easier to get out of the situation later, even if things went wrong, since all he needed to do was to say something else and lie to them again. His normal way of thinking, and this karma was a perfect fit. It felt as though he'd found his calling and he seemed pleased, but then, Armor Steelworker moved on to a different topic. This was probably the main topic. I'm more surprised that you were able to acquire the rights of a general administrator than the fact that you guys are undead. It should've been impossible even if you were considerably talented. I was curious who the owner of all those golems was. I also wanted to know your intentions as well. I was luckily able to make a forgery of it. What you did isn't something you can just pass off as a joke. You should be more confident in yourself. More importantly, I want to know what your intentions are. I suppose it's time for you to ask the questions now, huh? They're just simple questions. After all, you said yourself that we share a hatred for the Empire's curse. All right, I'll answer your questions, brave skeleton. Since I have nothing to hide. Hearing Li Xin-Wu's polite and bold statement, the general laughed uproariously. It looked so natural that he could hardly believe that he was a golem. Immediately after, something shocking happened. The golem's body, which was close to 9 meters tall at full height, dwindled in size, and turned into a mere 2-meter-tall giant. Most people, even Siegeld and Learfield, knew this as a giant transformation skill, but it's not actually that. It's something that can only be used in the Golem High Command and is a technique that compresses a golem's body. Were you surprised? Yes, he was really surprised. Li Xin-Wu had thought it was only possible because the general was a golem, but there really was a way to turn into a giant. Didn't that mean that a skill existed in this world that could transform him into a giant? His heart began to pound rapidly. Most of the citizens of the Empire wouldn't know, but the Golden Army formed by Armor Steelworker was comprised of golems from the very beginning. It was an army created without hesitation to protect the Empire, and in order to create those golems that moved and lived with a clear purpose, we transferred a knight's consciousness into a core. This is the fruit of our efforts at the end of all those experiments. Yes, our goal was different, but we're both similar, aren't we? We were both sacrificed for our experiments. As a result, we were also able to avoid turning into the undead, so it's truly ironic, wouldn't you say? Hearing such a shocking story of how the golems came into existence, Li Xin-Wu kept opening and closing his mouth, but then, the Golden General spoke faintly. The day after the curse struck, all the living became undead. However, we who weren't of the living any longer remained. The core had been engraved with loyalty to the Empire, yet that Empire was now gone, so they hadn't known what to do. We remained dozens of years later. Chapter 13 Part 5. Chapter 13. Armor Steelworker 5. For golems created by humans, loyalty to their master was paramount. The golems were also created for the purpose of protecting the Emperor. However, the Emperor wasn't satisfied with just ordinary golems. He wanted them to think and move like a normal human being, while also being able to gain karma and grow. Aside from their unwavering loyalty, he wanted every aspect of them to be as close to a human being as possible. Because of that, we began our experiments to create an absolute fighting force that was loyal only to the Emperor himself. They sucked the Empire's precious resources dry, as well as the souls and magic of several young knights, and at the end of all those sacrifices, they succeeded in creating monsters, the Golden Army that originated from the Golden General, Armor Steelworker. There are many who probably don't know about it. We lived much longer than the citizens of the Empire could have imagined. But by the time the Emperor, who dreamt of immortality, created us, he was already old and decrepit. The knights, whose human souls were combined with a golem's body, certainly were loyal to the Emperor alone, thought like humans, and were also beings who were capable of growth. Above all, they possessed strong bodies and magic, and were able to survive for such a long length of time. They were the best guards for the Emperor. The Emperor dreamt of eternal youth and immortality, yet he didn't think of becoming a golem himself. There was a huge problem. Ultimately, we couldn't achieve a success rate of 100. The Emperor probably couldn't take that risk. Li Xin-Wu just laughed. He didn't plan on attempting to seriously verify Armor Steelworker's claims, but since he'd become so immersed in his interesting story, he naturally became serious about it. It wasn't his intention, but it had a positive effect on the way Armor Steelworker treated Li Xin-Wu. Though Armor's face softened only slightly, it was enough. I knew about the Emperor's desire for immortality, but because I had pledged absolute loyalty to the Emperor, I couldn't express any opinions regarding it. And ultimately, the day that horrific curse was completed, the Emperor became undead, and we were freed. Since the spell that restricted our free will didn't factor in the Emperor becoming an undead. Then, what did you do after you were freed? I led my subordinates out of the capital, and we hid here. The Emperor left me in charge of this place, and it was the only place where we could be safe. The golem production facility. They hid. That's what they decided to do once they'd become free of the Emperor's control without even trying to fight. Once Li Xin-Wu noticed that the conversation had taken a strange turn. After all, this was a bit different than what he'd envisioned. Aside from us, everyone else became undead, including the other generals who possessed a fighting force equal to mine. I couldn't win against all of them, and I didn't want to fight against them either. Emmet was such a weak thing to say, compared to how imposing he seemed when they first met. He wanted to ask if he was weaker than General Siegel by any chance, but now wasn't the time to provoke him. While he was boiling up on the inside, Armor Steelworker cut in. We've lost our purpose. We have nothing left to direct our loyalty to, and just remain idle, slowly losing our free will over the passage of time. We're just souls who are unable to sleep, and live underground, gradually rusting away. You, the undead who are able to resist the Empire's curse. I don't know who you are, or why you decided to bravely come here. At some point, the conversation was coming to an end. Unexpectedly, Armor commended them, and spoke like this. We've lost our wills and we're just lingering dolls, so just leave us be and go back. That's a lie. Li Xin-Wu was absolutely sure of it when he heard that. He was a way higher level than him, but unfortunately, his acting was much worse than Li Xin-Wu's. It didn't matter whether he was a golem or not. It didn't matter if there were faults in his reasoning or not. His incredible intuition that developed with his acting skill was telling him this. Armor Steelworker had different intentions, and he didn't want him to interfere, so he was trying to keep him out in advance. Not yet. Li Xin felt like it was time to use his winning move. Right now, concealing his identity or ascertaining their identity wasn't important compared to this. He decided that had extracted all the information he could from them, and that there was still a chance to adjust their relationship. "I have a request," Li Xin Wu said courageously. As always, armor steelworker sported a smile, but he was a golem, so Li Xin Wu couldn't trust his expression. "I was interested in your ability, so I called you here and spoke to you personally, but I can do nothing more for you. I cannot permit anything else. Go back. The next time you make a copy of that seal and use it to intrude, I won't just sit by and leave you be. All right. If you're done talking, shall we go?" When armor steelworker finished softly, but firmly, guillotine steelworker approached them whilst emitting a turbulent spirit, as though he would execute them if they didn't listen. All he was doing was emitting mana from his entire body. Despite that, Li Xin Wu felt his body go stiff. He knew that he was no match for him. "I have no intention of her." However, Li Xin Wu utilized Rule of Bone to its very limit, resisting the pressure, and yelled out, in order to achieve his primary objective of coming here. "I have no intention of stepping into this place, so please allow us to continue using that train. We won't bother you, and we won't talk to you. We just want to ride that train to move around. If you allow us to use the train, we'd like some information regarding the destination as well. We're going to take care of the undead in the underground empire, and those trains will be really helpful in doing so. It'll also take care of the golems you're not using, too." "You amazing bastard!" The unexpected request startled armor steelworker. Li Xin Wu acted like he was asking for something trivial, yet it was actually an extremely brazen request. Guillotine steelworker was astonished that he'd asked for such a thing, and muttered, "He may not look it, but he had made the request after planning everything out. You truly are brave. Despite the difference in strength, that's exactly why. We're nothing compared to you, so that's why we can speak to you like this. Since we're nobodies to you, and it won't hurt you to accept a request from some nobodies." Regardless of what armor steelworker was thinking about, at the very least, Li Xin Wu was sure that he was no longer under the Emperor's command. And though he wasn't moving proactively, he held no love for the curse that covered the Empire. In addition, Li Xin Wu's intuition told him that based on those feelings he had some kind of secret plan in the works. Figuring out their identity was likely to ascertain whether they would get in the way of said plan. "Like I said, all I want is to be able to use the train." Li Xin Wu was well aware of that, so that's why he made such a suggestion. He roughly understood their situation, so he asked for a little bit of help, on the condition that they don't bother them. It wasn't a bad offer for them either, so he thought they'd have no reason to refuse. But if they did refuse his offer, then they would just get the hell out. The idea of "try it, you have nothing to lose" had led to this situation. "General, shall I take care of them?" "No, they're interesting." The moment armor said that, Li Xin Wu inwardly smiled elatedly. It was exactly the response he'd been hoping for. He'd been acting desperately from the moment they met in order to retain that small favorable impression that tinged his voice. "Fine. Do as he asks. I'll allow it, on the condition that you not leave the station." "Thank you very much, General Guillotine. I'm ordering all the golems, including you. From this point on, if those two enter headquarters, kill them without mercy. But if they don't touch them." "I understand." He seemed dissatisfied, but Guillotine complied obediently and nodded his head. He had no choice but to do so. Based on the flow of Marner, it seemed like Guillotine didn't have any choice in the matter and that Aramer was in control. Was the reason that a golem could become the master of the other golems due to the unnatural nature at which they lost connection with the original master? There was no way of knowing that right now. I heard a lot from you, but I haven't heard your name yet, Aramer Steelworker said. The reason he hadn't asked for their names was because he didn't think they'd see each other again. However, the fact that Head changed his mind and had asked for their names meant that Aramer unconsciously thought that they might meet each other again. My name is Paul Zero, Li Xin Wu replied in an overwhelmingly confident voice. He felt that it was a relief that they hadn't spoken each other's names once since they came here, and he lied in a situation where he didn't think he would. Paul Zero will remember that name. Along with your partner, that is. You'll be able to hear about me from various parts of the Empire. At the very least, your spirit is impressive. However, the fact that you possess the will to push forward, despite being in an undead body, leaves quite the impression on us. Go as far as you can. Head lied until the very end, and the moment Head successfully tricked Aramer, his acting skill had unexpectedly leveled up again. The acting skill has become LV9. Whenever you make a new personality, people suspect you of having multiple personalities. Li Xin Wu remained stiff, even after Head received permission to use the train, and dragged Jin through the corridor. Guillotine Steelworker sent them off. Perhaps it was because Head lied so perfectly, but Guillotine didn't treat Li Xin Wu too badly. Are there a lot of undead like you outside? I've met a few of them. They were partial successes from the Anti-Skull project, though they degenerated into skeletons like me. He was instinctively respectful to Aramer Steelworker, but spoke comfortably with Guillotine like when they'd first met. It might have been because Head received an order from Aramer, but he wasn't concerned with that. On that day, I saw General Siegold's form, and thought that perhaps so it really was like that. From the very beginning, that guy was damn impressive as I thought. He maintained his reasoning as well. Well, you did say that you were asleep following the experiment, so you'd be unaware of that disastrous day. You're right. He was fighting against the Emperor even as an undead. I saw him being restrained by the other generals and him leaving the capital. We were able to leave by taking advantage of that commotion. Had gotten a hold of some great information. Li Xin Wu only nodded his head without getting caught. Around that time, Jin, who'd been frozen solid, slightly bumped Li Xin Wu with his head. He was timidly complaining that Li Xin Wu had dragged him all the way here and put him through all that. Now that I think about it, didn't this guy talk a lot before? He's too exhausted from putting up with the Golden General. Well, it's true that the General's magic is considerable. Then how did you endure it? You were also able to obtain the General Administrator's rights. So who exactly? At that very moment, the train arrived. Li Xin Wu saw the door connecting the station platform and the passageway completely close and inwardly, slightly, very slightly, breathed a sigh of relief. He put in a lot of work to get everything to work out, but he couldn't believe that had actually gotten what he wanted. Plus, his acting skill had even grown. Li Xin Wu trusted that today's deceit would bear fruit in the future. Take it. It's the map for each supply line. You can do as you wish with the abandoned golems there. Thanks. As expected, he was right. There was a map. From an outside view, it looked to be just an iron plate, but if he displayed the special Marner pattern, the map would appear on top of the plate. It was a relief that it was the type of map that he could use with a general administrative rights. Then I'll get going now. You better keep your promise. Since the general doesn't lie, I don't lie either. He lied up until the very end, and his trustworthy expression, his blazing red goblin fire, seemed to satisfy Guillotine, as he nodded his head and went back. Soon, they couldn't see him as he had gone through the passageway. Of course, this was still their territory, so they couldn't afford to be reckless. When the two were left alone, Li Xin-Wu activated the map and picked the place closest to the outskirts of the empire, aside from where they had been before. That's because it was the easiest to handle. All right. Then shall we go? I'm not dead yet, right? Of course you're not. We have so many golems left to kill, so you can't die on me now. You want me to fight again? Be happy. When we go past there, I'll give you the bone original core. I'm not happy at all, you know. The two skeleton heroes unhesitatingly embarked on the train golem towards the southern outskirts of the empire. Like had learned from before, he didn't forget to hold on tight. The train departed right away. And so, Li Xin-Wu began his trip along the empire's railway. Chapter 13 Part 6. Chapter 13. Armor Steelworker 6. He didn't know exactly how far-reaching armor steelworkers' control over the golems went, but Li Xin-Wu and Jin tacitly agreed that they would be careful with their words and actions within the train. In the middle of the odd silence, the train gradually began to slow down. After that, they received a signal that they'd arrived at their destination. They had really traveled from the west end of the empire to the south end instantaneously. Would anyone believe us if we told them? Probably not. If all of the heroes were able to use this subway line, the territory of the empire might change immediately. The system was that revolutionary. Is the Undead Emperor unaware of this facility? It's because he was unaware of it that this facility had remained safe all this time. He could tell, through the examination of the original core, that armor steelworkers' authority in terms of golem manufacturing was extremely high. The Emperor had probably trusted in his absolute loyalty and seemed to have entrusted armor steelworker with manufacturing the golems, as well as overseeing all the operations. Back then, he had to have absolute trust in them, as they were under a master-servant relationship. We're screwed. At that moment, Jin spoke in a slightly trembling voice. The land was teeming with golems beyond the automatically opening door. Considering the fact that they were all level 4 bronze golems and were armed with weapons, he could tell that they possessed attack-type cars. But Li Xin-Wu had already expected that, so he had activated his General Administrator seal. Confirming General Administrator. Welcome. A few of the golems spoke mechanically and greeted them. Li Xin-Wu wondered if he could, so he ordered them to stand in line, but they wouldn't follow such a detailed order. A general administrative authority only made it so that they wouldn't attack him. That's all. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Work hard and get through them. Oh, and make sure you choose the right place. You demon. Li Xin-Wu acted as though he would break apart the seal any minute now, and Jin hastily stepped into the subway train door. Had desperately moved there to force a one-on-one confrontation. Li Xin-Wu, without even giving him any time, erased the seal, and at that very moment, the golems turned their attention to them. Detecting a trespasser. He has infiltrated into a critical facility. Reporting to code name, AS. Communication blocked. Assessing the situation. Proceeding to eliminate the trespasser. When the golems were blocked by armor steelworker, Li Xin-Wu sensed a portion of the flow of Marner in the entire area snap. And what did he realize from that? He realized the way in which Aramer Steelworker blocked communication with them. He doesn't block communication with each golem, but blocks communication by region, In other words, this area was now safe from Aramer Steelworker's gaze. The moment he realized that, Li Xin-Wu recreated the General Administrator seal and turned the golems away. Jin's eyes blazed with indignation, and he turned around and yelled, "Are you training me like a dog? I have to feed you something tasty before the training starts." Ugh! Jin, seeing the bone original core that Li Xin-Wu had been saving, spoke awfully, as though had eaten an entire lemon whole. Li Xin-Wu kindly motioned for him to come over with his hand, and Jin looked as though he was a criminal being offered poison, as he slowly walked over. "But can you take that out now? The connection's been completely cut in this region. We can talk comfortably now." "Really, by the way, Li Xin-Wu, how the hell were you able to stand in front of a level 8 golem and lie without even blinking he was a level 8 golem?" That was probably something Head really wanted to say. He was more shocked than awed by what he had seen. Li Xin-Wu just chuckled and replied, "Who cares? They lied to me too. They definitely oppose the Emperor, but don't trust anything other than that." Really, they sounded like they were going to cry. Anyone can make something like that up. It seemed as though Jin had taken everything that Fade said as the truth. Li Xin-Wu looked at him pitifully, and then Jin put great effort into turning his head and spoke as if he were justifying himself. "We aren't enemies, so it didn't seem like there was any reason to lie to each other. There are things you have to keep from your allies as well. And though we have a common enemy, there's no guarantee that they're not our enemies as well. You sure spoke bravely to that golem. Since our growth is a pressing matter. Moreover, I was able to say that to him because he doesn't know how fast our growth is." He replied calmly and continued on. "In any case, we got everything we wanted, maybe even more. A way to contact them. They said they'd only use the train, but as they come and go, the golems would inevitably take an interest in them again." Aramer Steelworker knew that as well. Li Xin-Wu's final goal was to constantly use the train, give them a strong impression, gain their trust, and ultimately forge a deep connection with them. If it's possible, a contract with them as well. Hearing that, Jin was frightened and replied, "In other words, doesn't that mean that we'll remain visible to them and they'll be watching us? Life is like that. Isn't it a worthwhile risk? You're really bold, aren't you? If I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to act. Hurry up and come over here. Damn it. I hate things that hurt." Li Xin-Wu had his fill of Jin's admiring gaze and placed the bone original core atop Jin's forehead. And like an oral surgeon about to perform root canal surgery on a patient, he lied gently. "If it hurts, just say so. Bone reinforcement." Of course, there was nothing he could do, even if Jin said that it hurt. All he could do was place a hand on Jin's back, share the pain through their connection, and help him to fully absorb the core. Since Head already absorbed the core once before, it was quite easily for him. Strength has increased by 2 and magic by 3. What a gold mine. Though Head already absorbed the information from the original car, there was quite a bit of newfound memories remaining within. "You cockroaches. Why don't you just give up? Our duty is one of honor. It's all for the sake of the Emperor." "Who? Dar." Li Xin-Wu shouldered all of the memories that Jin couldn't handle, and the massive quantity of Marner knowledge, as well as the method to harmonize the body and Marner were poured into Jin. It was ridiculously easier than when Head absorbed the core, but it seemed as though even this was difficult for Jin as he had gritted his teeth. It hurts just a little slower. If I slow it down any further, I'll lose all the memories. It'll be tough, but endure it just a little while longer. As expected, even if he told him it hurt, there wasn't anything he could do about it. He should've known since he's been to a dentist before. Tears flowed from his eyes at Li Xin Wu's betrayal as all the information from the core was being shoved into his brain. It had taken less than 5 minutes, yet it had felt like an eternity to him. Ugh, you alright? Not okay. After he had finished completely absorbing the core, Jin gasped like Li Xin Wu had, even though nothing came out, and gritted his teeth. Li Xin Wu asked gently, "How much did your stats increase?" "Strength by 9, agility by 15, health by 7, and magic by 13 plus. Most of my skills increased by 2 or 3 levels each. It was good that you absorbed it, right?" "Yeah." Damn it, even if he considered that Jin's agility increased by a factor of 3, it was a ridiculous increase in stats. The original core really was a gold mine. Of course, the more he absorbed it, the less its effects would be, but it certainly remained an attractive material nonetheless. Li Xin Wu inspected the outside, filled to the brim with golems, and spoke excitedly. "By the time we've gone to all the points on the map, we should both be level 5. I'm not going to go through bone reinforcement for another month. Shouldn't we shoot for level 6 in a month?" "No, you demon." How much information could there have been for Jin to still be unable to steady himself and totter around? Li Xin Wu knew what to do in this situation. "Now go out and fight. You really are a demon. The information in your head hasn't been fully organized yet, so you should gradually adapt to the knowledge and experiences by actually using them in the field. I've already gone through this before, so just listen to me." Finding no alternative, Jin followed Li Xin Wu's orders to the letter. Whenever the seal stopped radiating light, the golems would emit a mechanical sound and come rushing over to them from all over, but at the very least, there weren't any golems equipped with long-distance weapons. Repelling trespasser. Aiding. The space is narrow, and we cannot afford to damage the critical facility. Standing by. Steel body. Countless golems swarmed them. Jin, who fought them off, instinctively activated steel body. His body was reinforced much faster and much more naturally than before he absorbed the bone original core. Warp. Ooh! Jin instinctually kicked the front golem and stepped on it. Then, he turned his body around and swept away the golems in the front with his hind legs in a single stroke. Through steel body, his hind legs were strengthened such that they were as sharp and heavy as an axe, and all the golems were blown back with one kick. "Good, you're doing well. Now you can take on a majority of the golems here." "You are." Jin used Li Xin Wu's cheers as fuel for his anger, and went on a rampage. What's worse is that even as he fought, he realized that Li Xin Wu was right about the accumulated knowledge, and got even more pissed off. On the other hand, Li Xin Wu marveled at Jin's fundamental change within such a short period of time, especially when concerning his movements in combat. "Oh, he's doing much better than I'd expected." Jin wasn't originally this talented, but after establishing a contract with Li Xin Wu, continuously maintaining a connection with Li Xin Wu, and being thrust into every kind of situation, he had surpassed his limitations. It was miraculous growth that came about due to their contract. Li Xin Wu wasn't even aware of that. Instead, he just figured that since Jin was more skilled than Head expected, he wickedly thought that He'd be able to push him even more from now on. It'd been 10 minutes since Jin had improved his combat abilities, and eventually, when his steel body skill leveled up once more, his front legs had at last touched the ground. There were no longer any enemies left. Hey, I took down all of the golems. Wow, there were at least 50 of them. Nice job. I really want to kill you right now. I could die for you at least once. I would have 96 lives left then. Li Xin-Wu calmly responded and collected the loot. After that, he applied bone powder on the cracked and cut areas on Jin's body, as if he were rubbing an ointment, and activated bone reinforcement. Jin twisted his body as if it had felt itchy. A lot of perium came out, but there are a lot of cause, too. There are 52 attack-type cause. Can you complete one core with just that many? The problem is that we have to be lucky with this. Had already figured out the composition of the original core, but combining the cause to create another original core was a different issue entirely. The purpose of reinforcing the core wasn't to match the dislocated sections, but to restore the fundamentally lost sections by combining two cores with similar characteristics. Naturally, there was a failure rate as well, but it's fine, since there should be a lot of them still out there. Some of them should've been taken care of by the other heroes. That's bad luck. Don't say stuff like that. Li Xin-Wu scolded Jin, who'd said something that might bring misfortune, and lead him out of the passageway. He maintained the general administrative seal with one of his hands, and Jin, who was suddenly doubtful of his actions, asked, "Why do you keep creating the seal and then erasing it?" "I'm practicing." "You already succeeded in making it, though." Li Xin-Wu chuckled and replied, "That's not it. I feel like I might be able to use it somewhere." Honestly, there was another reason he wanted to keep in touch with Armor Steelworker and his golems. He wanted them to share their plan with him, but catching their attention just seemed much too passive of an approach. Li Xin-Wu wanted to take a much more active approach, like he had always done. And in order to do so, I want to obtain higher authority than just an ordinary administrator. Li Xin-Wu's eyes gleamed, and the red goblin fire in his eyes shined wickedly. He was recollecting the seal that Guillotine Steelworker had created in front of the door lock. Jin, who'd finally realized what Li Xin-Wu's true intention was, thought it was fine to just laugh. Chapter 14 Part 1 Chapter 14 New Pace 1 Guillotine Steelworker had said that the seal head made was only possible for golems to create. Li Xin-Wu didn't think that was a lie. But even so, it didn't seem like it'd be impossible to recreate it. It's possible to copy a golem's Marner pattern, so there's no way it'd be impossible to copy the seal. But it wasn't something he'd be able to do in the foreseeable future. Because of that, Li Xin-Wu thoroughly examined each golem as best as he could, indulged in the cause knowledge, and broke apart the low-ranked golems to try to familiarize himself with the golems themselves. "What are you going to do by copying that?" "I'm going to try controlling the golems." "You're trying to control Armor Steelworker?" "Nope. That guy's probably impossible for me to control." From the start, Li Xin-Wu hadn't even caught a glimpse of the highest authority over the golems. If he more deeply examined the golems, as well as absorbed more cause, he thought he'd be able to figure it out someday, but he knew that now wasn't the time. For starters, his goal would be to obtain Guillotine Steelworker's Administrator Seal. So, he would gather all of the abandoned golems in the Empire and create his own core of golems. That was his goal. If Armor Steelworker had heard him say that, he'd be speechless and fall flat on his face. "I'm not going to just destroy golems, so don't worry." If that's all I was going to do, then why would I have taken the train and come out here? We have to take care of the undead nearby, too. Yay, I'm so happy they activated the elevator through the general administrative seal and went outside. While the west side consisted of stiff highlands, the landscape here was way too different. They wanted to check where they'd surfaced, but that was impossible. I wonder where our seniors are. They should be in the center of the empire. Li Xin, Wu and Jin had grown drastically, but their seniors were mostly level 6, or perhaps even higher. They still had a lot of catching up to do. Of course, even if they did reach their level, they absolutely wouldn't be able to stand before them and reveal themselves to them. Would they be able to make them cease their deep-seated hatred towards the undead by just saying that they were heroes? Honestly, he was really doubtful of that right now. Detecting trespasser, repelling them as a top priority. So like I was saying, just take them down for now. I can't raise my abilities by fighting against them anymore. A golem's greatest strength was that they had a sturdy base, but that could be a weakness as well. They were too unaccustomed to irregularities. From the very beginning, they were much too easy to take down for Li Xin Wu, whose specialty was his irregular fighting style that lacked a concrete form. Hearing that, Jin thought that he was shamefully boasting, but like always he couldn't deny it. I want to observe the golems more thoroughly. So, charge. Soup, I guess it can't be helped. Jin gallantly galloped forth, with his body enveloped in steel-like marner. Li Xin Wu saw the golems switch their battle formations to intercept him, and leisurely observed their marner patterns. Of course, because he was maintaining his general administrative seal, all of the golems aggroed on Jin. I've been fighting too much lately, so I've been tired. No one would say anything if he took a really quick break in between analyzing the marner. Probably. He nodded his head and continued observing. However, he started to get bored from just observing and studying, so he decided to open the chatting channel. Mr. Li Xin Wu has entered. Jin, it's been a long time. Li Xin Wu, yeah, it has. You're still alive. Lloyd H.A. Geez, I have no idea who's the senior and who's the newbie here. Prince Altair. Li Xin Wu, how much more have you got before you're level 5? Li Xin Wu, I should reach it soon. I only have about 10 more stats to go. It was a lie, of course, but they thought of 10 stats differently than him, so he had no choice. Prince Altair, holy shit. You're really close. Even if his starting specs were high, this guy he's probably not more talented than me though, right? Yasunori Akira, your talent is common amongst heroes. Doesn't it seem strange that you're comparing yourself to Li Xin Wu, who everyone has high expectations for? Prince Altair, what you want to go? Are you looking for a fight? Yasunori Akira, PFFT. As always, his seniors responded to him affectionately. Li Xin Wu suddenly thought after being greeted by each and every one of them. Jin knew about his true nature, but how would his seniors react when they saw him? Would they accept him? Would they reject him? Would they pity him? The more he learned about the underground empire, as well as the heroes, the more he thought about his true identity. Perhaps it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. At some point, that thought had begun to grow more and more. It's a relief that I met Jin when she was still naive and gave her a good impression of me. He thought it might have been the right decision to hide his identity and spoke calmly. Li Xin Wu, not much happened while I was away, right? Lloyd H.K. R. Now that I think about it, you may not know. A newbie came in. Li Xin Wu, a newbie, of course. He was already well aware that it was quite common for heroes to trickle in, but it felt a bit strange that he already had a junior. Then, Prince Altair spoiled the mood. Prince Altair, what a mannerless brat. They came in just a little while ago and then left right after. Irian Rendu mannerless, they could just be extremely individualistic. Sir Altair, Lloyd H.A. Individualistic, that's the most dangerous tendency to have. If you're not as strong as Akira, that is. Yasunori Akira, don't call me by my name. Well, they'll prove it soon. Whether it was arrogance or skill. Jin, Mr. Shin Wu, how have you been? I finally reached level 4. Shino Rendu, you've been dawdling all this time, yet once you found a man, you've become unstoppable, Jin W, what are you talking about? Li Shin Wu adequately told his seniors, who quarreled amongst each other and amicably went back and forth in their conversations, about himself as well as keeping some parts of himself secret, while also hearing about the situation in the Empire. He even tried to ask them about the 12 generals, but to no avail. Prince Altair, the 12 generals, I'll be straight with you. We haven't even reached the capital, let alone the major city. It's kind of discouraging, but it's impossible to fight a general before you're level 7. Lloyd H.A. Would it even be possible just by reaching level 7? You'd need to be packed with level 4 artifacts, as well as heroes using their full strength. Even then, they'd barely be able to take one down. Our senior told us that before, remember? Prince Altair Hang. As long as you and I are there, we can do it. Irian Rendu, level 6 now, to Lloyd, when the time comes, you can count on me. Just taking a peek into the chatting channel, one could tell that they had the energy of top-class celebrities. Lloyd, who'd even been recognized by that harsh prince, was dazzling, to the point that he felt jealous. If he had still been human, could he have been like him? However, he snorted at such fruitless thoughts and left the chatting channel. Jin was still vigorously rampaging about and breaking apart the golems. What the hell, man, you weren't even watching, and were doing something else, weren't you? Up. Ceasing function. Ceasing function. Of course not. Li Shin Wu saw a group of golems falling with a single kick of Jin's hind legs, and laughed calmly as he replied. Jin had adapted much faster than had expected, so he decided that when Jin had become somewhat proficient in combat, he would study basic strategy for fighting on horseback with him. Hey, you help too. Are these all of the reinforced cost? Okay, let's quickly take care of the rest. As soon as Jin had finished taking care of all the level 4 bronze golems in the center, Li Shin Wu participated in the battle. Since it'd be difficult to accumulate any combat experience fighting against level 3 golems, it didn't matter who destroyed them. However, he realized something new here. It was possible to summon copies of the same equipment stored through Bone Armory. Go, triple axe. Well, they kept fighting, and Jin, who'd gotten slightly confident in his abilities, saw Li Shin Wu destroying the defense-type golems left and right with 3 melting bone double axes flying across the battlefield, and felt down in the dumps again. But Li Shin Wu, who had excitedly realized the latent potential of his ability, didn't have time to be considerate of Jin's feelings. The 3 giant axes flew naturally like boomerangs, and the sight of his axes wildly plowing through the golems was in and of itself a disaster. What's worse, he even blew up one of his axes in an area where several golems had gathered. Explode. A poison mist burst here and there across the battlefield, turning them into rock dust. The level 3 golems were now nothing more than targets that stood still to him. The power of levels and items was this absolute. Ceasing fun function. Hupe. Ceasing function. It was really satisfying that he was able to take out his anger on these low golems, the anger of bowing down to high-level golems. Whenever a golem's function would cease, the golems would exchange signals amongst themselves, and would run away from him. Li Xin-Wu clearly saw them running away, and mercilessly destroyed them all. It was a really wholesome time. As a result, Bone Original Core. Reinforced Autonomous Defense Type Bone Core Original Core Synchronization Rate 58. So I have about 1 and a 12 TCH. You look really scary. In the first area, he had been able to create 2 Bone Original Cores, but probability was indifferent to that. He just clicked his tongue, stored the half-completed Bone Core, and took out the completed one. Jin was already afraid and stepped back. You don't need to be so afraid, since I need to be the one absorbing them for the time being if I'm to match your growth rate. Thanks. He activated Bone Reinforcement and used the Bone Original Core. Despite it being his second time absorbing it and its effectiveness being much worse, it still increased his strength by 7. Agility by 11, health by 9, and magic by 6. At the same time, an unfamiliar memory flowed into his mind. He was lucky he was able to acquire a memory of their process of creating a code to control the golems. The golem's master can only be the Emperor. Aside from him, no one else can command us. We've only just completed your seal, Sir Aramer. The seal holds the highest authority, second only to the Emperor. To think that the circuit can only be created through a golem's mana. Isn't that interesting? Li Xin-Wu momentarily shook his head and clearly remembered the appearance of the seal. At the same time, he realized why Guillotine had said it was impossible for others to recreate it. All beings are born with mana that possesses innate characteristics, and artificial life forms were not exempt. Within their inorganic bodies, golems stored and handled mana, and a high-ranked seal was created by the mana tinged with the innate characteristics of that inorganic body. Aramer Steelworker's seal could only be manifested by using the mana that made up his core, which would signify that the seal was only for his use. It was truly a secure security system. The issue isn't the complexity of handling your mana. It's like using orange juice to make clear ice. It'll take a while. Li Xin-Wu clicked his tongue. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't know where to start. Though the logic behind it was somewhat similar to changing his mana into acid or flames, he wasn't even able to handle those that proficiently. Yet Xin-Wu, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? No, not at all. Li Xin-Wu bluffed and raised his head. Though Jin had realized that he was bluffing, he didn't really point it out. Jin had realized that if Li Xin-Wu showed a bit of honesty, he was still alright. It won't help if I just hang around here. Like I had originally thought, I have no choice but to go at it while I deal with other business. At the end of his pondering, he cleanly recognized that his skills were lacking, and made up his mind. He wasn't giving up. Li Xin-Wu just decided that he wouldn't rush, and would slowly work at it whilst taking care of other business at the same time. With that in mind, let's go down. How can a person live off killing golems? You have a multiple personality disorder, right? Even while he complained, Jin and Li Xin-Wu went down the highlands and surveyed their surroundings. However, they didn't really get anything out of that. It seemed as though one of their senior heroes had gone through this place already, as there weren't any undead here, and it was completely clean. This became more apparent soon after they felt a refreshing feeling when they entered a city on the outskirts without any undead in sight. Soup. Let's go someplace else. There might be another city, as well as a dungeon nearby. In no time at all, Jin had resigned himself and spoke aloofly, figuring out what Li Xin-Wu wanted. However, Li Xin-Wu firmly shook his head. There's a place we need to examine before we leave here. Can't you see that the city's clean? No. There's a place where it's highly likely that it hasn't been cleared yet. And where's that? Jin tilted his head, but Li Xin-Wu just grinned and led Jin. All Jin felt was a sense of gloomy foreboding, but he followed behind Li Xin-Wu regardless. You have discovered the polluted sewer facility. All stats increase by 5 within. And less than 3 hours later, they entered into a desolate, hidden underground facility. There were elite skeletons that stood in front of them in an orderly fashion, whilst continuously spewing out jet-black mana. My name is Paul 13. I have to punish the erroneous emperor. To think that there are still this many men who still follow General Siegeld. We have all been given a new name and purpose. Paul Zero. Paul Zero. Paul Zero. Yes, yes. I know my name is Paul Zero, so you don't have to keep shouting it. Xin-Wu, what was your original goal again? Well, since we're already here, might as well. On that day, 8 new elite skeletons were born, Paul 13 through Paul 20. No one yet knew that a new force was being formed within the Empire. Chapter 14 Part 2. Chapter 14. New Pace 2. 2 more weeks passed. Li Xin-Wu and Jin started at the southern outskirts, and after searching through the city in the area, they took the train and returned east. After checking that area, they took the train once again, and reached the Empire's northern outskirts. Right now, they were slowly clearing the outer edges of the Empire, something that no other hero could have even attempted. Since they had procured a means of transportation, they decided they might as well clear the outskirts of the Empire. Though the scale was obviously much too large to say that they were doing it just because they could. There's one here too. They didn't go through here. Of course, most of the areas had been cleared by the other heroes, and in some places, it seemed as though the golems had vanished without a trace, so at times, it was a fruitless effort, but there was a place with a 100 chance of remaining, which was none other than the city's underground sewers dungeons. I hope this place is less dirty than the last place. Give up. Let's go in. Damn it. Li Xin-Wu was now fully aware that the reason the other heroes didn't go through the underground passages was because they were dirty. He thought the other heroes were foolish for not going through the sewers just so they could avoid getting dirtied. It wasn't even very difficult to wash off the filth. But in any case, because they did, Li Xin-Wu and Jin could profit off of it, so he didn't really think about it too deeply. As a result, Li Xin-Wu had another task that clearly bore more fruit than his original goal of either creating another bone original core, or procuring a high-rank administrative authority. The number of undead who have been given a new name by you and have thus been reborn as named monsters has surpassed 100. Without even thinking about the consequences and acting on a whim are truly the actions of a joker. All stats have increased by 5. You have satisfied a part of the conditions to obtain the Joker's innate skill. It was to revive the failed experimental subjects of the Anti-Skull Project as elite skeletons. Since the experiments were performed without the Emperor's knowledge, there was almost a 100 chance that a hidden facility would exist within the outskirt city's sewers. Even if we look for General Siegeld, we probably wouldn't be able to help very much. We'd rather follow you, Captain. Well, help our captain. No, I have something else I have to do. Think about what you guys can do and go do it. Paul 107. As expected of our captain. You're saying that we have to find our own path. There was a special characteristic that was commonplace amongst the skeletons that had been awakened as named elites by Li Xin Wu. No matter what he said, they would understand and be moved. We'll definitely repay Captain one day, the one who awakened us. We may have undying bodies, but let's make it to the end together, Captain. Yeah. You guys don't die, too. The skeletons developed loyalty to him all on their own and promised to meet with him again. Yet Li Xin Wu just responded with a lukewarm gaze. Honestly, level 3 elite monsters didn't really matter to him anymore. Had said this time after time, but this was just something he was doing on the way to killing golems. And if you meet the other Pauls, make sure you travel together. I understand, Captain. And that's the last thing he said to them formally. They were sacrificed in the same experiment, were likewise reborn as elite undead, and were a similar level, so that's why he said it. However, the Pauls earnestly responded to his request and left the sewers. Jin watched their appearances from behind and asked Li Xin Wu, "Do you have some sort of special skill that turns the undead into elite monsters?" "Nope. I just make them feel as though they had an important mission while they were still alive, and they just awaken on their own." Despite him achieving the feat of going around and changing people's fates, Li Xin Wu responded extremely calmly. Seeing that, Jin was speechless. Li Xin Wu had only given him a rough explanation of how his Joker karma worked. There are no rewards here, either. Well, it is the outskirts after all. Let's clear this place and then go to somewhere with a danger level of 2. A danger level of 2 based on their seniors' classifications, who had already explored the Empire. The Empire is apparently divided into 5 danger levels from the outskirts to the center. The first place they encounter once entering the Empire has a danger level of 0, and messy natural environments. Apparently, a lot of animal-type undead appear here, whereas the small towns in between are level 1. So, Li Xin Wu and Jin were currently clearing out areas that were danger level 01. If they used pizza as a comparison, they were going around and eating the crust first. The natural environment is getting a bit better, and the commercial cities, where we're more likely to encounter the Empire's elite troops, have a danger level of 2. They're the places that the heroes stay in when they're at around level 4 or 5, and the satellite cities, which are directly connected to these commercial cities, have a danger level of 3. Apparently, most of the heroes are around this area. The large city was a level 4 danger zone, and was allocated tasks by the capital. Naturally, the center of the Empire, the capital, held a danger level of 5. It was difficult for even their senior heroes to explore the areas that were of danger level 4, so there wasn't much more he could hear from them. There's definitely a supply line that passes through a large city with a danger level of 4. Originally, there was a supply line that passed through the capital, but in the process of running from the capital with his subordinates, Aramer Steelworker completely destroyed that railway. If that railway had still existed and if no one else had discovered it, it would have been possible to infiltrate the capital, so it kind of felt like a waste. Then, shall we look around and see if there are any other small towns nearby? All right. Li Xin Wu had been imagining events that had yet to come, but when he heard Jin speak, he stopped thinking about it. Yeah. There should be another way to infiltrate the capital. Your plan already went that far. The two crawled out of the sewers. When they had looked from the highlands, they had seen another small town to the west, so they decided to go there and look before getting on the train. Generally, the other heroes would purify one small town, and then immediately move on to the next area, so he had hope that there were some undead still remaining over there. Then However, Li Xin Wu, who'd turned his head towards the west where the small town was, suddenly felt an unfamiliar but powerful trace of Marner, causing his goblin fire to wriggle around. It was a Marner pattern that had felt somewhere before. When he deliberated as to where, he concluded that it was definitely similar to Yi Jin Jin's Marner. That's right. It was the Marner of a living being. He was proud of himself for being able to categorize the Marner, and grinned. Li Xin Wu's face hardened and he rode atop Jin's back. Let's run for now. Our concept is secrecy, isn't it? That's a good idea. Jin also didn't like taking unnecessary risks. The two reached an agreement, and then Jin dashed in a straight line towards the highlands, while Li Xin Wu activated his connection with Jin and stealth simultaneously, hiding their tracks as much as possible. Their practice fighting together bore fruit, and they were able to achieve considerable results. However, what the hell aren't they getting closer? What, really? The problem was that their opponent was much more talented than they could have imagined. Xin Wu, what do we do? Should we just release stealth and just run at full speed? That seems like a better idea. Alright, hold on tight. Their combat abilities weren't the only thing that improved from them clearing out the golems in the highlands and hopping from one sewer system to another. Though Jin had only absorbed 3 cause, he was able to use the magic and martial arts knowledge within in order to better utilize his agility. Above all, had learned how to correct his speed and stability through magic, and as a result managed to increase his already fraudulent speed. If he broke their connection, and Jin focused solely on reaching his destination, most people wouldn't even be able to see him as he was running so fast. Going even faster. Shit. Damn it. However, the speed made Li Xin Wu feel as though he would be thrown off, and despite experiencing it in real time, he spoke out in a voice tinged with despair. He didn't know how, but their opponent was gradually getting closer. One moment I can't sense them, and in the next, they've gotten closer. This keeps happening over and over again. Wait a sec, this some sort of teleportation magic? Since had been dropped into the underground empire, had experienced all kinds of magical situations. However, had never experienced any mainstream magic before. Because of that, his deduction had been late. If it wasn't physically possible to catch up to them, then the only other answer was magic. Lend me the queen's unmelting ice. He sensed that they'd gotten even closer. Moreover, he even heard their incantation for what he assumed was an offensive spell. Li Xin Wu was slightly shocked by the pristinely beautiful voice he heard casting the spell. He was especially shocked at the incantation that openly revealed that the spell was an ice-type attack. But wait, they were thankful that their opponent was going to cast their spell where everyone could hear it, but since it was so easy to predict, it became so boring. And annihilate all that is unjust, bringing about an eternal snow that purifies in the time it took for them to blink. They had arrived at the center of the highlands. However, around that time, their opponent had gotten close enough that they could see them with a naked eye. Here, Li Xin Wu turned around slightly and checked their opponent's identity. They wore robes, covering their foreheads such that he couldn't get a close look at them, but in any case he was sure that it was a living person. They were probably a hero at that. Wall of TCH. Yeah, he understood. They just saw a skeleton riding atop a galloping skeleton horse, so as a hero, it made sense that they wanted to attack them, but before they followed through, they should've given them a signal. No wait, I guess they don't have to. Ice. Flames of revenge. They had finished casting their spell at the same time. They felt a chill surge from beneath their feet, and Li Xin Wu somehow used flames of revenge in time. It seemed obvious, but it was impossible for the spell to cover the entire area. Li Xin Wu was satisfied with covering just himself and Jin with the flames and yelled, "Jin, run! I can fly one." Ugh! Jin dashed through the air. It was truly a beautiful leap. They dodged the enormous ice walls that surged from the floor with a force that touched the underground empire's ceiling. Ice arrow shower. How persistent. The magician's ice walls tried to keep them in place, but lost much of their power due to the flames of revenge. However, it seemed as though their opponent still had mana to spare, as they followed up with another spell. They didn't even need to cast the spell for very long, and it was a low-ranked spell, but the sheer number of them was considerable. The air was instantly filled to the brim with ice arrows, and those arrows rushed towards them, aiming only for them. Xin Wu. It's okay. If their opponent used lightning, wind, or flames, it might have gotten dangerous for them, but ice magic was fine. Li Xin Wu hugged Jin's neck and covered themselves entirely in the flames of revenge at the same time. He shared his intermediate ice resistance through the contract. It was absurdly high-ranked skill technique. Intermediate ice protection will protect your partner as well, blocking at least 70 of the attack. The intermediate ice resistance skill has become LV2. Magic has increased by 5. The barrage of ice arrows fell upon them instantly and pounded on their bodies. No, rather than pounding them, most of the ice arrows' damage dissipated due to his ice resistance, and the flames of revenge melted the rest. He had been confident, but it was such a perfect defense that he praised himself. How can an undead possess such a high-rank mana technique seriously? How amazing must it have been if his opponent had stopped their attack in shock. However, now wasn't the time to be impressed before his opponent regained their cool and started attacking again. Li Xin Wu wanted to do away with the status quo, so he yelled, "Stop!" What their opponent flinched at his voice, as it definitely contained a will behind it. Li Xin Wu took that opportunity to yell loudly, which reverberated across the highlands. Friendly fire. 1T, and this is written exactly how it sounds in English. Chapter 14 Part 3. Chapter 14. New Pace 3. Friendly fire, that's right. I'm a hero. A hero. The magician muttered blankly. Hearing an undead assert that they were a hero must considerably shaken them. They had already stopped attacking. Li Xin Wu felt relieved in that regard, but then Jin yelled startlingly, "The ground! The ground!" TCH, the problem was the spell that Fade cast before was still around. The wall, composed of sharp thorns of ice, were surging upwards several dozens of meters. Now wasn't the time be relieved. Whoop! Without thinking, Li Xin Wu brought out a melting double bone axe and threw it hard. The axe shattered the wall's sharp edges, and exploded the moment it lodged into the wall's interior. Even though they had responded a bit late, Li Xin Wu and Jin somehow managed to come out relatively unscathed amidst the shards of ice. "I thought we'd become skewers." "Don't worry, we don't have any meat to grill, so wait, no. It's my fault. I'm sorry." "Stop shaking. You're really terrible. You know that, absolutely terrible. It was all my fault. I'm really sorry." "Stop shaking. It certainly doesn't seem like you've been affected by the curse." While Li Xin Wu and Jin were struggling to find a way to survive, the magician watched them and spoke to herself. But for now, they had completely ignored the magician in favor of reaching safe ground. They barely felt at ease. Are you really heroes even though you're undead at last? She went back to questioning them. The slim woman stretched her hand outwards from her magician robes, holding an orb that looked like a crystal. It seemed as though she had her magic at the ready depending on how they responded. We're undead, but we're definitely heroes. If the situation wasn't favorable for them, and he assumed that they'd ultimately have to fight the magician, he analyzed his opponent's magic, and while doing so, picked one of the lines that only a hero would know to say and just said it. If you can't believe me, then would you like to access the chatting channel together and check? The chatting channel, right, there was that. It hit the mark. The magician's hostility towards them was noticeably diminishing. He also considered that she might be a hero that attacked, saying death to all the undead, even after acknowledging his claim, but fortunately, it looked like she had abandoned all thoughts of attacking them. It was impossible to ascertain your identity, so I thought maybe I couldn't bring myself to discard the possibility that were you some unknown undead. Sorry for attacking you. Now that I think about it, she'd even given them an earnest apology even after hearing that. Li Xin-Wu inspected her, but he couldn't figure anything out about her. A hero's fundamental ability of checking their opponent's level and identity didn't work on her. Now that he thought about it, it didn't work on Jin or Yi Jin either. If that's the case, then it should've been plenty enough to discern that they were heroes. But Li Xin-Wu decided he'd double-check that in the chatting channel later and replied, Li Xin-Wu. This guy's Jin. For the record, this guy's a hero too. Kreischer Meloi 1. The magician threw her robe's hood back, revealing her face and name. She was a young lady whose beauty matched her beautiful voice. She was short, so he had roughly assumed that she was a woman before. But she looked younger than he'd expected, so Li Xin-Wu was shocked. Her eyes were a sky blue, like the frozen sea, with large pupils. Her lavender hair, which stretched in every which way as if she didn't bother to comb it, was especially memorable. To be completely honest, her appearance matched well with the magic she wields. In any case, I've never seen someone called Kreischer Meloi enter the chatting channel before. Wait a sec. Assuming that she wasn't lying, as she gave her name and showed her appearance, there was someone who matched her description. How long has it been since you've arrived here? 3 weeks. As I thought, she was definitely the newbie that had heard about in the chatting channel a short while ago. Kreischer must have been the one who had entered the chatting channel once and left immediately, as she felt uncomfortable with all of the seniors' attention on her. His seniors did say that she didn't enter again following that incident. But what was surprising was that it had only been 3 weeks since she'd been dropped underground, yet the level of her magic was considerable. Li Xin-Wu couldn't even assess the level of her magic, so that meant she was at least higher than level 5. But if that were true, that meant that she started out with that much power. Otherwise, she had to have received that power from God. Do I become like you guys by any chance if a lot of time goes by? The magician, Kreischer Meloi, asked, her eyes filled with a bit of fear. Li Xin-Wu and Jin simultaneously shook their heads and denied her. This confirmed that she was indeed a newbie hero. We became like this because of our wishes. On the flip side, there were some things we got in exchange, but I can't really recommend it. You became undead because of your wishes, as I thought. That woman's got a mental disorder or something. She nonchalantly insulted God and shook her head. And even though he didn't ask, she extended her hand gripping the orb and said, I don't like other people touching me. So when I asked for ice that could grow, she gave me this. So she could fulfill that wish because you were already strong. Although she was originally a powerful magician, there should have been a limit to what God could give her with her powers. She'd successfully managed to receive an artifact that developed all on its own, so she may have made the best choice. If his senior heroes were to have heard, they would have said something like, "You should have asked for a skill that improves the effectiveness of ice-type abilities," and would have been frustrated in her stead. "Xin Wu, what are you going to do?" Right when he was finished thinking, Jin whispered to Li Xin Wu. Jin, who was easily frightened, seemed to still be afraid of Kreischer, as he was secretly hiding behind his back. Is this really the guy who courageously yelled out that when they died, they would die together? Li Xin Wu softly stroked his back to tell him it was all right and said his farewells to Kreischer. "I don't think there are a lot of cases like us, but be careful from now on." Then, "Well, get going. It was nice meeting you." Kreischer melee. "Wait a sec." He got atop Jin's back and tried turning around, but Kreischer's sudden urgent voice stopped them. Li Xin Wu felt Jin inwardly yell, as head wanted to leave smoothly. "I know I've been somewhat foolish. Teach me about how this world works. If you just enter the chatting channel, our seniors will scramble to teach to you. Especially Lloyd and Prince. Those guys make me feel uneasy." "I also haven't seen their faces even once," Kreischer asserted quite firmly. Their seniors had a tendency to be way too excited when a newbie comes in, so it was understandable that she felt unnerved by them. Moreover, though he hadn't known her for very long, this woman didn't seem to like socializing very much. Even so, didn't it seem weird that she trusted an undead whose face she'd seen, rather than a human whose face she hadn't seen? At least, that's what Li Xin Wu thought. "But you're okay." And I'm curious. She probably isn't the type to like undead more than humans. Li Xin Wu tilted his head, wondering what he had to say, and replied in a way that went beyond his imagination. "The way you use your magic. I want to learn it too." "Oh, you were curious about that." "I'm not asking to learn for free. I have a good grasp on magic as well. There's probably stuff that I can help with for you too as well." The situation was taking a turn beyond his wildest imagination. Li Xin Wu had originally thought that it would be a waste of time and that he should just refuse, but he stopped for two separate reasons. First off, no matter how he looked at it, she was a professionally trained magician, and would naturally know more about magic across the board. There's a chance he'd profit from this exchange of knowledge, but honestly, there was also a chance that he would gain absolutely nothing. And secondly, he hadn't yet found a way to create a high-rank administrative authority. If he were to get a hint from her regarding changes in the characteristics of Marner, wouldn't this be considered progress as well? He thought it wouldn't be bad to bet on this, rather than continuously hunting golems at a snail's pace. "Xin Wu, you're not going to, are you?" "Well, it actually doesn't sound too bad," Li Xin Wu commented in favor, and Jin weighed in with a slightly displeased tone. "Is it because she's pretty? I'd like to act immature and senseless like that sometime too." Li Xin Wu scolded and turned his head towards Kreischer. Had made up his mind and already finished talking with his partner, so now it was time to earnestly negotiate terms. "We can't stay with you forever. 2 weeks. Promise that you'll sincerely cooperate, even if you don't gain what you want." "You have my word." "I promise upon the everlasting Marner. Promise that whatever goes on between us, you leak nothing to the outside." "Likewise." "All right. Then we'll be in your care for 2 weeks. So Kreischer, nice meeting you, Xin Wu." Li Xin Wu thoughtlessly extended his right hand, a habit from his time as a human, and Kreischer unhesitatingly grabbed his bare bone hand. She really didn't care that he was undead, and proved that she was only interested in his knowledge and ability. Though their purity was directed at different things, Li Xin-Wu suddenly thought that in terms of innocence, she and Yi Jin were quite similar. From right beside him, Jin then asked, "Then what do I do?" "What are you talking about? You're the one who needs systematic instruction on magic. We're 1+1, remember?" I knew this would happen. Even whilst complaining, Jin strangely felt moved that Li Xin-Wu was looking out for him. Seeing Jin, who'd come into possession of such a twisted feeling, Kreischer seemed to be concerned about something, and her eyes brightened. She soon tilted her head and turned her attention to Li Xin-Wu. "Then let's get going immediately. I want to know how your power works." "Hey, wait. Didn't you want to learn about all that common knowledge you were missing? I can just hear that stuff with the time we have left over." She wasn't reversing their priority. From the very beginning, her primary objective was magic. Li Xin-Wu thought he somewhat understood her personality, shrugged his shoulders, and with no alternatives, just began talking. Li Xin-Wu and Jin explained that they had a special contract, and using the resulting connection that came from using the horseback riding skill, could share their skills and resistances with each other. After hearing of this, it didn't take long before Kreischer became disappointed. "But it's fine. Since the way you use your mana is plenty interesting. There's a lot I can learn from your freewheeling style. The mana you've accumulated is amazing, seeing as how you went from not knowing anything to this. I'm more jealous of the mana you've accumulated," though contrary to Li Xin-Wu, who controlled the mana itself. Kreischer had studied for countless years and ultimately developed a special method of causing the mana to change. If he changed mana purely through his will and the skill's ability, Kreischer calculated the countless ways in which the mana could change beforehand, and brought about the desired change at the right time. Li Xin-Wu's method of handling magic was clumsy in comparison. It's not the way of a magician, but it's not the way a knight uses mana either. To be specific, Xin-Wu, you seem like a monster gifted with supernatural powers. Isn't it because I'm an undead? Li Xin-Wu flinched the moment she pointed that out, but he replied calmly for now. However, Kreischer firmly shook her head. An undead being can't control this many mana patterns. You may even understand the essence of mana more than I do. If I can imitate even just a part of what you do, my magic could undergo a groundbreaking change. Xin-Wu, I don't understand this at all. You just memorize everything for now. It'll come up in the test. He was able to make some strides. Kreischer taught Li Xin-Wu the theory established by scholars and magicians on mana, and he was able to figure out how to more effectively handle his mana, which had been manipulating instinctually up until now. On the other hand, Kreischer got a hint on how to improve her magic by learning about Li Xin-Wu's skills and peculiar method of using magic, which went against common sense. So this is how you do it. Just by introducing a few basic patterns, I can apply my magic much faster than before. How did you learn that already? Ultimately, Li Xin-Wu was successfully able to make large strides in magic 1 week into his contract with Kreischer. She thought if she taught him, it would be helpful to him someday, but he had advanced at a speed which went beyond her imagination. The low-rank mana bone skill has become LV10, and evolves to the intermediate level. Your understanding of magic deepens, and you can more effectively store more mana into your bones. The power of your mana increases as well. Magic has increased by 30. You have fulfilled a portion of the conditions necessary to achieve the Joker's innate skill. You have only one step left remaining before you become a true Joker. And at that very moment Li Xin-Wu got a message that he hadn't expected at all. A quest has occurred. Joker's Marner. You are extremely free-spirited, and are capable of imitating anything. That's right. You can even imitate another person's Marner. It's fine if you have a special mission, and if you don't, that's fine as well. Please acquire a high-ranked administrative authority by copying a golem's Marner. Quest reward 3 permits to God's secret shop, Joker's innate skill. 1 TN, probably a loose Fate Stay Night reference to the El Meloy line of magicians. Chapter 15 Part 1. Chapter 15. New Relationship 1. I didn't think I'd get a quest here. Not to mention that it's a quest that pretty much read my mind. Li Xin-Wu examined the quest details and was speechless. Of course, it was true that he wanted a high-rank administrator's authority in order to create a high-rank administrative seal, but to think it was connected to his Joker's Calmer. What's worse, it showed up as a quest. Plus, the quest acted as though it was only natural that he should possess an ability like that as a Joker, so he did feel a bit spiteful. Hubba quest. That's right. Kreischer, whose Marner affinity was comparable to Li Xin-Wu's, sensed the flow of Marner before her. Li Xin-Wu nodded his head and Kreischer's lips slightly budged, but she soon slightly shook her head. It seems as though she was going to ask him about the quest but decided not to. It seems like your Marner has increased considerably. You're right. It's because of you. And Mehmet feels like it'll succeed too. Kreischer froze the Marner in the air and attempted to make a statue. He couldn't tell in any detail what she was talking about just by watching her draw upon the ice element and utilize some sort of magical catalyst. I feel like I'll need to try the magic out in battle. Let's go hunting. Party hunting. Yeah. It wasn't an item originally included in their contract, but Li Xin-Wu had just received a new, worrying task. Though as worrying as it was, her offer didn't sound so bad. In other words, he was escaping reality right now, but it wouldn't be so bad to empty his head out first. Jin, what about you? I'd like to run a bit, too. Jin was in full agreement, as his head had been crammed with complicated theories regarding Marner all week long. His ability to handle Marner had improved significantly as well, and he wanted to apply that knowledge in live combat. Then, shall we go? By the way, I was thinking we should start skipping to the level 2 danger zones commercial cities. I feel like we could go directly to the level 3 zones. What's your level, anyway? 6. He had a rough idea before, but she was at a much higher level than them. Li Xin-Wu recollected their previous encounter and broke out into a cold sweat, thinking, I sure blocked her magic well, despite her being such a higher level than me. We can't, since we're still too weak. In any case, let's go at it step by step. Li Xin-Wu got on Jin's back, and Kreischer used her magic to float into the air. When Li Xin-Wu asked her how long she could stay in the air like that, she replied that she could maintain it all day. The Marna consumption isn't severe, so long as I don't use teleportation magic. Magicians sure are scary. It's not something that any old magician can. Then, let's get going. Jin pretended to listen to Kreischer, who was overflowing with pride, and began to sprint. It was a perfect dash, befitting one who used to be a sprinter. It seemed like the shock would unearth the ground, and in the next instant, the landscape had already begun to change. Oh hey! Kreischer was about to say something more, but stopped in shock and followed behind them. Li Xin-Wu softly flicked Jin's head, who had elatedly dashed forward ahead of her. He wasn't a little kid teasing the girl he liked, so what the hell was he doing? Let's go south. There should still be a commercial city down there that our seniors haven't found yet. It'd be nice if there was a dungeon there. A dungeon with growing fruit trees. Because Li Xin, Wu and Jin were undead, they didn't need to eat, but that wasn't the case for the other heroes. So after they ate the provisions they were given at the beginning, they would have to look for dungeons with either plants or animals, or buy supplies from the secret shop. Li Xin Wu only went to the secret shop whenever he leveled up to buy some good bones. He thought of it as more of a butcher's shop, but the other heroes considered it a place to buy food, a facility with more importance than any other. I like fruit too. Jin, you can't start thinking like that. My bad. It's not your fault. The most saddening thing from becoming undead wasn't the loss of sexual desire, or even the loss of their hair. It was that they couldn't eat anymore. They didn't even have the desire to eat anything, so that in itself was shocking to them. But if they started to think deeply upon the subject, they would truly become hopelessly depressed. They had been okay until now, since it had only been the two of them, but they'd become pointlessly conscious of it since traveling with a living being who requires nutrition. Crasher. I'll kill that god someday. Yeah, that's the way to think. Li Xin, Wu and Jin were fostering a hatred towards God. Who the hell could look at them and call them heroes? Crasher was just startled by their vigor. How long had they been running like that? If he was still in South Korea, it felt as though they had traveled from Seoul to Busan, and at that time Crasher, who had been floating in the air, at a higher altitude than them, discovered something. Undead troops. Good. That means we're slowly getting closer to the city. Fundamentally, the undead had a tendency to repeat what they had done while they were still alive. The undead troops would flock to the cities to defend them, and it was highly likely that they were in the vicinity of a city. The undead are fighting amongst themselves, though. Soon, Li Xin Wu sensed it. Countless undead were fighting against a small minority of undead, possessing a powerful energy. To be exact, it was the magic of level 3 elite undead. Li Xin Wu suddenly realized what this magic was, which seemed to be drawing him somewhere, and yelled, "Is it the Pauls by any chance? Could you please do something about that naming sense of yours? Pauls." Jin, run fast. TCH full speed sprint. At that moment, Jin, who was plentifully fast enough, got even faster. Whether it were a tree, a rock, or even a forest, he would break through it all and run in a straight line to reach his destination. Through training, Jin could use his stats to their utmost for an instant, and Li Xin Wu inwardly named his ability to run like lightning the Pope 1 sprint. Yeah, those guys are Captain. Captains come to save us. Everyone, raise your heads. Paul Zero is here. Even in the midst of battle, the undead were quick to notice Li Xin Wu and Jin, who had approached quickly. There were 22 Pauls that Li Xin Wu had personally named there, and they were fighting fiercely against a group of 300 undead. Against a group of undead that were at least level 2 or 3 amongst them. There were even some level 4 undead mixed in. Li Xin Wu was surprised that the Pauls kept fighting and hadn't sustained any casualties yet. Paul Zero, are you perhaps on the same side of these crazy traitors? He didn't know how they had come to fight one another, but for starters, Li Xin Wu decided to help the Pauls. He naturally took out a melting double bone axe, threw it, and yelled, "Love comes back too. How foolish of you to throw your weapon away." "Oh, I said that it would come back, didn't I?" The level 4 skeleton knight at the forefront easily parried the axe, but the axe, which had bounced into the air, flew back towards the knight, as if a rewind button had been pressed, causing its weapon to spring out of its hand. "You bastard! I don't know what cowardly magic you used, but quarrying." However, the skeleton knight panicked, and the moment it bowed its head to pick up its weapon, the axe blew up in a grand explosion and spewed acid mist everywhere. The knight, who had been wide open, didn't even get the chance to raise its Marner to resist, and was swept away by the explosion and completely destroyed. Li Xin Wu satisfyingly watched as the following acid mist melted away the undead battalion, and yelled firmly, "Paul's, retreat for now. I understand, Captain. In the time we haven't seen him, our captain's abilities have improved even further." The Pauls were awed at how commanding Li Xin Wu appeared after taking down the level 4 skeleton knight, and retreated from the battlefield. Right on time, Kreischer arrived on the battlefield, and gazed at Li Xin Wu disbelievingly. "You can command the undead. What exactly are you calling me Paul Zero right now? Also, there are good undead in this world too, you know. I'll explain later. So take down those undead for now." "Paul Zero good undead? How can this be? She's alive." "Ooh, so it was possible to break free of the curse." Li Xin Wu's words were like a riddle, and Kreischer tilted her head. The Pauls who had seen her cheered. Rather than burning with hatred towards the living, they were actually happy to see her. "What is happening?" Kreischer was much too unfamiliar with the Paul's response, and thought that her understanding of the undead until now had been wrong. Yet, while confirming that, she turned her head, only to find that a battalion of undead had discovered her, and were yelling in hatred. A living person. A person with flowing blood and fresh flesh. "I hate you. That woman's definitely the person who made us like this. Let's make her just like us. Well, rip out her hair, rip off her flesh, and suck the blood out of her." Truly gruesome and brutal lines just kept coming. Ironically, their statements set her at ease. With her mind at ease, she cast her magic upon the skeletons. Ice arrow shower. It's magic. Call our magicians. But our magicians are guarding the walls. G-Warark. The large-scale spell that came from a level 6 magician was tremendous. Several hundreds of ice arrows formed into the air, packed tightly, and poured upon the battlefront. Even level 3 skeletons couldn't easily approach, and the level 2 weaklings were just immediately destroyed by the arrows. Normally, I would buy time like this and would press my advantage with a more effective spell, but she didn't have the spare time to do so right now. Why? Because Li Xin Wu would take them all down if she wasted time. At least, that's what Kreischer thought. In reality, that's what was currently happening. Li Xin Wu and Jin had already gallantly charged in, with Li Xin Wu swinging his giant axe, breaking them into pieces. "We could've become good friends, too. Sorry, Pauls. G-Warark. And now I'll finally be able to rest in the weak skeleton that had once needed to act in order to barely defeat a skeleton soldier didn't exist anymore." Even if Li Xin Wu was trapped in a drill ground filled with level 3 skeletons, they wouldn't be able to handle him. His long-distance explosive attack through rule of bone wasn't the only thing powerful about him. He had accumulated various knowledge regarding magic, and developed a solid foundation for close quarters combat where such magic could be applied. Li Xin Wu's axe was now covered in lightning, albeit weak, and the skeletons in the area were brutally burned or crushed. The rare weapon technique, bursting thunder, was finally starting to bear fruit. But I'm not there yet. When I'm finally able to produce lightning all on my own with my Marner, maybe I'll get some kind of hint that helps me with mimicking a golem's Marner. He had come here to clear his mind, yet even as he fought, he thought about that damn golem. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly while rotating his arm and swinging his axe. Ugh! Then, a skeleton knight attacked from behind, and Li Xin Wu's axe clashed with its sword. He shattered the sword without much difficulty. His reaction was only possible because of his exceptional, developed Marner senses. How is this possible? My sword, tempered with my loyalty to the Emperor, has been. It seems like you just weren't loyal enough, he replied uninterested and cut off the knight's head with power slash. Beyond the corpse of the dead knight's crumbling body, he saw the leftover bones littering the battlefield. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. It was a complete victory. 1TN could be a reference to William Pop, the soccer player, as the name could be translated as Pop as well. I'm not well versed in soccer, so I'm not sure. 2TN apparently. It's a famous quote from the Korean drama Stairway to Heaven. Chapter 15 Part 2. Chapter 15. New Relationship 2. So you're saying that you intuitively sensed each other and joined forces? That's correct. Following the battle's completion, Li Xin Wu listened to how the Pauls had fared thus far whilst collecting the loot from hundreds of undead. Honestly, there wasn't much to speak of. It was simple. They just sensed a similar energy emanating from the Pauls that had left the city and were wandering around. As a result, they were able to group up in one place. There were 22 Pauls who had gathered like that, and in terms of groups, there were 3. He thought this might be happening in other regions of the Empire and felt somewhat strange. We gathered like that, so it was about time for us to go look for General Siegeld, but we came across a battalion that was patrolling the area and we approached them because we thought they might be. They quickly realized that our energy was different from theirs, so they became hostile. Since they ordered us to go and meet their lord, as well as prove that we were truly soldiers of the Empire, we had no choice but to fight them. The Lord had roughly heard about it from his seniors. The lords were individuals without much power, but were undead who experienced a special transformation that enabled them to command other undead. The undead under their direct command were incomparably powerful and quick, so apparently it would take a lot of effort to take them on. Apparently, the fact that it was a huge city didn't necessarily mean that a lord would be present, but it seems like they'd hit the jackpot. Though there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Li Xin Wu and Jin were ridiculously strong for their level, not to mention the level 6 magician, Crasher. Crasher couldn't believe what was happening and directed her gaze solely at Li Xin Wu. The Pauls seemed to think that this was their chance and asked Li Xin Wu, "Who is this magician?" She came from the outside to help. She's cooperating with me to turn the situation in the Empire around. As expected of our captain, you sure know a lot of people. To be cooperating with a magician who seems even more powerful than Dr. Atern. As always, Li Xin Wu lied without even changing his tone of voice, and the elite skeletons marveled at him and applauded. Seeing that, Crasher completely gave up on understanding the situation at hand. And beside her, Jin looked as though he understood how she felt as he was nodding his head. Besides, how surprised was he when he had first seen Li Xin Wu revive these guys into elite skeletons. We were thinking of clearing out that city. I'll lead you guys for a bit. Will you follow me? Of course. If everyone else agrees, I'll likewise follow your command. I feel a bit stronger just being by your side, Captain. It probably wasn't just a feeling. In no time at all, Li Xin Wu's command skill had become low rank level 3, which possessed the ability of strengthening his subordinates by just a little. Then, Xin, no Paul 0. Are we going to raid the city like this? It wouldn't be very tough to do so, but Li Xin-Wu examined the far wall. It might have been due to time, but half of the wall had crumbled and didn't seem to evoke a huge sense of danger, but the energy coming from the swarming undead within was quite formidable. We don't need to go the hard way when the easy way's available to us. Wouldn't it be stupid to attack the front? Then are we infiltrating the city and assassinating the Lord? Kreischer spoke. It was a common strategy for when there weren't many elite soldiers gathered. Li Xin-Wu uncertainly nodded his head. Yeah, we probably need to kill the Lord who's in command. If we don't, it'll become tough for us. What do you mean tough on us? Jin was the first to realize what Li Xin-Wu was talking about. The blue goblin fire in his eye sockets momentarily spread out lengthways. You're really cruel. You know that. Thanks for the compliment. Kreischer tilted her head at their conversation. Li Xin-Wu brushed it aside and laughed as if it were nothing, and said something important this time. I'd like to buy the bones of the skeletons you just hunted. Is that all right? Bones? Do you have a skill that uses bones by any chance? It's probably a skill you received from God. Perhaps your ability to alter your magic in a variety of ways and utilize it comes from your mostly right. It might have been because she was a magician, but she sure picked up on things quick. Li Xin-Wu grinned and nodded his head. I thought about hiding it at first, but I thought it wasn't really necessary. Over the past week, they'd observed each other's magic and conversed about skills, and in that process, Kreischer had already roughly figured out what Li Xin-Wu's ability was. Honestly, all Li Xin-Wu had asked for was for her to sell the bones. But hadn't she responded in a way that was essentially saying yes, he had nothing to be hesitant about, as she was thinking about whether to hide the fact that she knew or not. I'll just give them to you for free. In exchange, let me see what that skill looks like. That's not hard, but I'll pay the price. Since it's a reasonable price for the karma. And you guys gather the bones of the enemies you kill, too. Did you say bones? I understand. Perhaps it was because the command skill was in effect, but despite it being a questionable order, the Pauls moved obediently. While they were doing so, Li Xin-Wu received all of Kreischer's bones. It was impossible to price them like a proper merchant, so he paid for them with what he thought was the likely asking price. Because he had hunted down so many golems, which dropped a lot of perium, it didn't even really make much of dent. Then let's pick out the level 4 knight's bones, and you never know, so pick out a few of the level 3 bones too. What are you going to do with those bones? Bone reinforcement. Kreischer asked with an excited expression, and Li Xin-Wu unhesitatingly activated bone reinforcement before her. The skeleton knight's rib bone was completely absorbed by Li Xin-Wu, and its knowledge, experiences, manner, and strength all flowed into him. Of course, since Li Xin-Wu was already level 4, he couldn't receive many stats from the bone anymore, but his true objective wasn't the subpar stat increase. Strength has increased by 1. You have relatively perfectly absorbed the target's memories and experiences. You have acquired a 1 skill proficiency in horseback riding. You have acquired a 0.3 skill proficiency in bursting thunder. You have acquired a 0.1 skill proficiency in combat sense. Oh ho, you dare challenge me? Hear me, you fools. If you think that I, Sir Palin, will tell you about my sexual techniques, then Knight Palin. Li Xin-Wu retched at the centrally flowing memories. The knight wasn't even trying to piss someone off. Yet the most impressive memory was his talk with the other soldiers about his sexual techniques. The remaining individuals in his memory had become skeletons as well, and had ultimately fallen in vain like this. There was nothing more pitiful than this. What kind of memory was it to get you frowning like that? It's nothing. It was just a sad story. You don't need to worry about it too much. What the hell was that Marner effect? It was hard to understand, but I caught a brief glimpse of the magic sublimating. If I knew this was going to happen, I would've asked God for a skill as well. Li Xin Wu took a deep breath to calm his breathing whilst more thoroughly going through the memories he'd absorbed from Sir Palin. Normally, the higher-leveled the undead, the more detailed their memories were, and those memories not only increased his combat abilities, but could also provide him with information he didn't have. Like right now, this asshole memorized all the routes to the red light district. Because of that, he knew the ways to sneak into the outskirts of the city. Though his normal behavior was filthy, Li Xin Wu was able to extract considerably high-quality information from him. Li Xin Wu continuously absorbed the other knight's bones as well, and was able to ascertain where the Lord lived when he was alive, as well as the positions his guards were stationed. I obviously don't know if everything's stayed the same since they've turned into the undead, but it's worth betting on. In order to supplement the incomplete information, he absorbed a few of the level 3 skeleton bones as well, and perfectly formulated the route to infiltrate into the city. Kreischer marveled at him, and fixed her gaze on him. It seemed as though she couldn't completely understand the skill as she was furrowing her brow. How is this possible? You're absorbing the innate Marner within the bones in their entirety. I understand that they're all bones, so that it reduces the potential conflict, but I don't understand anything beyond that. I know that there's some sort of Marner disassembly process as well as a reconstruction process. Captain, we've gathered the bones. Li Xin Wu turned away from Kreischer, who sounded like a broken record, and faced the skeletons. Each of them clutched an armful of bones to their bodies, and because they hadn't seen Li Xin Wu use bone reinforcement, their voices were still inquisitive. What should we do now? Are you going to hold a funeral for these guys? Everyone, listen up, Li Xin Wu said instantly. His voice was so dignified that even Kreischer flinched. So how would the Pauls have reacted? They stood upright and focused on Li Xin Wu. However, Jin was the only one that quickly figured out what he was doing, thinking, he's starting to act again. I want you guys not to hate those that you've killed, but these guys attacked us. These guys were afflicted by the curse and have even lost their reasoning. Li Xin Wu nodded his head weightily, as if agreeing with what Fade said, yet at the next moment, his eye sockets blazed with red goblin fire and spoke with a strong tone. Like a general, they were also soldiers and knights who cared for the Empire and respected General Siegeld while they were still alive, just like you. You can't deny them of even that. That's true, but you guys will be faced with several similar situations in the future. You'll have to shoulder the deaths of those who were once your comrades on your backs. Li Xin Wu said, and grabbed one of the bones they were carrying. Regardless of whether he flinched or not, Li Xin Wu placed bone on the Paul's forehead. So, this is sign of their repentance, and represents their will as well. It's something they've desperately left behind at the moment of their deaths, and I can personally instill their wills into you. How bone reinforcement? Ugh. The Paul, who'd become the target of his bone reinforcement, shook as though it'd been shocked by an electric current. The bones it was holding rumbled and fell to the ground with a dull sound. Hearing that, the surrounding Pauls took a step back in shock. However, in the very next moment, how can this be? The Paul spoke deafeningly and plopped down. If it were human, its eyes would be flowing with tears. Their will is so clear. Ugh, they truly were soldiers who loved this empire. Hey, Paul 47. Are you okay? What exactly happened, Paul 47? Hearing its comrades call for it, Paul 47 raised its head and responded deafeningly once more. I inherited their will. Captain revealed their will to me. Their will. The wills of the soldiers who had become undead. Our captain is definitely an emissary of God sent to save the empire. He not only restored our minds to us, but also allows us to ruminate over those sacrificed and killed. Paul 47 spoke as if touched and gathered all of the bones that had dropped onto the floor. Li Xin Wu thought it was being unnecessarily loud, yet spoke solemnly. Now do you understand their wills? Of course, please allow me to inherit all these guys' wills. These guys are already dead, so they don't have a will of their own anymore, but still will become one and live on. Paul 47 was touched and yelled. At that moment, Li Xin Wu saw this message in front of him. The LV3 elite cursed skeleton, Paul 47 has become your subordinate. So long as you do not discard him, he will faithfully obey any order you give him. The low-rank command skill has become LV4. All stats have increased by 1. You can more effectively draw out the strength of your subordinates. Li Xin Wu had established a new relationship aside from the contractual one with Jin. He had formed a master-servant relationship. Chapter 15 Part 3. Chapter 15. New Relationship 3. Rather than using a sound argument, you used your actions and the mood to impress others. You lied so naturally that they weren't even suspicious of you. The acting skill has become LV10. If you dress up, your acting ability increases further. The moment he successfully accepted Paul 47 as his subordinate, his acting skill naturally leveled up. Li Xin Wu, who was neither a general or a knight of the empire, was able to put up quite the convincing act, so it was only natural that he was able to make Paul 47, who was originally a soldier of the empire, into his subordinate. Is it at the level where I can naturally fool others, even if I don't lie? Li Xin Wu was impressed by his own accomplishment. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment thing due to the favorable situation and mood, he was able to get a taste of a higher-leveled skill due to its level up, and the experience he'd gained was no joke. He felt overwhelmingly confident that he'd be able to lie his way out any situation. You for Paul 0, you're amazing. Seeing that, Jin was amazed, and narrowed his eyes and muttered. However, it seemed Kreischer was touched by Li Xin Wu's speech and Paul 47's declaration as she applauded. She may be good at magic, but that's all. She was completely fooled. Will you be able to inherit their wills? Of course, Captain. Good. Bone reinforcement. Paul 47 had much more backbone than Jin. Li Xin Wu looked back at Jin and shook his head at him, as if saying, look at him. Jin looked like he'd burst into tears, and repeatedly used bone reinforcement on Paul 47. There were some of the bones he'd bought off Kreischer mixed in. They were level 2 or 3 bones that wouldn't have much effect on him, so he'd bought them to reinforce the Pauls. Ugh, it feels like my body will break. Go ahead, break and then be reborn. I understand, Captain. I'll be reborn as a new Paul 47. Please allow me to inherit their wills as well, Captain. Me too. Please allow me to as well. Seeing Paul 47 being strengthened in real time, as well as inheriting the wills of the deceased knights and soldiers, the other Pauls realized that Li Xin Wu's words were no lie. Sure enough, each of them scrambled and extended their bones forward, pestering him to reinforce them. Originally, all the Pauls here didn't trust Li Xin Wu 100, and some of the Pauls amongst them just thought of him as an ally and superior, but they didn't need to pledge their loyalty to him, in other words, a company commander. Though there were those that had thought of him as such, that didn't really matter anymore, since to them, Li Xin Wu was someone who loved the empire beyond any other, and was a hero who inherited the wills of the dearly departed. I feel their wills living and breathing within me. Impal 101. I'll protect the empire, fight within the empire, and die with the empire. Xin Wu, isn't this a bit dangerous? Jin was frightened, seeing the Pauls absorbing several dozens of bones in place, with about half of them yelling crazily, and spoke into Li Xin Wu's ear. Li Xin Wu just calmly nodded his head. Of course it's dangerous. They're filled with incomplete memories already, and I've mixed in several dozens of foreign memories into them, so it wouldn't be strange for them to lose themselves. Then why did you do it all at once, since it'll be easier to fool them then? Plus, it'd be helpful in planting a false sense of loyalty in them. Within their feeble minds, the Pauls anchored themselves onto one thing amidst the flowing memories: their hatred towards the curse that had destroyed the empire. Li Xin Wu had instigated that hatred, and was giving them cause to follow him blindly. It was fine if he erased all the unnecessary memories, so long as their combat techniques remained. You're a demon. My name is Paul 49. Henceforth, I'll follow Captain and stake my life on reclaiming the light of the empire. What a great goal, Paul 49. Then, next Paul 102. I'm all ready. It seemed like a pseudo-religious baptismal ceremony, and also the site of collective madness. The Pauls approached Li Xin Wu in order, offering their bones. About half of them kneeled before him, and while maintaining his solemn expression, Li Xin Wu targeted them and used bone reinforcement. After going through bone reinforcement, the Pauls who had been slightly suspicious of Li Xin Wu acted as though they would stake everything for him instead, and the mood stunk of solemnity. Extremely speaking, it was like they were willing to forfeit the last remaining drumstick to him after ordering chicken. Are you the last one? That's right, Captain. Though there aren't that many, I did kill these guys. Oh, the last remaining Paul was Paul 41. However, the bone that it was carrying was a masterpiece. It was a level 4 skeleton knight's hand bone. You fought him one-on-one. That's correct. It may seem obvious, but each of the Pauls were born in a different environment from the others and participated in different experiments. So they each possessed different latent potential and starting abilities. They were all similarly level 3, but as there were some level 3s who possessed stats close to 400, there were also level 3s with stats close to 800. If it was able to take down a level 4 skeleton knight, then it must be really close to an 800 stat total. Its posture was different from the other Pauls, and seeing as how it waited for all the other Pauls to be reinforced before coming forward, it seemed to have a solid intellect as well. But what if I were to steal this bone and use it on myself? It definitely didn't seem like a very attractive option. The opportunity cost of using the level 4 skeleton knight bone was much too high, as it would just provide him with subpar stat gains and experiences compared to an elite level 4 monster. If that's the case, then Li Xin Wu nodded his head and raised the hand bone, placing it atop Paul 41's forehead. Their wills will make you even stronger than before. Bone reinforcement. Thank you, Captain. I'll trust and follow you. By consuming the LV4 skeleton knight's hand bone, the LV3 elite cursed skeleton Paul 41 is being reinforced. You have made him into your subordinate. But at that very moment, a blinding light surged from Paul 41's body. And simultaneously, The curse that covered his body was amplified and covered his entire body. In the secret facility where the Paul 40 line of skeletons were born, they attempted to block the undead curse by steeping them into a curse beforehand. That curse was an aging curse. Since they were skeletons, they weren't weakened by the curse. It was similar to when he had first awakened as an elite monster, but comparatively, it was a much more powerful outburst of energy. Li Xin-Wu thought that perhaps and soon had a hunch. This guy was leveling up right now. He had completely passed the threshold of 800 total stats. Your subordinate, Paul 41, has evolved into a LV4 Elite Doom Factor. He has learned a method of releasing the curse energy surrounding him to destroy others. The day he learns to use this to its full ability will be the day he is reborn as a true disaster. What a cool name! It could be even cooler than a Joker apprentice. But the moment Li Xin-Wu writhed in jealously, his own skill underwent a huge change. The bone reinforcement skill has become LV6. You have learned how to select the best bones. When you personally defeat a monster, you can obtain 2 bones if you are lucky. What normally, the moment one kills a monster, the clump of marner that cannot be reduced naturally remains as loot, whether it be gear, bones, or skin. But because his bone reinforcement skill leveled up, he now had a chance to acquire 2 bones at one time. I don't know the specifics, but I've hit the jackpot. The Doom Factor, Paul 41, who'd finished evolving and stood on his own, looked at him with loving eyes. He couldn't believe that he too had black goblin fire blazing in his eye sockets and looked at Li Xin-Wu with endearing eyes. This is the strength I've gained because of you, Captain. I pledge my loyalty to you, Captain. Don't pledge your loyalty to me. Instead, pledge that you'll purify the Empire. Captain, his loyalty was increasing by the minute. Paul 41 seemed to have been touched and bowed his head. Then Li Xin-Wu gave him another order. From now on, you're in charge of these Pauls. You're their commander, all right. I understand. Good answer. That was the moment when the elite battalion led by the level 4 elite Doom Factor was born. Seeing Paul 41, Li Xin-Wu formulated a new plan in his head. If he could use bone reinforcement on the others and make them into his subordinates, if he were able to make the skeletons born from the Anti-Skull Project into his subordinates, then he'd have a formidable army that no one could ignore. And if I were to add golems into the mix as well, Li Xin-Wu's jaw creaked in satisfaction, already thinking about how prosperous his future would be. Jin thought he looked really evil, but Kreischer admired Li Xin-Wu's ability to manipulate the undead's feelings and instantaneously acquire their absolute loyalty. You have the qualities of a leader, more like the qualities of a swindler, in going to scout out and assassinate the Lord, so Kreischer, you stay on standby with these guys and rush in when I give the signal. Li Xin-Wu, who'd completely used all of the bones to strengthen the Pauls, decided to travel incognito next. Since they had already annihilated one skeleton battalion, he didn't know how the skeletons stationed in the city would react. It would be better if he acted before some special change occurred. Jin, you're with me. Okay. It would be difficult to find them unless they were as skilled as Kreischer. If Li Xin-Wu and Jin formed a connection and moved stealthily, he didn't need to separate from Jin just because he wanted to travel incognito. Truthfully, the Pauls were startled as soon as Li Xin-Wu got atop Jin's back and activated stealth. Where did Captain go? Everyone, stay calm. We'll move when we get the signal. Until then, sharpen your swords and wait. Beside them, Kreischer was calmly lost in thought. She had investigated the mystery known as bone reinforcement and was anguished over whether she could apply the same method she'd seen to her own magic. The fact that she had something to study after crossing over to this world filled her with delight. When they had gotten far from the group, Jin asked Li Xin Wu what had been concerned about. "Hey, Xin Wu, are you going to bring those guys with you now?" "Nope. While it's nice that they've become a usable fighting force, it'd be kind of weird to travel with them, wouldn't it?" It might've been okay traveling with them when he was still alone, but it would a hassle lugging all of them around everywhere. From the start, he'd done this on a whim. He didn't need to put too much importance on them. But if they develop well, I should be able to use them properly then. "You're really amazing, man." "I know." Li Xin Wu replied coolly and activated Bone Armory, covering his entire body with armor. He equipped the helmet, body armor, and even the lower body armor. He was fully armed, aside from his weaponry. Though the appearance, as well as the materials, were different for each piece of armor, equipping them all strangely made him look like a knight. "You're going to act again, aren't you? Be careful starting now." Walls enclosed the city on all four sides. Of course, Li Xin Wu naturally figured out where their guard was weakest, as he'd absorbed the knights' and soldiers' memories, and when they'd gotten in the vicinity of the city walls, he led Jin away from their prying eyes. "How do you think they formed this underground empire, and how was it maintained?" The fact that this commercial city thrived means that it independently developed several of its own industries underground. They probably used those amazing technical skills to build the empire. Why would they go underground when they had such technical skill? One would often forget that they were actually underground unless they stared at the far distant ceiling. Moreover, there are underground areas in the underground empire, and the weather, as well as night and day, are mostly controlled through magic. Maybe the empire even had rivers and oceans. No, they definitely existed here. I wonder, maybe there were too many people above ground. I wonder what it looks like above ground. Li Xin Wu could tell that Jin was feeling restless, perhaps because he'd met someone alive, Crasher. He could completely understand how he was feeling. He was happy that he could sympathize with him. Li Xin Wu calmly stroked his back and comforted him. "We should be able to see it someday." "We'll definitely be able to if we continue to grow like this." "Thanks, Li Xin Wu. I'm the one who should be thankful." "Then, shall we infiltrate the city?" "Yeah." While they were sheltered by the low-rank level 9 stealth, the two entered into the outskirts of the city through a dog hole, infiltrating into the slums. Compared to a small town filled with level 1 or 2 skeletons, the size of the city, as well as its quality, were worlds apart. This was the moment that the two had entered a true undead city. Chapter 15 Part 4. Chapter 15. New Relationship 4. The city, several dozens of years following the fall of the empire, looked truly wretched. It had only been dozens of years since, yet the sturdy bricks and cement, and the houses formed of a material foreign to them, had mostly fallen apart. The undead curse not only transformed living beings into the undead, but also withered away and killed anything that was still alive. So it was only natural that the city was in this state. It truly was a curse that killed the world itself. Whenever he looked at it this way, he realized how frightening the curse actually was. The other cities we've gone to went like this. That's because those cities were small, and they were on the outskirts. Since there wasn't much in those cities, it didn't look as bad. Li Xin Wu was definitely right. The cities they'd passed by until now didn't have an assortment of goods, but this unknown city possessed huge walls, a commercial district, as well as a slum area. There were streets leading to the houses, a city hall, as well as traces of various people in different places trading with each other. It wasn't just leftover goods, there were also traces of people. The weather's great. It seems like it'll rain soon. Har. Did you hear that the Lord is coming to visit this street today? The only undead they'd met before entering the city had been an undead battalion in the middle of patrolling, but after entering the city, their surroundings were littered with undead. It might seem obvious, but just because it was a danger level 2 zone didn't mean that there were high-level undead everywhere. Rather, most of them were level 1 undead. They didn't really have any special features, and the only piece of information that appeared was LV1 skeleton. If they were still human, they probably would've shown up as LV1 human. Har, that costs 3 Pyrium. I can't give you a discount. That's too expensive. Then throw in that small one, too. How is this possible? Jin had forgotten that they were traveling incognito and spoke stiffly. Li Xin-Wu could understand how he was feeling. That's because the skeletons were haggling over a valueless rock. They're repeating what they did when they were still alive. The lower-leveled the undead, the more they rely on their instincts. I was looking forward to it a little bit. Jin, who realized that speaking a little louder wouldn't release stealth, spoke bitterly. I may just be speaking nonsense, as the skeletons you've made into your subordinates abandoned their still-alive general and decided to follow you as their captain, but in any case they're acting based on their own will. Yeah, one couldn't say the Paul's conditions were normal either. But despite being tricked by Li Xin-Wu, they definitely understood that they had become skeletons and moved accordingly. Just that was enough to make them look normal. I've restored their egos and even give them a name. I really am like their savior. No, that's not what I'm saying. Jin denied him right away. At the beginning, he wondered why Li Xin-Wu had set the skeletons free, but had ultimately turned them into his subordinates once they seemed like they would be useful. Li Xin-Wu's fickleness was truly frightening. The only thing he was sure of was that Li Xin-Wu would always be true to himself. It felt a bit awkward thinking about it any further, so he decided to change topics. Is killing them the only way to save them? Don't misunderstand. They're already dead. Even if you talk to them, they probably don't even remember their names. Then what about us? We're undead, too. We can say our names. That means we're not dead. It sounded quite simple, but there was a much more complicated meaning within that statement. Whenever Li Xin-Wu would say something like this, Jin would admire him a bit. But he didn't really want to accept that Li Xin-Wu had more knowledge or wisdom than him when he was already stronger than him as well, so he didn't say it out loud. There are a lot of level 1s here, but it's not our danger level 2 zone for nothing. The closer we get to the center of the city, the more tightly guarded it'll be, so focus on your connection with me. Mine's at beginner LV7. So it won't be tough for me. Of course, Jin didn't have the ability to learn stealth, but while going through a few small towns, they discovered a rural rat nest dungeon. Li Xin-Wu gave Jin all of the rat bones, and as a result, he was barely able to learn stealth. Both of them knew the same skill, so it was easy to raise the effectiveness of his skill through their connection. Through the connection from the horseback riding skill, the stealth skill's effectiveness increases. In special situations, the skill proficiency rapidly increases. Li Xin-Wu and Jin took the opportunity and escaped the notice of the 2 skeletons, who were stuck in the past, and slowly went around the city like ghosts. The shadows cast by the ruined buildings easily concealed them, and they observed the city, as if they were memorizing every facet of it. We shouldn't even worry about the level 2 ones, right? They're at least level 3 elites over here. We don't need to count them if they're not even level 3 elites. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to handle overwhelming numbers. That's how Li Xin Wu had thought in the past. However, that was something that only applied to Earth. Even if thousands of level 3 golems came rushing at him right now, he was confident that he could take them all on without even breaking a single bone. There was the fact that there was an overwhelming disparity between their stats, but also because Undead possessed the special characteristic of never physically tiring. And that's also the same for skeletons, as well. But that also meant that there was a high possibility that he would be helpless against a higher-leveled undead. Those were the ones that Li Xin Wu had to find and kill first. Of course, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them to just straight-up attack them since they had the level 6 magician, Crasher, but since she would reduce their contribution, they had moved quickly. Honestly, I wanted to take my time and look around, as this is the first city that seems big enough to be called a city. They had pretty much finished up clearing the outskirts of the empire, so now it was time to deal with the danger level 2 zones. It wasn't a bad idea to go through the cities and ascertain their levels while they still had the assistance of a level 6 magician, though of course, each city would have their own specific circumstances. There are a lot of knights. There are at least 10 skeleton knights above the walls, and there are 5 knights that periodically go on a patrol, and there are 30 of them on standby in shifts inside of their private barracks. If a hero were acting alone, they would likely feel terrified at around this time. Because they only had one life, they wouldn't have been able to boldly infiltrate the city like Li Xin Wu, and they wouldn't even dream of attacking the city by themselves. It would definitely be impossible for a level 4 hero, and even if they were level 5 it would only be possible with a few level 5 heroes. Li Xin Wu suddenly realized why heroes preferred going through dungeons. The cities were huge and difficult to kill. Undead popped out in various areas. On the other hand, monsters popped out regularly in the dungeon, and would provide a more definite reward, so it was the much more attractive option. Shino Rendu, even though it's a danger level 2 zone, it would still take more than a year to fully clear it with a few people. Take down the high priority targets first, and then look for the right opportunity to take down the rest. Remember, Li Xin Wu, your life is most important. Shino Rendu was the most hot-blooded amongst his seniors, and even he spoke like that. So he could understand why his seniors grew so slowly. He could even understand why they cheered whenever they discovered a dungeon. Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu heard Jin's voice and then froze too. When he, who had been lost in thought, raised his head, he understood why Jin's voice was so stiff. In an area slightly askew to the city's center square, and in front of an imposing mansion above a sloping road, there was a giant monster roaming around. No, it was a golem. It wasn't just a normal golem either. It boasted a height of around 4 meters. And its imposingness seemed unshakable. LV5 Iron Golem I0918 Elite. A level 5 golem, as he thought after the bronze golem was the iron golem, the one he was most worried about. It had only gone from level 4 to level 5, yet why did it suddenly seem so upgraded when he thought about it? The difference between level 4 and 5 was like the difference between the heaven and the earth. So he could roughly understand too. Xin Wu, you haven't seen it yet, huh? The golem's not the problem. No, it is a problem. Why is the golem living in a place outside of where it was produced? No. Li Xin Wu was speaking and then stopped, groaning at his stupidity. Why were the golems created from the very beginning? It was probably to protect the empire. Of course, after the fall of the empire, the several golems didn't have a place to go and were abandoned, but until then, the manufactured golems were probably sent to various regions in the empire, and that golem was one of them. There's something controlling that golem. Something controlling it. Li Xin Wu was shocked, and despite yelling in shock, his stealth wasn't released. That fact shocked him even more. What's worse, at that moment, his skill leveled up. The low-rank stealth skill has become level 10 and evolved into the intermediate level. You do not possess the talent to covertly kill your opponent, but you do possess the ability to move secretly and quickly. You have learned the intermediate shadow sprint skill. Agility and magic have increased by 10. The higher the skill level, the lighter the shadow. I lost combat sprint and gained shadow sprint. How ironic. Moreover, he could use this skill in tandem with his connection with Jin to draw out its full ability, making it a truly effective skill. Li Xin Wu was satisfied by the result that came out from his negligence and smiled. Jin called out to him with a cold voice. If you're done checking out your skill, then could you start checking that guy now? My bad. He scratched his hairless head and looked at the area that Jin had pointed at. It was the mansion's balcony, and he could see the undead that stood at the balcony. It was a level 5 undead, and it was none other than the Lord, the skeleton commander, and gripped within its emaciated finger bones, there was a coit felt as though had received a blunt impact to his head. That's right. They couldn't control the golem's mana on the outside, so they would instead control the core that produced their mana. Li Xin Wu had never enlisted the aid of an object to help him radiate his mana, so had never thought about it before. But is that the only option available? If the core could change even an undead's mana to that of a golem's, then wouldn't there be no reason that he, who had absorbed the golem's magic, knowledge and everything, couldn't do the same? Hadn't he been thinking about this too complicatedly? Guillotine Steelworker might have caused him to tunnel vision on his statement that none other than the golems could create that seal, and had approached the matter in a much more complicated way than needed. It was time to start fresh. I feel like I'll be able to know for sure after killing that guy and examining the core. Hold on, Xin Wu. The shriek of the dead doesn't work on golems. Yeah, that's a good point. They could only see one outside, but considering how they could feel the same quality of mana within the mansion, there weren't just one or two golems. They didn't know if they could take care of the golems quickly, and if they factored in the concentration of knights nearby the mansion, it would be best to retreat. Yeah, I got it. Let's give up on killing the Lord first. Let's start at another place. Just not here. That's a good idea. There were several sections of this city that they hadn't checked yet. Li Xin Wu and Jin completely backed off from the Lord's mansion in order to perfectly conquer the city without injury. 40 minutes later, horrific screams resounded through the city. The battle had just begun. Chapter 16 Part 1. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born 1. The shriek resounded clearly across the city, alerting them that the battle had begun. This city is ours, Pauls. Now throw down your weapons and surrender. Do you really have to say that? By using low-rank Shriek of the Dead, the enemies in the entire area fall into a frenzied and fearful state. Li Xin Wu's booming voice echoed throughout the entire city. However, rather than throw away their weapons and surrender, their enemies that heard him rampaged about and blindly thrust their weapons at each other's heads. Obviously, whenever he utilized Shriek of the Dead, its effect would be the same, regardless of what he said. Kayaha'ak. Kayak, when did so many undead invade the city? All knights, draw your swords, teach those undead how heavy a sin it is to trespass on the Empire's sacred soil. Just one shout caused the city to go from peaceful looking at least on the outside to a complete mess. As I thought, it would be easy for a high-leveled treasure eater to wreck a city like this one if it were drawn here. Did Li Xin Wu rush into battle right after shouting? Of course not. The main focus of this mission was to ascertain how many high-leveled undead there were, as well as their location. He had divided the city into sections, based on how many high-leveled undead there were, and had been moving around as he calculated the effective area of his Shriek of the Dead. I'll engrave the Empire's laws into your body. How dare you, a mere undead, you wicked black magicians! I'll make you kneel before the Emperor. Whoa, these knights here fight well. Of course, Li Xin Wu had predicted that there would be some who wouldn't be affected by Shriek of the Dead, but that didn't matter. Since even the level 4 skeleton knights were affected by his level 6 low-rank Shriek of the Dead. Normally, it would be difficult to achieve this good of a result with a low-rank level 6 skill, but Li Xin Wu's Marnerbone skill was helping. Any act that utilized magic would be buffed by Marnerbone, but it was particularly effective on abilities that changed pure magic and utilized it. Let's move quickly, before the Lord intervenes with his own golems and knights. I know already we'll arrive at our next position shortly. They had traveled incognito around the city for upwards of 2 hours, and they had already picked the spot where he would use Shriek of the Dead. After they confirmed that the spot was safe, they immediately moved to the spot and Li Xin Wu used Shriek of the Dead for a second time. Uwatharthark, evil puppet. You should be in hell. Why have you come outside? There weren't any skeleton knights in that area, but a huge concentration of soldiers instead. He was extremely satisfied with the chaos that spread instantly. If one were to look at the city from above, they would see hell. Good, let's go to Area C now. In the devil, the plan was progressing smoothly. Since the undead were fighting amongst themselves everywhere, Stealth No Shadow Sprint was released and he was exposed to the world to see. Despite that, none came to attack Li Xin Wu or Jin. The low-rank Shriek of the Dead skill has become LV7. Magic has increased by 3. Nice, the skill's leveling up quickly too. Xin Wu, I feel like they're on the move now. Okay, I'd expected that they'd start to move about now. The ones on the move described the undead commander's group atop the hill. Regardless of how dull he had become after transforming into an undead, he was still the Lord. Li Xin Wu didn't think the Lord would sit still while there was chaos spreading throughout various areas of the city. But in order to delay him as much as possible, Li Xin Wu had been focusing on the faraway areas in order. Obviously, it seemed as though the Lord had decided to intervene before they could finish up. Immediately after hearing Jin's report, Li Xin Wu heard a screeching sound from afar. The iron golems were moving. What should I do? Will my acid mist be able to melt them? Li Xin Wu briefly pondered on the subject and shook his head. Even if he focused all of Melting Bone Double Axe's power in one place and exploded it, he wasn't confident that he could defeat an iron golem in that way. That's because each and every one of those iron golems were elites. There are 4 of them, and the one controlling them is a level 5 elite skeleton commander. There are 3 level 5 elite skeleton elder knights guarding him, as well as 12 level 4 skeleton knights opposing monsters were guarding the Lord, proving that he was the Lord for anyone who didn't already know. Rather than fighting them straight up, calling upon the group that was on standby would be cleaner and safer. It probably would be, but it's also worth a try. Weren't you the one that said we'd be giving up on fighting the Lord? You're still out of it, aren't you? Jin scolded him and was about to move to the next area. Since their original plan was to go to as many spots as possible before the Lord earnestly decided to intervene, use his Shriek of the Dead to cut down the number of knights and soldiers, as well as evade the blindly rampaging swords and arrows, and then get back outside. There were more than 10,000 level 2 or higher undead within the city, so it would be foolish to fight them one at a time. Li Xin Wu, who'd said that himself, was for some reason patiently looking towards the direction of the Lord's troops. Jin, there are times when a person needs to take a risk. Even though Jin knew that Li Xin Wu's heart was set, he retorted in a weak voice. You're a skeleton, though. For me, that time is now. God. For some reason, he knew that he would take that risk. He couldn't just let an opportunity like this slip away. He couldn't help but want to fight against a higher-leveled enemy, an elite one at that. Maybe this was proof of being Li Xin Wu, but even so, Jin thought that Li Xin Wu's symptoms were a bit more severe than usual, as he was willing to face off against that assorted gift set of level 5s. Jin quietly asked, You just don't want that girl to steal your experience, right? Yep. He was way too honest. Li Xin Wu belatedly added. And if I fight against the skeleton using the core to control the golems and experience it firsthand, I may be able to get a feel for changing my mana into that of a golem's. Li Xin Wu then de-equipped his lower body armor. At the same time, he summoned the Drake Horn Lance. The appearance of that imposing weapon screamed that they were right here, as if it were an electric signboard advertisement. The mana within, as well as the high rank of the weapon, drew the attention of even the rampaging undead. He learned how to wield the weapon through the memories of the knight's head absorbed until now, as well as bursting thunder, which encompassed all weapon arts. He grabbed the lance in his left hand, firmly positioning it between his arm and armpit. He called this method couched lance, and though he would have to abandon the lance upon collision, it wasn't much of a problem for him since he could just make another one. Let me get a bit used to it first. Kill me now, it's on you if you die. That's my partner. Ultimately, Jin made his decision, instantaneously changed directions and ran. Indeed, he plowed through the center of the city with a speed akin to lightning. There were some in the middle who blocked them, but they soon disappeared. He didn't even have to dirty his Drake Horn Lance with their bone powder as Jin broke through them with his steel-covered body. The sharper and sturdier Jin's body, the less things would interfere with his running, and because of that, he could run even faster than before. Jin wasn't a skeleton horse right now, but rather seemed like a longer and sharper lance than the Drake Horn Lance. It was a good idea to learn steel body. Since I love running without anything in my way faster the fastest in the world, Jin truly began to run faster and faster. In the span of time it took to blink a few times, they had reached the center of the city from the outskirts. They had already come close enough that they could see the Lord's group on the move. The Drake Horn Lance is increasing the effectiveness of all charge-related skills by 40. The faster Jin ran, the more red light the Drake Horn Lance emitted. Its splendid option of increasing the effectiveness of all charge-related skills by as much as 40 would catalyze the mana within and appear. Li Xin Wu more firmly grasped the spear and his goblin fire blazed. I definitely have to take care of at least one of them with this. When he factored in his stats that had surpassed a level 4's and neared a level 5's, Jin's destructive power through his speed, and the Drake Horn Lance, which would boost all of that to its maximum while possessing its own destructive power, it would be unlikely that even a level 5 elite monster would survive an attack. No, they had to die. Because if they didn't kill their opponent, they would have to cope with the force following the moment of impact in its entirety. In any case, their charge attack had to kill one of them. You see the biggest golem in the centermost area, right? I'm going for him. Alright. He stuck to Jin's back as much as he could and maximized their connection. At this point, they didn't really have to say things out loud. Whatever he thought of was naturally transmitted to Jin, and Li Xin Wu could roughly figure out what Jin wanted as well. From the start, one of the reasons that Kreischer had been interested in them was because of the assimilation phenomenon that occurred through their perfect connection, a connection so perfect that it was almost strange. Though she didn't know much about the skill itself, she did say that other horseback riding skills didn't develop the way theirs did. And that was being proven right now. It wasn't just a simple connection between a man and a horse, it was something only possible between them because they were both undead heroes and the connection was beginning to bear fruit. The low-rank horseback riding skill has become LV10 and evolves into the intermediate level. You have formed a truly deep connection with your riding companion, and gone past the union between man and horse. Tuning your will with your companion and adding their strength to your own is no longer a skill but can be considered to be in the realm of magic. You have learned the intermediate assimilation skill. Agility and magic has increased by 10. Li Xin Wu felt it when he gained the skill. The moment he used the two skills that had evolved in this battle, Shadow Sprint and Assimilation, to their very limit, he realized that he and Jin could reach unknown territory. Xin Wu soon. I know. Had only just acquired the skill, but the assimilation skill's ability was clear. Before Jin had even transmitted his intent, he could figure out what Jin wanted. The two had already gotten really close to the Lord's group. Obviously, their enemies noticed them too. However, they didn't worry about that, since at this very moment, there was no one here who could respond to their speed. Hostility detect. Li Xin Wu and Jin frontally crashed into the golem they had decided upon beforehand, and at that moment, they matched their breathing. Within their minds, they drew a clear picture. The world ground to a halt, as if they had pressed a temporary pause button on Jin's overwhelming speed. Jin's speed in its entirety was contained within the lance, and the lance would break through the golem. That image. Your ARP. Li Xin Wu yelled a strange battle cry and raised the marner throughout his entire body. He gripped the spear, and the instinctually applied marner, containing the power of bursting thunder, rushed towards the end of the spear. The deep blue marner was added to the red energy and the two mixed together, forming swaying violet sparks. The low-rank bursting thunder skill has become LV10 and evolves into the intermediate level. Strength and magic has increased by 10. Low-rank power / is absorbed. It has become possible for you to incorporate lightning into your weapon. As per the saying, even when it's rotten, it's still a herring. The iron golem realized that Li Xin Wu attacked before he did, and twisted its body around in an attempt to somehow reduce the damage it would sustain. At the same time, it also deformed its body in an attempt to attack them as well, so they could safely say that it was a truly impressive response. However, to Jin, no, to both him and Li Xin-Wu, who he was assimilating with, it looked much too slow. They had already seen that in their image and were able to overcome it. Critical hit. Hairu Wakidakuru 1. The moment the extended lance struck its target in one area, the golem emitted a sound that he couldn't understand at all. And then, the golem broke apart, and its pieces flew everywhere. 1 TL Gibberish. Chapter 16 Part 2. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born 2. You achieved the feat of executing a higher-leveled elite foe. Strength has increased by 10. Skill proficiency in bursting thunder has increased. Li Xin-Wu watched as the iron golem scattered into pieces in front of him, or at least where it was, and couldn't even react. That's because the recoil at the moment of impact was too much for them to handle. At the very least, the lance broke apart at the moment of impact, so the recoil was dispersed as much as possible. If it hadn't, Li Xin-Wu's arm bone or Jin's leg bone would have broke. It was definitely an absurdly powerful technique, but without coming up with a proper countermeasure, it was unusable. Who are you if you're a knight of the Empire? How dare you not recognize me? There's no way you'd fail to recognize who I am and do something so wicked. It seemed as though it couldn't help but be shaken after watching one its most powerful forces get destroyed so quickly, as the skeleton commander yelled in a quivering voice. As expected, it possessed a clear ego, perhaps due to being level 5. But it inevitably couldn't remember its own name. When Li Xin-Wu became aware of that, he instinctively yelled, "Do you really not know why I'm here?" Roman 2 don't know. There was no way it'd know. If there were some special reason, Li Xin-Wu would like to know himself. He just spoke whatever came to mind and circulated his mana to help him and Jin cope with the accumulated shock. Surprisingly, mana bone, which circulated the mana, could be applied to Jin through the assimilation skill. It truly was a cheat skill. However, he was slyly lying to the skeleton commander even while being astonished by how far his skill had developed. There should be a reason you can think of. We're not dispatched just anywhere. Dispatch for you, perhaps sent by the Imperial family. Look here. Stop attacking for now. Stand by. I said to stand by. Head just haphazardly said that to buy time for them to heal, but their reaction was much better than Head expected. While the Lord was flustered, Li Xin-Wu collected the loot with a relaxed posture without giving anything away, and even approached the Lord, dragging Jin with him. The golems acted like obedient hunting dogs, and when they heard the words, "stand by," they immediately stepped back. On the other hand, the knights looked uneasy and were unable to easily approach. You have acquired 17,500 Pirium. You have acquired a deteriorated original bone core. Oh, as expected, the drops changed at around level 5. He felt as though they were being way too stingy with the Pirium for an elite level 5 monster, and despite the original core being deteriorated, it was still an original core. He was extremely satisfied and raised his head. Li Xin-Wu saw the Lord's hand not leaving the car, even while flustered, and was impressed. He then decided to put out a feeler. "So are you going to talk now?" "I haven't done anything wrong. They offered it to me first. I wanted to leave the underground." Hearing the Lord's unexpected response, Li Xin-Wu was momentarily speechless. What the hell is this senile skeleton even saying? They offered it to me first. He wanted to leave the underground. This wasn't just some common corruption from a noble, but something a lot bigger. Still, that doesn't lessen your crimes. Li Xin-Wu strived to not let the confusion show on his face, and had to try really hard to adapt to what the Lord was saying. Just because a skeleton's face didn't change didn't mean that there was nothing else to do. He had to prevent himself from being quiet for too long, or speak with a flustered tone, or even control the pattern by which his goblin fire swayed. If he interrogated him for a bit longer, it seemed like he'd be able to learn something new. Perhaps it would be about the relationship between the underground empire and above ground. You're not, huh? However, despite Li Xin-Wu acting with his entire body, the skeleton commander had somehow figured him out. Yeah, if you were the Golden Shadow, then you wouldn't have destroyed a golem. You're not, you aren't. Who the hell are you? Shist. Odd. He didn't know where he'd gone wrong, but it was pointless to continue acting after he was caught. Before the Lord, who had figured him out, could retreat, he quickly stretched out his hand and stole the Lord's core. It was only possible because the Lord's close combat abilities seemed fairly low. Die. We won't let you touch the Lord. TCH. The moment he'd reached out his hand, the Elder Knights came at him from both sides. Fortunately, because Jin acted quickly and retreated, Li Xin-Wu wasn't cut by their swords filled with tumultuous death energy. What the hell were you thinking, you idiot? Sorry, I went overboard thinking that I'd found some kind of hidden quest or something. Catch him, take the core back. The Lord, or rather the skeleton commander, shrieked, and the 3 level 5 elite skeleton elder knights, as well as the 12 level 4 skeleton knights, charged at Li Xin-Wu all at once. At that moment, a bizarre black light surged from the skeleton commander and was absorbed by the knights. Li Xin-Wu could see that their mana was being amplified. It was a special command-type skill. The Lord has given us his command. I'll bury my sword in his heart. How dare you put your filthy hands on one of the Lord's possessions? TCH. The skeleton knights attacked quickly, as if the Lord had increased their strength by 50, and made it so that Li Xin-Wu and Jin were busy running away. If Li Xin-Wu were alone, he would've just given up an arm to the oncoming swords in all directions. How is it that we can't take down that one guy? Why can't we hit him when he's right in front of us? Connection with commander has been lost. Standing by. However, the golems didn't respond to the commander's shrieks. He was certain that the Lord couldn't issue commands without the core. Li Xin-Wu decided that that's where his hopes lie. What do we do? Do we run first? No. We're ending it here. If that bastard goes outside and starts getting set up, we're screwed. Damn it. Even while matching their breathing and dodging the incoming swords tinged with death energy by hectically moving their bodies around, Li Xin-Wu yelled confidently. At the same time, he concentrated on the core that had swiped from the Lord. Of course, the core had transformed into bone the moment he'd stolen it from the Lord, but grasping the original flow of mana within wasn't difficult. Limited order bone core. With your superb analytical skills and knowledge, you recognized that this is a transformed original core. The original core records a person's mana, and when that mana is injected into the core, it is changed to a particular frequency, enabling you to order the registered entities, I0918, I0919, I0920, I0921. In the process of changing into bone, the original commander's registration has been erased. It is unknown whether the core will activate normally. In other words, the core registered the Lord's mana and locked it so that only he could use it, and it also possesses a lock that enables him to control all of the golems here. Fortunately, one of those locks have been released, and the only ones who could tamper with that setup were level 7 golems like Guillotine Steelworker. Li Xin-Wu suddenly thought the system of manufacturing golems in the Empire was messed up. So how tough would it be to control all of the golems without a core while being vaguely frightened of doing so at the same time? He couldn't help but feel happiness welling in a corner of his heart. I came here for a change of pace to take my mind off of the administrative seal, yet I found a crucial part here. I hadn't believed in it before, but I guess fate does exist. With Jin's help, Li Xin Wu was able to avoid the skeleton knight's attacks and, while moving extensively, infused his Marner into the limited order bone core. Of course, it didn't go so well at first, and after repeatedly trying to activate it as its previous registration hadn't been erased, it seemed as though he had finally satisfied some sort of condition as the bone core began to radiate light. At that moment, recognizing new commander, receiving orders, the golems hadn't been a part of the unfolding chaos and were on standby in a separate location, yet they suddenly spoke. Li Xin Wu suddenly clenched his fist since it had gone as had planned, but the skeleton commander was extremely taken aback. How can you use the core when you haven't gotten their permission? You're worse than the Golden Shadow. As I thought, since you're an undead, you've lost a lot of your common sense. Whether he could properly use the core or not would decide the outcome of the battle. Li Xin Wu was well aware of that, so focused on the core. It seemed as though the skeleton commander had likewise realized that fact. You have to kill him quickly and take back the core. The Lord has commanded us bring some of the soldiers over here. Where are the soldiers? Damn, if I had my horse, I would have to suffer so much from that skeleton horse. The things the skeleton knights were saying were becoming laughable. Li Xin Wu continued to infuse Marner into the core and fixed everything that came from the transformed original core into his mind. Yeah, that's right. The answer's inside here. If I study this, I'll get the basic idea. The way to control the golems without a core, as well as how to create them with Marner. Li Xin Wu realized that his intent and how much Marner he infused would determine what part of the core reacted, as well as how it would change the Marner. He also realized how that transformed Marner would be transmitted to the golems, as well as how the golems would move through that transmission. It would normally take a few months before he was proficient, but to him, who'd already acquired a general administrator's seal, this kind of mechanism was easy for him. He could control them as easily as if he were moving his own body. No, it was actually more simple to do than that. As a result, eliminating enemy. Result of searching for Marner. There are reinforcement troops in the back. Executing them first. This is instantaneously. The 3 iron golems became the skeleton's enemies, and the skeleton commander was mixed with both feelings of anger and panic, so he didn't know what to do. The skeleton commander raised his hand, as if he were preparing an offensive spell, but he then lowered his hand since he didn't want to damage the golems. He was definitely thinking of killing the trespassers as quickly as possible and retaking the core. Protect the Lord. But we have to kill the trespassers. The Lord takes priority. You guys take care of him. I understand. You guys, you can't destroy the golems. While the commander was hesitating, the elder knights hurriedly took on one of the iron golems each, and the level 4 skeleton knights continued to fight against Li Xin Wu. What a turn of events. I was waiting for that. Li Xin Wu acted as if had been waiting for that very moment, wielding the lightning tooth in one hand and the core in the other, sweeping through the skeletons. It was a superb showing of multitasking. Qark. Kehek MMY Lord. Regardless of how much stronger they'd become from the commander's skill, most of Li Xin Wu's main skills had grown to the intermediate level, and was a monster close to level 5. The lightning tooth is strengthening bursting thunder. Your lightning becomes stronger. As bursting thunder reached the intermediate level, the lightning tooth could finally show its true strength. Blue lightning streaked across the lightning tooth and spewed out onto his enemies, suppressing them. Whenever he struck with his sword, which they couldn't even see, the skeletons' skulls and ribs would break to pieces, scattering everywhere. It's quite simple. How is this possible? The three iron golems and elder knights were fighting against each other as all of the level 4 skeleton knights had instantly been annihilated. There was no one left to protect the Lord. This had all happened within the span of 5 minutes after had swiped the core that controlled the golems from the Lord. The Lord couldn't believe this at all. Listen up. It's fine if you destroy the golems. We have to stop that atrocious cheater. MMY Lord Ugh. When the Lord realized that Li Xin Wu didn't really care if the stolen golems were damaged or not, he urgently called out to the skeleton elder knights, but it was already too late. From the start, Li Xin Wu had desperately sought to steal the iron golems as they were solid, tough and powerful elites. Even if they were indeed strengthened skeleton elder knights, they weren't able to take on an iron golem one-on-one. What's worse, they had been ordered to not damage the golems. So the elder knights were put on the defensive and couldn't move an inch. Damn it, where are the other soldiers and knights? Where the hell did they go? You'll be able to meet them soon. Li Xin Wu controlled the golems and hectically drove the elder knights into a corner. Li Xin Wu simultaneously steered Jin and instantly came within distance of the commander. At that moment, the commander's jawbone clattered and chanted something, causing Marner to collect in the air. He was trying to cast a spell. However, shock missile. I heard that commanders double as magicians as well. I also heard that they're jam-packed with magic, but they don't have any internal stability. The spearhead created with Marner was easily split apart by the blue sparks rising from the lightning tooth. If he took it straight up, it might've hurt, but that's it. That's because he wasn't a magician specialized in magic, but completely specialized in commanding only. Seeing that, the skeleton commander babbled that he was wielding a treasure unfitting of a thief and so on and so forth, but Li Xin Wu obviously didn't concern himself with that. Single lightning. No, a single strand of blue lightning from the air shot down onto him. This technique was both the alpha and the omega of bursting thunder. Following the lightning strike, he would quickly slash with his sword. As bursting thunder reached the intermediate level, its true potential was unlocked. This sword strike may be an extremely basic technique, but it was as imposing as divine punishment. Adhup. He might have had some trick left up his sleeve. As Li Xin Wu felt like he heard him clattering, but Li Xin Wu just intensified the Marner, and thus the lightning. Ultimately, the skeleton commander screamed awfully and disappeared. He had been completely destroyed, as if a gust of wind had passed by. The skeleton commander's floating skull blazed with goblin fire as if cursing him, but soon was consumed by the flames and vanished. You have achieved the feat of defeating a higher-leveled enemy. All stats have increased by 1. The lightning tooth burned the air, emitting an intense ozone smell. It was pointless to ask at this point, but how could he smell again? Li Xin Wu thought trivially and withdrew his sword. We have to take care of the others quickly. How dare you kill the Lord? A little while later, a fine, but certainly recognizable flaming pattern could be seen from above the city. The Pauls and Crasher, who seemed to have just been waiting for his signal, immediately entered the city and were soon able to see it. The city, which Li Xin Wu had turned into a scene more horrific than any hell. Chapter 16 Part 3. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born 3. Kill him, kill them all. For the Empire. You said you'd just kill the Lord, but what is this? Gracia completely froze the wall, ascended to the top, and just stood dumbstruck after confirming the massacre. The skeletons were hostile to everything and everyone. It started from the level 4 skeleton knights to the ordinary level 1 commoners. All of them had equally fallen into madness. At this very moment, she heard a jarring, hair-raising scream from somewhere, but Gracia thought that it was a voice she'd heard somewhere before. Do the undead periodically fall into madness? No, there's no way that something could happen so suddenly. Then was it Shin Wu? But how? The captains ordered us to annihilate them. Let us put to rest those foolish and pitiful fools of the Empire. Follow the commander. Though Gracia stood petrified, the Pauls followed behind her into the city, and unhesitatingly rushed forward. The elite squadron, led by the reborn Paul 41, the level 4 Doom Factor, didn't have even a shred of hesitation, and cut apart all of the surrounding undead. They had already finished stealing themselves. What could he have done to these guys? Howag? Gracia couldn't get over her doubt at all, but it felt like a waste of time to do so while just sitting there. Ultimately, she stopped mulling over trivial thoughts and went straight into a large-scale spell. After seeing Li Xin Wu's use of Marner, she'd developed a new technique. She'd made up her mind to test her catalyzed magic. A large quantity of Marner stuck to the ice artifact that floated before her. Gracia watched as a large amount of Marner grew, and smiled. The low-rank shriek of the dead still has become LV8. Magic has increased by 2. Your skills are affected by your Marner and can persist for a longer period of time. Whoa, what's that? Meanwhile, Li Xin Wu had finished cleaning up the area, and was using Shriek of the Dead in various areas of the city. He gaped once he saw the spell Gracia had cast. There was no way an occupant of the city wouldn't be able to see the spell. There was an absurdly large mass of ice floating in the air. Ooh, it's cold just looking at it. The cold's not the issue here. The clump of ice floating within the air created a suction force that drew in the surrounding Marner. This Marner seemed to rotate around the ice and then transformed into sharp ice spears. And those ice spears poured down upon the enemies everywhere. He could describe the clump of ice that so slowly advanced into the air, as well as the following ice spears that poured onto the battlefield, as horrific. To the point that Li Xin Wu thought that he didn't even need to separately take out the skeleton commander if she could use something like that to attack the entire city. What kind of huge spell is that? Are all level 6 is like that? No way. But when he considered the fact that Gracia hadn't been in the Empire for very long, and was still a newbie hero, he was just speechless. Li Xin Wu hadn't expected to influence her to the point of completing such a grand magic. He decided to be even more guarded against the other heroes from now on. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being careful. He then realized that he hadn't been aware of how amazing he was. If you get hit by that, would you die? Xin Wu? Yep. Fortunately, it seems avoidable, but no, it doesn't seem like we'll be enemies with Gracia, so we don't need to go into hypotheticals here. 1 week was more than enough time to figure out each other's tendencies. Gracia was only single-mindedly focused on magic, but was also a rational thinker, as well as loyal. He thought she was a trustworthy human. I don't think I'll have to make a move with that there. Let's rest. As soon as Li Xin Wu decided that the battle was over, he immediately sank down onto the ground. He grasped the limited order bone core in his hand. It was the key that would control the iron golems that stood before them. They had some spare time now, so he decided to earnestly start studying the core. That's what you call resting. We should be able to get to level 5 if we use all of the bones we've acquired from the battle. So, I want to finish the quest before I level up. You're so stubborn it's scary. Li Xin-Wu could already use the bone core much better than the original owner, the Lord, could. Considering the fact that he had controlled 3 iron golems simultaneously and made it so that 2 of the Elder Knights couldn't move an inch while wielding the lightning tooth in his other hand and swinging it at the final Elder Knight, Jin was just shocked. However, Li Xin-Wu wasn't satisfied with just that. Armor Steelwork. No, the Empire made a huge mistake. If you hold the remote control, it becomes really obvious how the golem's mana is created, as well as how they move, doesn't it? If anyone could tell that from just analyzing it, they wouldn't have made a remote control like that regardless of how deep one's magical knowledge was, or how much they analyzed the basics behind it. They wouldn't be able to copy the mana. At least, if they followed what Kreischer had told them. However, Li Xin-Wu was gripping the bone core and struggling against it, so he didn't hear what Jin was saying. That's right. Originally, mana doesn't have its own form. The form changes depending on who is using it. In some ways, it might be similar to my karma. Li Xin-Wu closely examined the process that changed his mana within the core, and was repeatedly in awe. It felt like he had tested and confirmed the knowledge he'd memorized until now, and was deeply moved. He also felt a sense of stubbornness, that he wanted to do what the core did all by himself. Then let's do it in order. It's surprising that you're doing this in order. However, it was impossible right now for starters. Li Xin-Wu focused on giving out detailed commands to the golems. There were basic commands recorded in the core, but he wanted to personally inject his will into the golems based on the strange mana pattern change. This wasn't very difficult, as he had already received all the knowledge from the original core. Following order, running in place. Following order, sparring with I-0921. He had succeeded. So next up was to transmit the image in his head in its entirety to the golems. The core had just become a medium that changed Li Xin-Wu's mana into that of a golem's. He had already completely analyzed the core and successfully produced their effects. He was even soon able to release the limited clause on his administrative authority. In other words, he would be able to control golems below level 5, even if they weren't registered in the core. This was already a shocking achievement, but he wasn't satisfied with that. Executing push-ups. Executing 8 personal training exercises. Almost there. Li Xin-Wu gently closed his eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the one who knew about a golem's mana most, aside from a golem itself. He just needed to take one more step. He trusted in mana's ability to change. He had absorbed a golem's mana before, so he thought that there was no reason he wouldn't be able to change his mana to that of a golem's. Li Xin-Wu was now able to genuinely think that way. Li Xin-Wu fell into deep thought, and he dropped the core that had been in his hand, which automatically entered his inventory. If he truly wanted to produce a golem's mana, he had to discard the core. 1. Standing by. Connection with commander has been lost. The golems, which had been diligently doing their push-ups and 8 PT exercises, returned to standby. It was possible because they weren't the autonomous defense-type golems, which automatically recognized their enemies and attacked. A golem's mana. How long had he stood there? Around the time where he became unaware of the chaos and the terror that covered the city, mana suddenly appeared on his fingertips. It seemed as though the mana couldn't make up its mind as it hovered around, but it soon changed into flames, acid, and lightning. The Marner went from a living person's to a dead person's. Then it changed to Li Xin Wu's Marner, to something else's, and ultimately arrived at unknown territory. He realized that all of it was similar and that there wasn't any real reason to classify them. The moment he thought that way, the Marner within him ceased. The Marner bone skill responded to his realization, and more purely refined his Marner. Though there wasn't any change in the volume of Marner, this had caused his Marner to be reborn. The element category has been opened in the status menu. You can draw the pure essence of the elements from your Marner and use them as you please. The low-rank Flames of Revenge and the intermediate Acid Poison Spray skills are eliminated. You have acquired low-rank Fire LV4, intermediate Acid LV3, and intermediate Lightning LV1. The Flames of Revenge, as well as the Acid Poison Spray skills, were nothing more than skills that changed Marner for a special purpose and allowed one to manipulate the transformed Marner. Compared to fundamentally changing Marner into a pure element, the skills were inferior techniques. He had become able to freely change his Marner into an element and use it, whether he wanted to cause it to spread and persistently blaze, or shoot out in a straight line. Li Xin Wu then realized that there was no reason to confine flames or acid into one form. Yeah, that's what Kreischer realized as well when she watched me. The purpose of bone reinforcement wasn't for him to learn typical skills from absorbing the memories of countless individuals, as well as their abilities, but to make him realize that he could combine countless abilities into one, or divide one into countless others. Their black Marner above the palm of his hand unraveled like a ball of yarn and formed a single pattern. If the steelworkers had seen that, they would have been shocked. That's because it was the high-rank administrative seal that was only allowed to level 7 golems. This was the result of guillotine steelworkers' arrogance. He thought that only golems could create the seal, so he didn't even feel the need to hide the pattern. Recognizing high-rank authority. It's a pleasure. Obeying steelworkers' orders. Output limitations have been completely released. High-rank commander is cleared. The 3 golems quickly stood up. If they had treated his commands as though they were from a lieutenant until now they were treating him as though he were a 2-star general and were showing their loyalty. Accepting Iron Golems I-0919, I-0920, and I-0921 as subordinates. These golems are under the effect of the command skill and are strengthened. Jin, who had watched with bated breath ever since Li Xin Wu had created several elements, realized that Li Xin Wu had really done it and was shocked. At that moment, Li Xin Wu saw a message right in front of him stating that Kreischer was finished. Quest complete. You have acquired 3 permits to God's secret shop. The acting skill has become LV11. You have learned the Joker's innate skill, Disguise. Disguise LV1 active. A true Joker fools even himself. And if he perfectly fools even himself, then he can ultimately fool the entire world. You can transform into someone you are completely familiar with, or modify a part of your body or an item you are holding. Of course, it only changes the outside appearance, so please use this skill with discretion. Li Xin Wu felt as if he had goosebumps all over his body. How could this kind of skill exist? He could understand if it were a skill that allowed him to create something with Marner, but this wasn't like that. Fool yourself, so you can fool the world. It sounded way too grandiose. Even he, the possessor of the skill, couldn't understand the principles behind the skill. He had finally finished his homework, yet it felt like he had gotten another more difficult piece of homework. What's wrong, Xin Wu? Were you not able to make the seal just like you wanted? No, that's not it. Li Xin Wu just shook his head towards Jin, who was worrying about him. He had thought that everything would be his for the taking after figuring out how to make the seal, but was crestfallen when he realized that wasn't true, and wasn't able to honestly relay that fact. At that moment, Li Xin Wu suddenly felt the death energy around him dwindle. Now that he thought about it, he didn't hear any screams or battle cries in the surrounding area anymore. That meant only one thing. You and your comrades have cleared away the death in the city, Keb. Though you did not eliminate the curse, you managed to lessen the energy of death here, so no more undead will appear in this area. It was message saying that Fade purified the city. One Ian not to be thought of literally. He just shouldn't be in contact with a car for it to truly be him making the changes. Chapter 16 Part 4. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born for. You have acquired 2 permits to God's secret shop. You have acquired 10,000 Pirium. Proficiency in combat-related skills has increased. You can now use your own private chatting channel. If heroes clear out a city of the undead, they receive a reward personally bestowed by God. Had seen everything else before, but the private chatting channel was a surprise. Of course, it was questionable how much he would use it in the future. If a hero performs exceptionally in the task known as purification, they may be awarded a hero token. However, Li Xin Wu had already obtained the Joker Calmer, so he couldn't obtain it a second time. No, perhaps the purification process was much too wicked, such that he wouldn't have been able to attain it, even if he didn't possess the Joker Calmer. You have gathered more than 10 permits to God's secret shop. You may exchange 10 permits to God's secret shop for 1 permit to God's garden. However, there was an additional message that appeared before him. It was the first time he'd seen a message like this. Li Xin Wu stared vacantly at the message for some time, and then silently opened the chatting channel. He had decided that this was something that he should know about beforehand. Mr. Li Xin Wu has entered. Yi Jin am glad you're safe. Li Xin Wu am glad you're safe as well. Sinners, have any of you gone into God's garden before? Prince Altair, you crazy bastard. How the hell did you collect 10 permits to God's secret shop? Yi Jin, you shouldn't talk like that. That makes it sound like Mr. Xin Wu is crazy. Lloyd H.A. He is crazy. How did you collect 10 of them already? As expected, it seemed as though his seniors knew about it. If it was something they hadn't heard about before, he wouldn't have gotten any information out of them. Instead, they would've pestered him like crazy, and it would've been a real pain in the ass. It was a relief that that wasn't the case. He quickly asked them a question. Li Xin Wu, I was just lucky enough to get them. What should I do with them? Yasunori Akira, a small blessing. That's what we call it. Even I haven't gotten one before. Ethan Cruz, God's garden is a kind of temple. Though it's a bit pricey to get in, God will personally bestow upon you her divine grace, which is well worth the cost. Lloyd H.A. We've heard about it from Ethan 1, but we've never actually gone there before. Since we need to continuously go into the secret shop, we couldn't just continue gathering them. Arian Rupert, Li Xin Wu, am envious of your talent and passion. I thought you were out of the ordinary ever since you rescued Jin, but Li Xin Wu, it was all because of her. You see, I received a lot of permits for God's secret shop from saving her. Prince Altair R, maybe I should do some manual labor too. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll fall behind a newbie. That would be such a disgrace. He wanted to say, you might've already fallen behind Crasher already, but Li Xin Wu barely kept himself from saying it. And his senior's advice continued on. Sarah von Retadane, we have to periodically go to the secret shop since we can't just fill our inventories with food. Li Xin Wu, you're probably well aware of this, but you cannot afford to be too greedy. Please enter God's garden only after you have enough permits to spare or after you have acquired a quest that's easy to complete. Li Xin Wu, thank you, senior. I'll keep that in mind. Prince Altair, as I thought, Sarah's been to God's garden before. It's really clear advice. Sarah von Retadane, please call me Retadane. In any case, Li Xin Wu didn't need to eat, so essentially it would only be beneficial for him to go to God's garden. He thanked and said goodbye to his seniors who always gave him good advice and left the chatting channel. But then Ethan Cruz, I have high expectations of you, Li Xin Wu. Perhaps we'll meet soon. Li Xin Wu, I'll work hard. Lloyd HK. For Ethan to say something like that, Prince Altair Sr., you can't say stuff like that. I'm close to level 7. You know, once I get to level 7, I'll go through all the dungeons I know about, and get to level 8 in a flash. Lloyd, if you ask me sincerely, I can help you out. Ethan Cruz, Prince, you're extremely talented as well. I just didn't say it since it seemed so obvious, you rascal. Li Xin Wu stepped away from the exchange of well-wishes between seniors and juniors and left the chatting channel. But unexpectedly, at that moment, he saw 2 messages appear simultaneously. Mr. Ethan Cruz is requesting a private chat. MS. Yi Jin is requesting a private chat. Was this message appearing because he'd unlocked the private chatting channel function? Li Xin Wu accepted Ethan's request first. In no time, he heard Ethan's voice in his ear. It wasn't lip service. Li Xin Wu, you'll become a big shot in no time. Thank you. It's important to know just how much you're worth. I hope I didn't see wrong. It's nice to be humble, but remember that you can't afford to fool yourself. Be aware of how special you are and proceed steadily. Why was this guy saying such burdensome things? He should've just refused, just like Armor Steelworker had done with the golems, but Ethan eventually went on to the main topic. I'm a high level right now, so I don't really need them, but there are a few dungeons that only I know about. Pardon me, even an idiot would understand what Ethan Cruz was saying. However, that made him all the more suspicious of him. Did you want to tell me about these dungeons exactly? Obviously, the higher level the dungeon, the more difficult it is to find. These dungeons are hidden in more unusual places and trick adventurers. That's why heroes go crazy whenever they find a dungeon. However, he knows about a few dungeons and was only going to tell Li Xin Wu about them. There are other heroes. So are you really okay with telling me? Li Xin Wu. I just told you, didn't I? I told you that you'd become big. You'll be different from useless bums like the prince. I see. I'm glad you're quick on the uptake. Now then, I'll activate the minimap sharing function. Sharing the minimap. This feature would share one's location with another person. Apparently, it was the feature that was unlocked following the private chat function, so it felt strange to Ethan Cruz that Li Xin Wu hadn't unlocked it yet. It feels like the image has been stuck into my head. You roughly know what direction you need to go in, right? Yes, thank you. It felt similar to opening the world map in a game, marking one's destination, and moving towards said destination. To put it simply, a navigation system for a car. If he closed his eyes, an arrow would appear in his head that would indicate which direction he should go in. All of the dungeons Ethan had told him about were situated in the same area. They were quite far off, but if he used the train, he could get there quickly, and even if he didn't have access to the train, he could get there riding Jin at top speed in only 3 weeks. If he just walked there, he could get there in a year. I hope you grow quickly, since you can't invade the capital all by yourself. Thank you very much. I hope I'll be able to stand side by side with you one day. Superb. That ended their private chat. Immediately after, Li Xin-Wu stopped acting and thought about it. What the hell is this piece of shit planning? Are there heroes who kill other heroes to grow? Then does God just sit by and allow that to happen? What are you talking about? There's an asshole, one of our seniors, who's trying to lead me somewhere. 100. He knew since he was in the same line of business. Swindler. Ethan Cruz was 100 a son of a bitch. But compared to Li Xin-Wu, Ethan's means were quite sloppy. For example, all of the dungeons had informed him about were in the same direction. A prominent figure like Ethan Cruz, no, a hero who's been at this for a long time, wouldn't have just stayed in one place like that. So does it make any sense that all of the dungeons had told him about were in the same place? It was definitely a trick clearly aimed to lead Li Xin-Wu to a special area. Couldn't it just be that he found a ton of dungeons that went fit for his level after leveling up a lot and moved to another area? It's not good to be so distrustful of people. Xin-Wu. No, my SOB radar is going crazy right now. I thought it was strange that I became a rising star or whatever just by introducing myself in the chatting channel. But you are a rising star even from my point of view. You're so talented that it's strange. You know pretty much everything about me, but the problem is that the other heroes don't. Ethan Cruz's objective was so clear, but he didn't know what his motive was. What good was it to kill another hero? Rather, he should get a penalty from God. So I guess I could just meet with God and ask her myself. Li Xin-Wu thought, and around the time he felt relaxed, he got another private chat request. Of course, it came from Yi Jin. As soon as he accepted, he heard a lively girl's voice in his ear. Yi Jin, I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you, but I have something that I really needed to tell you. It's because I got another private chat request. Yi Jin, who is it? MS. Retardane, it shouldn't be Irian to Ethan Cruz. Yi Jin, that senior, that's right. I recently unlocked a new function. In here right now. Here he waited, figuring that she might have unlocked the sharing function, and as he expected, the minimap sharing function activated. Of course, he could have refused, but didn't. Funnily enough, she was in the complete opposite direction to the point Ethan Cruz had marked. Yi Jin, I'll work hard to catch up to your level, so let's hunt together in a party later. Yeah, sure Yi Jin, then I'll get going now. I'll get back to hunting. Li Xin-Wu listened to the cheerful Yi Jin until the very end and couldn't help but suddenly recall what his seniors had told him. Take it easy on the romance. There's no smoke without fire, but perhaps no way. If one likes a skeleton, then they were either really screwed up in the head or became a skeleton themselves. Now that he thought about it, both of them were pretty much the same. Li Xin-Wu unhesitatingly interpreted Yi Jin's feelings for him as just trust, or perhaps respect. If it was either of those, there was nothing wrong with her. It was fine to have those kind of feelings for a skeleton. Xin-Wu, what the hell did you do? Then Crasher came flying by and landed in front of them. Beyond her, the Pauls were moving diligently to collect the bones. Li Xin-Wu marveled at the fact that they did it without him ordering them to do so. These guys were truly starting to show promise. I just used a skill. It doesn't work on allies, so don't worry. If you just let me see you use that skill. No, wait a sec. Kreischer was soon greeted with a sight that was much more surprising than the shriek of the dead. She had discovered the 3 iron golems that stood side by side around Li Xin-Wu, as if guarding him. There was no way she, with her magical abilities, wouldn't be able to figure out what kind of relationship Li Xin-Wu had with the golems. This perhaps. Yep. Let's increase the duration of the contract. As soon as Li Xin-Wu nodded his head and acknowledged her, Kreischer's eyes brightened, as though there were stars in her eyes. It was the most beautiful and lively face he'd seen since meeting her. However, Li Xin-Wu replied sharply and firmly, like a slap to the face. Don't want to. Li Xin-Wu, who had already achieved his objective, didn't really need to hang out with her any longer. But Kreischer, who had witnessed yet another miracle from Li Xin-Wu, couldn't let him go so easily. Li Xin-Wu ultimately agreed to increase their contract by just 3 more days. In exchange, all of the bones of the undead that she killed would go to him, and they forged another alliance. 1 Tien. He never actually uses Ethan's first name to address him, but using senior here wouldn't work. 2 Tien uses the Korean term Ani to describe Irian here. Women use this term to refer to women older than them that they're close to or their real sisters. In this case, it's the former. Chapter 16 Part 5. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born 5. Li Xin-Wu had never leveled up as planned, but this time, he was somehow able to prepare for his level up at his leisure. His accumulated stats from both his achievements and the evolution of his skills totaled 1,598. In other words, he was only 2 stats away from a level up, and there were a ton of bones here that he could use to increase his stats. Jin, what about you? I'm at 1,574. Good. You should be able to level up too. You want me to increase my stats by 26 all at once, Jin said in shock, but Li Xin-Wu didn't listen to him. He was just reacting like that because he was so happy. Even if Jin didn't think that way himself, that's how it was. The city was extremely vast, and the amount of knights protecting it was considerable. However, due to Li Xin-Wu, Kreischer, as well as the Pauls, not even one skeleton was missed and the city was completely cleared. Therefore, with a quantity of bones they'd gathered in one spot, they could raise their stats by more than 26, and could even go up to 50 if they wanted. Pick out the bones level 4 or higher. There were about 100 level 4 bones. Most of them were from knights, but there were occasionally some magicians' bones mixed in as well. Li Xin-Wu decided to invest those magicians' bones into Jin. Aside from his agility, everything else needed work, but Jin especially lacked in the magic department. And this too. Unnaturally, Li Xin-Wu held out the original bone core. He had some paws remaining after using them on the deteriorated original bone core. The cause kept adding up, and soon, he managed to make another one. Li Xin-Wu, who had been prepared to sacrifice the limited order original bone core, felt relieved that he wouldn't have to. Jin's been avoiding this thing. Before joining together with Kreischer, they actively cleared out the golems in the outskirts of the empire and had managed to accumulate several original bone cores. However, most of those went to Li Xin-Wu. Not only was Jin afraid of absorbing them, but Li Xin-Wu also thought that it was urgent he got stronger ASAP. But I really can't get any stats out of these bone cores anymore. It's better for you to absorb them, if you consider their efficiency. Damn fine. The same types of bones fundamentally possess a similar karma. There was even a limit on absorbing skeletons' bones, which possessed a special characteristic based on the individual, so there was no way that golems, which were carefully thought out and produced, would be any different. Through hard work, Li Xin-Wu had already acquired all the stats he could from the bone original cause, and now it was Jin's turn. It seemed as though Jin realized that he couldn't get out of it this time and calmly assented. Since it wasn't his first time experiencing it, he didn't break down. Tell me when you've got it." "I got it. I just need to raise my stats by 8 more. 8, huh? Okay." Yeah, it was fortunate that Jin was headstrong. Li Xin-Wu nodded in satisfaction and continuously used the magician's bones on Jin. Whenever he did so, Jin would flinch, but he managed to bear with it quite well. He maintained his connection with Li Xin-Wu and remembered the days he had endured, which helped him get through it. Just 3 more stats. Just 1 more level 5 bone should be enough then. Li Xin-Wu examined the level 5 bones head collected from the battle. First were the 4 bones head gotten from the Elder Knights. There were 4, including the 3 Li Xin-Wu had killed, as well as 1 that Kreischer had killed. There were 2 more level 5 bones as well. They were the Lords, the Skeleton Commanders, Skull and Rib Bone. He was lucky to have gotten them through Bone Reinforcement's new option. Which one should we go with? It doesn't really matter to me, so just pick one already. Ready. Jin spoke in a pointlessly grim tone, and stiffly raised his head. Li Xin-Wu chuckled and picked the Skeleton Commander's rib bone, because it was the only one which would increase health. And if I'm right, it'll probably what? You'll know if you experience it firsthand. Bone Reinforcement. Bone Reinforcement is being implemented on Jin Taylor by consuming a LV5 Skeleton Commander's rib bone. Health has increased by 1. You share a portion of its memories and experiences. A defensive seal. If there comes a time when I have to use that, then my family line will end on that day as well. Nameless heir. This time, Li Xin-Wu received 1 stat point and only need 1 more to level up. Of course, Jin obviously got more than 3 points from it. Suddenly, a dreary black light burst from Jin's body. It was an outburst of mana that indicated that he was leveling up. Is it because of the contract? I feel a bit strange, too. It felt as though Jin's Norsir was transmitted to Li Xin-Wu in its entirety. He calmly stepped back and observed Jin's level up. Kreischer also watched with interest. It seems much more intense than a human's level up. Is it because he's leveling up to 5? Is there something special about level 5? Yeah, it's the level where your karma pieces, which are divided into several branches, are made one, and for the first time, your true path is decided. Level 5 is the level where you are considered high rank. Kreischer added that she became an ice magician at level 5, so she was forced to walk on that path from now on. After hearing that, when he thought about it, Li Xin-Wu had acquired the Avenger Calmer at first, then the Trickster Calmer, and several other Calmers as well, but all of these were gradually sorted out now. His promotion to a true Joker was right ahead of him, so he thought she wasn't exactly wrong. It's almost over. The dreary black light wrapping around Jin gradually disappeared, revealing the vastly changed Jin from within. The first thing he noticed was his frame. It had a metallic sheen to it. I was probably really affected by steel body. Besides, I don't really have any other active skills. No one had asked, yet Jin preemptively explained. The blue blazing goblin fire in his eye sockets had also intensified as well. And from the absorbed bone, I got a skill that's like a lifesaver. The moment I get hit by an attack, it creates a magical shield that nullifies a portion of the damage. It's truly a vague skill. As I thought, it's the skill that the skeleton commander used at the end. Then shouldn't you have gotten this skill after all? You wind up in dangerous situations more often than me. And what ended up happening to the skeleton commander who used that skill? He died. The aforementioned skill was a lifesaver in unforeseen situations, but it wasn't suited for a warrior who fought on the front lines. Therefore, Jin, who acted like a war horse, would be better served learning the skill, and it would lessen the chances of him getting hit by an unforeseen attack that would take him out of the battlefield. You know, I heard that as you indirectly telling me that my body's really weak, so I should take care of myself. I'll tell it to you straight up. If you don't like it, then let's train some more. Ugh. Jin became level 5. His stat effectiveness should've gone up, so his monstrous speed should've gotten even faster. Therefore, he would need to properly control that speed, as well as possess a skill that protected his body. Jin also understood that Li Xin-Wu's was looking out for him, and didn't say anything more. He pledged that he would try hard to more naturally utilize Steel Body, as well as the skill he just obtained. It's your guy's turn next. We've been waiting. The Pauls had distinguished themselves in battle. Frankly, the reason that Li Xin-Wu, Jin, and Kreischer were able to move separately was because the Pauls had taken down the skeleton commoners, as well as the soldiers neatly and quickly, which were so numerous that they would have been a hassle to deal with. When I look at it this way, it makes me want to bring them along with me. However, he couldn't. Considering their mobility, it was correct to just leave them be. If for no other reason, it was important that he reinforce them now. Truthfully, he thought about ignoring the cost and just selling the bones at the secret shop, but most of them were from ordinary, non-elite monsters, and he remembered that he would have to sell them at a comparatively low price compared to buying them, so he decided against it. Let's reinforce the ones close to level 4 first. I don't know how much stronger you could get, but there were bones amassed in front of him. The Pauls stood side by side, as if indicating that they could endure whatever came their way. Li Xin-Wu nodded his head and raised a bone. Li Xin-Wu had already ground the level 1 skeleton bones into medicine, yet funnily enough, there were more than 10,000 bones remaining that were level 2 and up. He then spent the time listening to their screams for a tedious 3 hours. LV for Doom Factor Paul 102. I did it, Captain. Yeah, good job. As a result of investing all of level 2 and level 3 bones into them, more than 10 of the Pauls leveled up to level 4. Li Xin-Wu thought that their paths would differ as they absorbed different bones, but he was wrong. All of the skeletons who had become level 4 became Doom Factors. They obtained a higher level of strength than before, and those who hadn't leveled up were envious of them. I want to grow too. Then you need to hunt more. It seems like you'll be in this general area for a bit, so hunt strong monsters however you can and bring the bones to me. I'll reinforce you guys with them. I understand. Thank you, Captain. Surprisingly, they departed immediately. Without even telling him when they'd meet again. He was pleased that they showed such an unbelievable desire to improve for Undead, but ultimately, he just shrugged his shoulders. It was unlikely that they'd return in just 10 days. Then is it your turn now, Xin-Wu? It's dangerous, so take a few steps back. Kreischer was excessively inquisitive. It felt as though she would bite off his hand bones and eat them if it would help in figuring out Li Xin-Wu's magic. After Li Xinwu had commanded the golems to protect him from a bit far away, he gathered the rest of the bones in one spot, with an equal amount of level 5 and level 4 bones. Roughly speaking, he didn't think he would get a new skill. On the bright side, he had the skeleton commander's skull, so he felt like it would at least improve his command skill. Had learned so many skills, and now most of them were starting to overlap. Bone reinforcement. Implementing bone reinforcement by consuming all of the gathered bones. Strength has increased by 13, agility by 11, health by 14, and magic by 5. The low-rank regeneration skill has become LV7. The low-rank command skill has become LV8. You have become level 5. All stats increase by 20. Your inventory has doubled. You have become able to control the elements themselves. You may be an undead, but you are a pure undead, unaffected by the curse, so you have evolved into an elemental skeleton. You have become the world's only Joker. No one can control your karma, and whatever you decide to become, it is your choice alone. The transformation wasn't as intense as Head expected, compared to when he had become level 4, where all his equipment was absorbed and his stats increased sharply all at once. It didn't feel like much of a big deal simultaneously absorbing a dozen bones and leveling up. It felt like there was much more tension back when Head figured out how to make a high-rank administrative seal. Since he hadn't been able to recreate it for so long, he felt strangely disappointed. But Li Xinwu examined his body, and soon realized what a huge misunderstanding he was making. This is its worlds apart. His magic and strength condensed within his body, further enhancing the health and mana that has been accumulated in his bones. It seemed the more the mana bone skill developed, the more his health and magic would balance out due to its ability to contain mana. And now that he was level 5 and his body was completely restructured, that became apparent even from the outside. His hard work starting from level 1 was reflected in his current body, so he felt deeply moved. Your build's completely different now. Xinwu, you really look like a boss mob right now. You look as if you're level 6 or 7. You're one to talk. You know how absolute the difference between levels is. Li Xinwu snorted and replied to Crasher and took a brief deep breath. Then he checked his stats. Chapter 16 Part 6. Chapter 16. A Joker is Born 6. Li Xinwu. Elemental Skeleton Joker. He who conquers the impossible. 2 other titles. LV5 Status Effectiveness 170. Strength 397, Agility 376, Health 372, Magic 577. Passive Skills Acting LV11, Invisible Heart LV3, Low Rank Avenger LV2, Intermediate Bursting Thunder LV1, Intermediate Marner Bone LV1, Intermediate Shadow Sprint LV1. Low Rank Command LV8, Intermediate Assimilation LV1, Intermediate Combat Sense LV4. Active Skills Disguise LV1, Bone Reinforcement LV6, Rule of Bone LV4, Bone Armory LV2, Low Rank Shriek of the Dead LV8, Low Rank Regeneration LV7, Sacrifice LV1. Elements Low Rank Fire LV4, Intermediate Acid LV4, Intermediate Lightning LV1. Resistances Holy MAX, Curses MAX, Acid Low Rank LV9, Ice Intermediate LV2. Li Xinwu looked vacantly at his dazzling status and then asked Jin with a vacant voice. Jin, is your status effectiveness also 170? Yeah. It seems like that's the same for everyone. And when you get to level 6, it becomes 200. So the gradually increasing effectiveness increases even further, huh? He could outright say this. This world wasn't set up such that a lower-leveled individual could beat a higher-leveled individual. Li Xin Wu suddenly regarded him beating the level 5 treasure eater when he was still at level 3 as a miracle. Is it even possible to beat a level 6 opponent? You can only reach level 6 by accumulating 3,200 stats, and the effectiveness of one's stats are even increased by another 30. There's way too much of a difference. Even if he factored in Jin, who at least doubled his fighting strength, it was the same. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Kreischer if they were far off from each other, especially when he considered the power of the catalyst magic shed cast just recently. Is bursting thunder and the reinforced elements my only shot? Those would increase the level of my magic, and if I were to add rule of bone to that, the level of my physical abilities would increase as well. With that, I would be able to inflict an injury at the very least. The reason I was able to take down an iron golem in one shot was because of those two abilities. The power to overcome the handicap of levels. Various skills were united as one, and evolved. In the end, these few skills had gotten to a level that could be called authorities. Li Xin Wu could safely say that he was ahead of all the other heroes in this regard. He suddenly realized what a huge blessing it was that he acquired bursting thunder from defeating the zombie hero. Li Xin Wu wanted to assess his strength as objectively as possible, and around the time he mulled over it, Kreischer, who had been looking straight at him, seemed to be deliberating something and then said this as if it were nothing. Xin Wu, you should be able to reach level 7. Stop complimenting me. Stop. It's frightening just thinking about it. No matter how hard he struggled, would he be able to scratch Guillotine Steelworker if he rode atop Jin's back and charged at full speed with a Drakehorn lance? He might be able to land a telling blow, but there's no guarantee that Guillotine Steelworker would just sit there and take it. Plus, it would be his turn to attack after. No, you can do it because you realized what's important early on and kept refining yourself. I've never seen anyone who could harmonize their body and manner together so perfectly. Perhaps it might have been easier because your body's only made of bones. You want to go. I'm just happy that there's more for me to study since you leveled up. There was absolutely no lies in what she said. She was genuinely happy that Li Xin Wu had leveled up. It looked as though she just wanted to stay here and study his magic. Li Xin Wu spoke carefully, stopping her. There's something I need to do before that, so just stay put while looking at this. Oh. Li Xin Wu had thrown her the limited order bone core. Many of its function had been released and changed due to Li Xin Wu, and there was a lock set up that allowed those head approved of to control the golems. Realizing this, Kreischer's eyes opened wide. Are you a genius? You'll probably get something out of studying that. Then I'll get going. Where are you going anyway? Kreischer wasn't the only one curious. Jin also looked curious and asked. Li Xin Wu briefly explained God's garden to them. Kreischer was disgusted, and Jin sported an odd expression. Don't you want to meet her too? I do and I don't. It feels like I was too greedy, and nowadays it makes me think. That's right. That's because he had familiarized himself with karma. As he adapted and developed in this world, he became acutely aware of how childish he had been. Li Xin Wu could definitely agree with that sentiment. But since he still wanted to give her an earful for not telling him about what was going to happen to him, he didn't really reply. Would you like to swap out 10 permits to God's secret shop for 1 permit to God's garden? Li Xin Wu knew he had 11 permits right now. In other words, Even if he didn't acquire what he wanted from God's garden, he could go to the secret shop later if he wanted. Li Xin Wu unhesitatingly nodded his head. Soon, a blinding light burst in the air, and a smallish light descended upon his head. You have acquired a permit to God's garden. Would you like to enter now? You may bring the contracted Jin tailor with you. Yeah. He didn't think the 1+1 rule would be applied here as well. In any case, Li Xin Wu thought it wouldn't be bad to take him along, so he looked back at Jin. Jin seemingly understood what Li Xin Wu was implying and nodded his head with a bitter expression. Crasher was examining the limited order bone core with great interest, and just lightly waved her hand at them. We're entering together. You have used a permit to God's garden and are entering God's garden. Like when he entered God's secret shop, the surrounding landscape softly melted away. Li Xin Wu knew it was a senior-level teleportation spell, a level he couldn't yet reach. It was a spell that transported one's consciousness into this space, which was neither the underground nor surface. At first, his surroundings turned to white. Next, flowers he didn't even know the names of bloomed on the ground and emitted a refreshing scent. There was a gust of wind, as well as sunlight. A silver table formed, and chairs rose up. Finally, a beauty with red hair appeared on the opposite side. She resembled Plain, but she was also extremely different. Before him was a woman who possessed countless appearances. The woman saw Li Xin Wu and spoke leisurely, as if she had been waiting for him. Why don't you sit down? All right. Li Xin Wu replied meekly and sat down in the chair. He had just noticed, but he had returned to his human form. He thought this might happen, as this was a mental world. Whatever appearance he himself perceived would manifest in this world. He was touched that he was in his original human form again, but he wasn't too shaken, since he was well aware that this appearance just existed in his consciousness. Therefore, he instead asked his first question. Where did Jin go? Did you really think I wouldn't be able to talk to you both at the same time? He thought that they would both meet God at the same time, like when they went to the secret shop, but it seems like they each received a one-on talk. He was worried that Jin had already been caught up in God's pace. However, it seemed as though God had seen right through him and laughed softly. I didn't call you to punish you, so don't worry. You're delicate and innocent partner should easily get a new blessing. You see, there's a suitable skill that'll strengthen him. It sounds like that's not the same for me. Exactly. You're neither delicate nor innocent, are you? God tilted her head above the table, resting her chin in her hand. She was clearly looking straight at him. Her eyes looked truly amused. There's nothing more I can do for you. I assure you, your talent in handling Marner is greater than any hero before you. If I knew you had such talent, then I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of turning you into a mere skeleton. The moment he heard that, it would be a lie to say he wasn't pissed. Before she sent him to the underground empire, she was the one who had to ascertain his talent and take measures. However, it seems as though she'd noticed the dissatisfaction in his eyes and waved her hand. Even I don't have a way to measure how talented someone is who hasn't yet manifested Marner. The only thing I could do was to listen to your wish and try to answer it as best I can. Well, it is true that my request was excessive. At the time, I was so scared of the Empire that I was just trying to figure out a way to stay safe no matter what. But you should've told me. You should've explained karma in more detail. I definitely said that you'd have to pay the price back then. Hearing that, Li Xin Wu briefly gazed at God. Her attitude pissed him off, but he couldn't shake off the thought that she had deliberately responded so absent-mindedly to rile him up. It felt as though she tried pissing him off so that he wouldn't think deeply about the subject. Therefore, he thought of something else. Perhaps it wasn't just due to her ill nature that she turned him into a skeleton, but another important reason. However, God stubbornly didn't give him the chance to ask. "Sorry to disappoint you, but we can't talk for very long. There's nothing I can do for you in terms of skills or calmer, so I'll give you an item in exchange. If you have any other questions, ask me next time. Then I'll ask a quick question. Is it fine to leave Ethan Cruz as is?" Li Xin-Wu had asked under the assumption that his senior hero, Ethan Cruz, was an SOB causing God to momentarily pause. However, it wasn't something that she could just easily pass over. "It's really hard for me to control those who I've bestowed my power to. I can't take back what I've given, and I cannot personally exercise my power. That's enough with a pretense. What do you really think? Honestly, I don't really care what happens so long as the Empire is purified. Ethan Cruz is, at the very least, a truly devoted hero in that aspect." That was bullshit, so much so that it was unbelievable that God had said it herself. God must have realized that what she was said was too harsh, as she quickly added, "But don't worry. He can't do anything to you. Are your partner too? If there was one thing similar between us, it's that our curse resistance is maxed out. It seems like that asshole's authority is connected to the curse. Well, the Empire is filled to the brim with the curse, so if you want to get stronger, someone who can handle the curse would have an advantage." "Wait a sec, did you plan for that from the start by giving us these authorities? I wonder. I just gave you what you wished for." God played innocent until the very end, but one part of her face was stiff. Li Xin-Wu couldn't help but acknowledge that had been robbed one by this short talk. God's eyebrows quivered. "Did you gain a lot in the Empire?" "There was a lot I could recover from countless people's memories. It's all because of you. You desperately wished for immortality above all else, yet it seems like you're actually ignoring that ability right now and are moving in an effort to get stronger. That's quite funny. It's because I possess immortality that I can move so proactively. So I don't regret it. I'm satisfied with myself right now." The moment he finished speaking, Li Xin-Wu was engulfed by blazing black flames. The flames that only burned what its owner wished for it to burn. His skin, hair, muscles, and flesh were all burned, and what remained was a level 5 elemental skeleton joker. He had completely discarded the part that was still attached to his human self, and he had fully accepted himself as is. God couldn't believe what she was seeing, and just laughed. And to God, Li Xin-Wu firmly said, "Now I'll tell you what I want. A level 6 item is enough, right? Please give me a quest." Neither a skill nor an item, but a quest. Dodd tilted her head, wondering what he was plotting, and then she heard something unbelievable. "I would like to give the heroes who have died and become undead peace. Please give me their location, as well as a quest to eliminate them." One Tien talking about how he didn't get a lot of answers despite paying such a high price. Chapter 17 Part 1. Chapter 17. Disguise 1. "You're back. It doesn't look like you've changed much. What about you are?" Kreischer, who had been focusing on the car, greeted them, and Li Xin-Wu just tilted his head. He soon realized that she was talking about Jin, not him. But it was strange that the man in question, Jin, wasn't even here. Kreischer spoke unimportantly. "He just started running all of a sudden. He should be back soon." Perhaps seeing his human appearance again within the mental world was traumatizing for him. Li Xin-Wu promised that he would treat Jin well when he came back, and opened his mouth for a second time. Do you know what ability Jin got? Magic armor. Magic armor. Yeah. Jin got an ability that creates a magic barrier. Right, that and steel body fused together to make the ability enclose his outer body in magic steel armor. God's blessing was added as well, so I suppose we can trust in its effectiveness. Honestly, it was a skill that greatly supplemented his strength and health. Hearing that, Li Xin-Wu marveled at the fact Jin asked God to fuse those two skills together. Since it was an ability created by God, its power was assured. Moreover, Jin had acquired a skill that supplemented both his strength and health, so it was easy to figure out what Jin needed to focus on in order to further develop in the future. Magic. It's a good skill for Jin, who had it rough due to his irregularly high agility. It seems God was fairly considerate. If she had been that considerate before, he wondered how good it might have been, but he had to be satisfied with the past. At that thought, Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly, and Crasher then inquired, "But it looks like you haven't changed at all." "I really haven't changed at all. Jin received such a huge present from her, yet did your entire share go to Jin? You see, I got something else." Li Xin-Wu replied, revealing that he had no intention of telling her, and Crasher looked at him coyly. However, Li Xin-Wu was immune to honey traps, so he just responded with a thin smile. She was only accompanying them temporarily to study Li Xin-Wu's magic, so he had no intention of sharing everything with her. Hero's will. As a result of you reaching an agreement with God, you have opened up a new test. Though the graves of the heroes she sent to the underground empire before are mostly hidden, her blessing still remains. Please give them peace, inherit their strength and will, and purify the empire. But be careful, because these heroes, who have come back in undeath, still believe themselves to be heroes. Quest reward every hero you put to rest 1 additional permit to God's secret shop, and invisible heart reinforcement. Normally, when one takes down an undead hero, they receive the undead hero's perium, as well as a permit to God's secret shop. He would get an additional permit for every kill as well, so if he resolved himself and farmed them, it wouldn't be impossible to go to God's garden again. Moreover, there's a reward I didn't even ask for: invisible heart reinforcement. So long as it doesn't increase the skill level under the pretense of reinforcing it, he could honestly say that he was excited about this clause. In any case, he now knew where all the undead heroes scattered around the empire were, meaning that he had fulfilled his objective in meeting God. Back. Welcome Baku. Li Xin-Wu was suddenly satisfied with his decision, and nodded his head. Then Jin returned. Seeing the magic steel armor that completely covered him, Li Xin-Wu was in awe. Though it was called magic armor, that wouldn't do it justice. It wasn't simply armor. By wearing it, Jin's body would be reinforced, and the term powered suit was more appropriate to describe this authority. So this is what it meant by supplementing his strength and health with this. Even if he's hit quite hard, he wouldn't feel the impact. Is your mana okay? Just maintaining it doesn't use any mana. It uses up mana whenever I'm hit, or I use a lot of force. I think you should focus on magic, rather than health and strength from now on. Yeah, probably should. Despite the fact that his ability had developed rapidly, Jin acted way too calmly. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu was about to carelessly ask if he was okay, but blocked his mouth with his hand. He had returned to being a human being for just an instant, and was now a skeleton horse again, so there was no way he was okay. However, was it because of their assimilation? Jin noticed the slight bit of hesitation and movement from Li Xin-Wu, as well as roughly figuring out what he was thinking. I admire you, Xin-Wu. Stop it. Jin understood that Li Xin-Wu was trying to be considerate of him, and was suddenly surprised that Li Xin-Wu could just stand there so calmly, despite experiencing the same thing he did. It felt like his own seething emotions were beginning to abate. As I thought, it seems like joining up with you was a good idea. Man, stop it already. Jin chuckled, seeing Li Xin-Wu look so uncomfortable. Kreischer decided not to interfere with their conversation, and immersed herself in the study of the core. It was good that she did. The two skeleton heroes began to look past whatever pretense she put up. That woman. It doesn't seem like she's just ill-natured, Jin said. Li Xin-Wu also thought that way. You want to say that she made us into undead on purpose, right? Yeah, but I don't know why she did it. I wonder. It may unexpectedly be something unimportant. She could have thought that she should send undead this time, since nothing was going right by sending humans. Li Xin-Wu thought had seen God's true intentions in her garden. She said that it didn't matter what happened, so long as the Empire was purified, but doesn't that show just how desperate she is? Wouldn't her true intention be that she wanted to purify the Empire, no matter the cost? Is that really the only reason? Even if there were another reason, we can't know now. So, we have to learn more about this world. Armor steelworkers, golems, General Siegold's undead, the Emperor in the capital, as well as the skeleton commander's last words. I wanted to leave the Empire. He was sure that the secret that surrounded the underground empire wasn't simple. He needed to move more proactively, if for no other reason than to figure that secret out. Do you think our senior heroes will know anything about it? Maybe. I can't really ask about it in the chatting channel. Li Xin-Wu just shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, he wasn't much different from Kreischer. He couldn't easily trust someone before meeting them in person. Jin roughly thought the same as him, as he didn't even use the chatting channel. Then what do we do now? Before that, Kreischer, I want to keep looking at this a bit more. Kreischer's cheeks were flushed because she was pissed that she hadn't been able to understand the core in detail. That would mean that she, who studied magic all her life, was lagging behind Li Xin-Wu, so she couldn't help but be pissed. Of course, it was also due to the special circumstances Head faced. It's probably impossible for me to create a golem's marner, but now that it's come to this, I'm going to figure out a way to hack the generated marner no matter what. Remember to tell me how you did it, if you do find out. Yeah. Li Xin-Wu was only more talented than Kreischer in changing marner and handling it, but he couldn't even compare to her in terms of magical theory. He thought that perhaps it was actually a good idea to leave the core with her and stood up. Then we got to go to the sewers now. I'll definitely eat pudding one no matter what. I wish it were pudding that we could actually eat. They had been talking about huge topics like God's true objective and the Empire's secret. Yet they suddenly returned to reality and talked about the sewer dungeon, which was truly distressing. Regardless, Jin had to follow along, so he just sighed. You don't need to go to the secret shop. There's still a long time before I reach level 6, so I'll wait a while. Of course, he had become level 5 in the time since had last gone to the secret shop, as well as accumulating more than 3 million Pyrium from clearing out the golems as well as a city. However, he had to raise his stats by around 1,500 to reach the next level, So what would buying 1 or 2 bones do? He also only had 1 permit to God's secret shop left from entering God's garden, so he planned to gather more perium until he at least acquired 1 more permit. Then that means we have to go into the sewers. I wonder if there's a secret facility here as well. It'd be great if there were, but unfortunately, they had no such luck. There was no secret facility there, since anti-skull didn't exist in every single city's sewers. However, the sewers were overflowing with slimes that thrived from eating filth, and Li Xin-Wu didn't just simply kill them. For dozens of years, slimes gradually and naturally fuse together and develop their abilities. However, the great slime from last time was afraid of my flames and started to eat any slimes that it came across. How can you be so sure? Jin's goblin fire was tinged with sympathy as he saw the slimes run around hectically at the handful of flames placed atop their heads. How can you call yourself a human being? Can't you see I'm a skeleton? Perhaps because this was a commercial city that various people frequented, the amount of wastewater in here was no joke. Also, the quantity of discharged mana was equally large, so perhaps that was why it was a level 3 dungeon. The slimes that they encountered from the start of the dungeon were at least level 2. But how could he progress by killing them? The only remaining answer was for them to fuse. Now you guys, fuse together. I said fuse together. You soon, one of the slimes responded to Li Xin-Wu's devilish whispers. Ultimately, it realized that if it didn't want to be burnt, leaving behind only its caw, it would have to eat its comrades. Its target struggled, but the slime was ultimately absorbed, and it seemed excited about its newfound size as it started to eat the others as well. In just a short while, it had gathered a considerable amount of mana, and managed to level up and become an elite at the same time. LV3 Great Slime. See, it worked. It's really easy to make an elite monster. Jin looked terrified, and the great slime in the middle, who looked at them vacantly, finished eating all of the slimes and rushed further into the passage, as if it knew it was still no match for Li Xin-Wu. Since it was a level 3 dungeon, there should be some level 3 slimes in here. It should be able to transform into a king slime after eating all of its competitors. No, perhaps even something greater than that. Li Xin-Wu didn't hide his anticipation, and followed behind it. Jin just prayed that he would be able to leave these dirty sewers soon. After that, it had finally finished eating all of the slimes in the dungeon and evolved into a level 5 Great King Slime. It wanted to get revenge on Li Xin-Wu, but unfortunately, it couldn't move properly because it had gotten too big, so it was swept away by Li Xin-Wu's flames and died after one grand explosion. 1 Tien, his affectionate term for slimes. Chapter 17 Part 2. Chapter 17. Disguise 2. You have absorbed the Great King Slime's bone core. All stats have increased by 1. Proficiency of Rule of Bone has increased by 2. So stingy. I went through all that trouble to make a level 5 elite monster, but I only get 4 stats in return. It'll take several months to get to level 6 at this rate. Isn't that still really quick? Even some of his seniors, who'd arrived in the Underground Empire long before him, went level 6 yet, so it was indeed quick. However, Li Xin-Wu, who had the disposition of a thief, thought he'd be able to continue developing at a rapid pace, so he couldn't be happy about this. Most of my skills have gotten to the intermediate level, so I probably won't be able to get much stat growth from leveling up my skills. The only things left remaining are achievements. Don't tell me you're going to go around looking for high-leveled elite monsters. Just go step by step like you've been doing. TCH. Hearing Jin's astute observation, Li Xin Wu clicked his non-existent tongue and examined the treasure chest. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything noteworthy within. A low-rank swordsmanship skill book. It seems like there really are people who don't have this level of skill before they clear this dungeon. There's a pair of useless level 2 iron boots. At least this is a little better. A level 3 tempered steel shield. As soon as he held it, the material turned to bone and was absorbed by him. It felt as though he had satisfied some sort of condition, and at that moment, his skill leveled up. The bone armory skill has become LV3. Health and magic have increased by 5. You can fuse the materials and special characteristics of the equipment you have absorbed with another piece of equipment and supplement it, but the level is still too low, so it's only half effective. Updating information regarding the equipment stored in Bone Armory. Huh. Li Xin Wu was flustered at the sudden series of events. In the blink of an eye, the shield, as well as armor and helmet he was wearing, disappeared. Li Xin Wu stood, flustered, and a message slowly appeared before him. Bone Armory LV3. LV4 Acid Bone Armor Defense 250 410 Acid Type Effectiveness 10. LV4 Acid Bone Leg Defense 210 320 Acid Type Effectiveness 10. LV4 Acid Bone Shield Defense 350 400 Acid Type Effectiveness 10. LV4 Acid Skull Helm Defense 250 310 Acid Type Effectiveness 10. LV4 Lightning Tooth Attack Power 450 480 Lightning LV4 Effectiveness of Bursting Thunder 20. LV4 Melting Bone Double Axe Attack Power 480 760 Acid LV3 Acid Type Effectiveness 20. LV5 Drake Horn Lance Attack Power 1200 Effectiveness of Charger-related Skills 40. How is this? Of course, he had a rough idea. He thought of each and every piece of equipment separately before, but now he could combine the characteristics and materials of absorbed equipment into another piece of equipment to create a sturdier and more powerful one. Li Xin Wu examined the updated description of the equipment stored within Bone Armory, and he became even more sure of it. Through the Bone Armory skill, the Acid Skull Helm's materials and characteristics were fused with the other defensive equipment and reinforced. Because of that, the once level 3 armor all became level 4. They really were reinforced. Li Xin Wu summoned his upper and lower body armor, equipped them, and interjected. Not only had the armors inherited the Acid Skull Helm's materials and characteristics in its entirety and gotten much tougher, but the magic within these armors, covered in a slight green energy, was definitely improving Li Xin Wu's acid element. If he were to equip the Acid Bone Armor, leg, and helm, while wielding the Melting Bone Double Axe, the effectiveness of the acid element would increase by 50, though it was impossible right now since he could still only summon 3 pieces of equipment at a time. In other words, I can create a full matching set of equipment with just one piece of the set now. As I thought, it was a good idea to get information on the undead heroes. But the limitations to the skill were quite clear for now. He couldn't transfer the characteristics of the Lightning Tooth or the Drake Horn Lance to other pieces of equipment yet. It was without a doubt because these 2 pieces of equipment were at a higher level than the Bone Armory skill itself. However, the skill level will gradually go up, and if that happens, someday Li Xin Wu imagined himself wearing Drake Horn armor and shuddered. He could also obtain an even more powerful piece of equipment and transfer those characteristics to another piece of our equipment. I thought it might be possible someday, but I should start gathering equipment that possess various special characteristics. Do they sell equipment in the secret shop too? The dungeon reward by itself was trifling, but he didn't lose out, as it had caused his bone armory to level up. Li Xin-Wu looked much more consolidated and stylish than before in the process of being affected by the acid skull helm. The upper and lower body armor both changed in appearance, similar to the acid skull helm, and after equipping the armor, he returned to the purified city. Kreischer was still struggling with the core. Is it going well? It's going really well. I can do it if you give me one more day. Kreischer bluffed, and Li Xin-Wu could tell. That competitive magician was going to figure out everything regarding the core no matter what. For the time being, he just needed to let her be. Then, well, go and clear out the surrounding area, so you just keep studying the core. You guys, follow me. It's an honor. In the name of Steelworker. Perhaps when they were about to leave, Kreischer hastily grabbed him. Did she want to extend the duration of the contract? Li Xin-Wu tilted his head and turned around, and Kreischer, while still holding onto the car, requested honestly, even whilst looking extremely embarrassed. If you find any things like wild fruit in the dungeon, then I got it. Since there are no living organisms nearby that can eat fruit anyway. Thanks, Kreischer said, and looked over at Jin. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu sighed again. Fortunately, Jin didn't say anything. I'm just saying this because it seems like you've misunderstood me, but I'm not envious of that girl just because she's alive. And I don't hate her either. Kreischer saw them off, and the rest of them left the city. Li Xin-Wu found a trace of Marna, and Jin suddenly spoke while running slowly since the golems were accompanying them. Li Xin-Wu just tilted his head. Then what is it? It makes me feel really narrow-minded admitting this, but besides just being human, Kreischer is nar. It's nothing. Actually, I'd rather not say. You were the one who started, so how can you stop midway? Sorry, it wasn't me. It's my secretary's fault. Jin seemed to be quite concerned about it, so Li Xin-Wu decided to lighten the mood with a joke. But all he got in return was an intense shaking from Jin. Even though he suffered through Jin's reprisal, he remembered when he was young and played with his friends and was very slightly pleased. For a few days, Li Xin-Wu, Jin, and the 3 iron golems used the purified city as their base camp and swept away the undead in the vicinity. They were able to clear a few patrolling battalions of undead that hadn't fallen with their city, killed the undead roaming about, and cleared a few dungeons as well. It seemed as though most of the low-level dungeons were ignored by their seniors, thus Li Xin-Wu and Jin were able to hog them to themselves. Along with that level 4 dungeon, you have acquired a permit for the Care Century Winery. All stats within the dungeon increase by 30. The dungeon information is added to your minimap. All of your actions are buffed within the dungeon. The intermediate Marner Bone skill has become LV2. Magic has increased by 10. You can now maintain your magic for a longer period of time. 5 days after their clean-up of the city's vicinity had begun, Li Xin-Wu struck gold, finding a dungeon that was completely hidden. How the hell did you find this dungeon? With my senses. Li Xin-Wu used Marna Bone as the foundation for his Marna detecting ability, and in the process of creating a golem's Marna, he realized the elemental categories. That was the start of his explosive growth, and now he was able to find all of the hidden dungeons with just one look of the area. The other day, Prince Altania had boasted how good he was at finding dungeons in the chatting channel, and sure enough, now that he had a knack for Marna, it had become much easier to find dungeons. Probably much more proficiently than the prince at that. It should be fine since it's just a level 4 dungeon, but I suppose we should tread with caution. We will protect you. We will take point." The golems, which were strengthened from having their limiters removed, gladly took point. Truthfully, whenever he gave them an order, they would respond way too passionately. Li Xin Wu cursed at the steelworkers for having bad taste and followed behind the golems. Something smells sweet." Only after he entered did he ruminate over the dungeon's name, Care Century Winery. That's right. A winery. It was a place where they made fermented foods like alcohol or vinegar. And between those two, this smell was distinctly wine. Did you like wine before? I told you I was a sprinter. I didn't drink and I didn't smoke. But that doesn't mean I'm totally clueless of wine. The two were completely calm. Even if the most expensive and delicious wine popped in front of them, what could they do? It's not like they could drink it. Jin was already really depressed, but now he was even gloomier than before. Jin spoke less, and Li Xin Wu patted his head as they continued onwards. Soon, one of the golems reported, "There are no monsters. I believe the dungeon was sealed in order to protect goods." "Yeah, I agree." When they progressed a bit further, they found the cause of that sweet smell, the ripening room. The sight of countless lines of wine barrels was nothing else but magnificent. But there were two things that concerned him. It's become vinegar or has evaporated. One of the two, definitely not based on the smell. Li Xin Wu came close to one of the wine barrels and examined it. The material was clearly different from the oak from Earth. It was probably a type of wood that only existed in this world. The barrel possessed a mark that came about due to being singed with flame, and it was clearly in the shape of a letter. It was likely a magic letter that allowed the application of magic on all of the barrels. It truly is a fantasy world. They use magic to ripen wine as well, huh? See, check it. Hurry. Jin had totally forgotten that he couldn't even drink the wine, and was extremely excited. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly and calmly placed his hand atop the wooden barrel. Whenever he wanted to, he could instinctually use his marner and examine something. He felt like it was natural now. It was all because of his singular focus on the golems, as well as Kreischer, who taught him a systematic approach. To be honest, it wasn't very difficult to ascertain the contents of the barrel compared to the limited order bone car, and was soon met with an organized message in front of him. Care Century Delucus 395. The year prior to the Empire's fall, Mother Earth seemed almost aware of the Empire's fall, and shined brilliantly with the last of its life. The grapes harvested at that time held the highest value ever, and the businessmen of Care Century Winery did their best to prepare and create wine. The alcohol contained in this barrel was kept in tip-top shape and slowly ripened. However, there wasn't anyone left to drink it by the time it was finished ripening. The wine is at its highest value and will never decrease in value under any circumstances. There are 52 liters of Care Century Delucus 395 within this wine barrel. This wine was created prior to the fall and was stored properly. The karma of this wine is not light under any circumstances. Normally, the wine within would be full, but as a result of evaporating for dozens of years, there were only 52 liters left. It was kept in tip-top condition through the ripening room and the magic on the barrels, and had continued to ripen, so he could tell just how good the wine was without even drinking it. There should be a total of about 3,000 liters in here. Should we just spill it all at once and take a shower in it? That's not such a bad idea, but Li Xin Wu looked at the last line added to the explanation and thought deeply. Then spoke after making up his mind. Couldn't we sell this at the secret shop? End Vol 1 Part 2.